The only thing Diane regretted was that Zabia truly didn't want to speak about it. In fact, Diane went out of his way to not tell Zabia that he was here. Was that a stupid and dangerous decision? Probably. Considering Zabia knew how intelligent Diane was, and just how powerful he was, yet still insisted he not go, that should be telling in and of itself. However, Diane also knew that there were no rewards without massive risks. So he dived right in. When Donari heard this name, he trembled in anger and his fighting intent soared. Now that he knew this Diane was a member of the Jafari family, he wanted to kill him even more. It wasn't that their family were enemies, it was just that Donari refused to be suppressed by a member of the same generation as him. Not for a moment did anyone believe Diane was lying. Because if it was a lie, it was just far too stupid. The amount of trouble that came with being a Jafari in this quadrant far outweighed the benefits. Although their enemies wouldn't act out on the surface, the number of people trying to backstab Diane would skyrocket. Diane smiled, looking up at the sky. Oh my! It seems my family is quite famous. Sighing, Diane continued. I had wanted to hide this from you all as I have no need to rely on my family's name to get what I want. But this esteemed elder here insisted. The elders looked at Diane with a wide variety of odd looks. This child seemed so intelligent and crafty just moments ago. How had he become so stupid in an instant? To willfully say you were a member of the Jafari family, wasn't that asking for trouble? Sorry. The old man recollected himself. My ears are old. I didn't hear what you said properly. Do you mind repeating? Diane's eyes softened when he looked at the old man. He could tell that he could hear perfectly fine. The only reason he was saying this was in order to give Diane a way out. This made Diane's favorability of the old man jump up a few levels. However, Diane wanted it just like this. With a wink, as though to say he was prepared, Diane repeated. My name is Diane Jafari. My father is Bol Jafari. My mother is from the 74th quadrant. I took my trials as a member of the 74th quadrant, however, against the wishes of my family. I decided to come back and have some fun in our old stomping grounds. An oppressive pressure erupted from Diane that made the elder's eyes widen with shock. You can all call me Duke Jafari. Suddenly, everyone understood why Diane dared to come back. It seemed there would be a major stirring in their small quadrant very soon. This was because these enemies of the Jafari weren't the Peaks, nor was it the Keeds family. It was the most powerful force in the quadrant, the Cathedral. When Nikolaus heard Diane's title and felt the presence he released, his eyes widened as he trembled in fear. He had just been acting aloof, staying a fair distance away along with Violet, not wanting to appear so as to give the illusion that he couldn't be bothered to. In fact, he was pissed off that his clan's elders appeared just because of a family name. However, now he realized that this was bigger than even he was prepared to admit it was. To be from such a large and powerful family was one thing. To then have a mother from such a powerful quadrant was yet another. And to still yet be a Duke-level character? Nikolaus felt that his world was falling apart. No one doubted for a moment that Diane was telling the truth. That was because his presence was too high level to not be a Duke. In addition, the fact he didn't appear on the 98th quadrant's rankings made sense as well because he had a mother from a much more powerful corner. Why would he associate himself with the 98th ranked environment when he could have the lofty 74th ranked? Even further, Bol Jafari, a man who was actually Zabia's father, was a man whose name resounded like thunder. Although they knew who Bol's main wife was, what powerful man didn't have multiple wives? Everyone assumed that this mysterious woman from the 74th quadrant was simply another wife Bol had taken. Diane's lie was simply too perfect. His home quadrant was adjacent to the 30th and 98th ranked quadrant, however the 98th quadrant was adjacent to the 30th, 51st, 74th, and a mysterious quadrant too high ranked for them to dare to investigate. Obviously, the 51st ranked quadrant was Diane's home, which had shot up the rankings, while the 30th was the legendary Kitsunshruti quadrant. So, for one, it made perfect sense for the Jafari to have chosen this quadrant while leaving their own. Secondly, the Jafari was a family of dark-skinned individuals and Diane happened to be partially in line with their gene pool. If his father was Bol, and one assumed his mother was of a lighter race of people, Diane's current countenance made perfect sense. Thirdly, power spoke over everything. The fact Diane was a duke made many not dare to doubt his words. Since he was so powerful, what did he need to lie to them for? Everyone was clear on why Diane was back. Revenge. The old man shook his head after Diane's confirmation. The young are truly the future. We'll allow you to be our sixth participant. There isn't actually a cap. As long as you are a core disciple, you can participate, and clearly you have the qualifications. Much appreciated. However, after saying this, Diane didn't head to the core disciple courtyards. Instead, before the eyes of everyone, he scanned the working disciple cabins, picked an empty one, and disappeared into it. First, everyone was stunned. You're a core disciple now, but you're sleeping in working disciple cabins. However, they couldn't help but cough up mouthfuls of blood when they heard snoring resound through their now quiet sect. The elders could only look at each other helplessly before flying away. What do you all think? The old men of the unseen peak had converged, clearly to speak about Diane's appearance. He's either incredibly intelligent, more intelligent than anyone I've ever met, or he's incomparably stupid. A middle-aged woman snorted. If he's a member of the Jafari family, he knows of the struggles of this quadrant. Although the Jafari and their subclans have suffered, they're among those who ended up better off after opposing the cathedral. Maybe we're the stupid ones for having this discussion in the first place. I have no doubt that the cathedral has long since planted spies within our peaks and among every family. Knowing this, we can't do anything to change the situation anyway, so why do we bother? Even though there is a 100% certainty that there is a cathedral member among us, if they were so stupid as to report back for such a petty reason, they wouldn't have lasted so long anyway. Another elder shrugged. True. Either way, I believe this child is quite interesting. He knows that the cathedral cares about their outward appearance, so they would never act against him in open. At most, they would need to find or fabricate something to make him seem worthy of punishing. You believe that he's doing this to put pressure on the cathedral? After all, the more people know about him, and the brighter he shines, the more airtight the cathedral's reasoning for wiping him need to be. Exactly right. Our quadrant used to be rife with glory, but we've been suppressed again and again. For the sake of what? Instead of being among the prestigious top-ranked quadrants, now we're muddling about at the very bottom. It won't be long before we're ranked 100th and stuck there like the celestial deer quadrant was. An elder laughed. How interesting life is. The former 100th ranked quadrant found themselves a Dian to cause their meteoric rise. Maybe the gods have sent us our own Dian to raise us up. The elders got a good laugh out of that. What a coincidence indeed. Either way, an elder replied seriously, we can do nothing to help him, but we also don't need to hinder him. Simply let nature take its course. The cathedral won't dare to so blatantly kill off a duke, lest they earn public outrage. These elders had no way of knowing that the two Dions they were laughing about was the same person. However, they were right about one thing. Killing a duke was no small matter. After being held to such a low ranking for so long, the public was yearning for more. But they had no choice but to swallow their frustrations because they simply didn't have talented enough young geniuses. Maybe the most troublesome part about all of this was that this was only considered public knowledge in about 5 or so of the main and strongest universes of their quadrant. As for the remaining number, information was completely censored in addition to travel being heavily restricted. According to the cathedral, this was for the sake of safety of those weaker individuals. But intelligent people knew different. One might wonder at this point, with so much censorship and monitoring, how did Dian enter this quadrant so easily? Dian was wondering this too. However, he didn't have an answer just yet. It seemed he would have to slowly find out why such an airtight quadrant had such a seemingly large hole in their system. That aside, this information was well known to the main and most prosperous universes of the 98th quadrant. As such, many powerful families and sects resided here. After being suppressed by the cathedral for so long, they were already pissed off and disgruntled. It was just that the cathedral was very good at manipulating public opinion and diverting the attention of families to lesser matters. However, if they gave these families a blatant reason to team up, although the cathedral would still win in the end, that didn't mean they wouldn't suffer a loss. Therefore, they had to do things carefully. It was likely that by now, with their robust information networks, they already knew about Diane's appearance and were already planning. Within the very same universe, on the very planet soul-rending peak resided on, the largest city of the quadrant stood, Cathedral City. The hallmark of this lofty city, the former stomping grounds of the Jafari family, was the massive pearl and silver-laden church that stood mightily at its center, as though it was a palace rather than the place of worship that it was. This universe had 6 inhabitable planets, one of which was this planet Cathedral. As for the other 5 planets, they were reserved for the branches of the main forces that resided on this planet. These, of course, included Unseen Peak, where Diane was currently residing. Currently, within the seemingly pure and holy church, dark forces were moving within. Surprisingly, their actions had little to do with Diane, but it seemed Diane's matters were a convenient addition to their topics of discussion. In the cathedral basement, how's the month's quota? Above expectations, but nothing too crazy. We've had a steady flow of revenue for the past few millennia. That's good. The Xianxia Quadrant-Centennial auction is coming up soon. Without enough capital, we won't be able to compete with those top quadrants. To be still worried about such a thing, you're such a money grubber, old 10. We've been accumulating this wealth for thousands of years. We long since had enough wealth to compete. Unless you've been skimming off the top and there's something we should be worried about. Old 10 froze before narrowing his eyes. Even as a passing joke, saying such a thing was practically a death sentence considering who they were working for. None of them would dare to do such a thing. Why so serious, old 10? There's no need to take the ramblings of an old man seriously. Seeing the tension, another robed elder cut in. Forget it, old 12, you know better than to say such things. That aside, we all know how inconvenient it is for our employers to cross into our quadrant. However, they have a much easier time sending less noticeable members of the younger generation. Their devil chi isn't so potent yet, and is, as such, untraceable. Why are you telling us this? Isn't it obvious, idiot? He's warning you brash fools not to treat them like children just because they are, unless you want to die an ugly death. The elder who cut the tension the first time once again interjected. Old 10, old 12, I won't say it again. I usually tolerate your squabbles, but my rope length is at 0 for the coming months. The Dark Elf clan, the Fulgur Black clan, the Infernal Beast clan, the Eclipse sect, and even Nightmare Palace have all sent representatives. The air was sucked out of the room the moment these clans were listed. Each one was more legendary than the next. The Dark Elf clan were a former branch of the Elven Kingdom that fell into demonic practices. However, unlike elves that innately had earth-level constitution, dark elven bodies were innately heaven-level. The Fulgur Black clan was a family of black lightning cultivators, and were among the few to survive prying apart the secrets of the most imposing and mysterious will in all of existence. The Infernal Beast clan was the peak most enemy of the Celestial Beast clans, being their equivalent in power, while also following the demonic path. The Eclipse sect was a faction built on a legendary cultivation technique surpassing the peak divine level. However, none of these 4 clans and sect held a candle to Nightmare Palace that ruled them all. Maybe the most shocking part was that if anyone outside this room heard these talks and saw these reactions, they would be confused beyond belief, because despite being so imposing and undoubtedly easily as powerful, if not more so than the top 3 quadrants of the cosmos, the names of these clans were completely unknown. The question was, in a plane of existence that was sure to only have 100 quadrants and 10,000 universes. In a plane of existence where every powerful clan was on full display for all to see, just where did these contenders come from? Why? Why would they send so many experts? I do not know the details, but they definitely wouldn't send so many young geniuses into such a dangerous environment for no reason. It's like a combination of the Xianxia auction, making sure that their investments are panning out, as well as that epistemic tower event coming up. The elders furrowed their brows. What event? Why haven't I heard of this? Of course you wouldn't have heard of it. Our best geniuses are only dukes. Even that bastard child Diane we got a report on a few hours ago is nothing before those geniuses meant to participate in this event. Our small quadrant wouldn't need information on it because we don't stand a chance anyway. One of the elders laughed. Are you planning on letting that child do as he please? Although he's nothing but an ant and a frog in a well, he's quite a large fish in our quadrant. You all know that those devil clans won't have a use for us for much longer. At that time, all of our problems will have to be dealt with by us. It'll become much more difficult to hold onto our position of power at that time. Handling that child won't be easy. If he had decided to stay in the dark, and our information network sniffed him out, getting rid of him would be as easy as flipping a hand. However, by now, his name is too well known. Humph. The only reason he'd be so well known so quickly is because those elders of the unseen peak spread it out intentionally despite saying they wouldn't do anything to help him. It hardly matters. He's a mere first-stage essence gatherer who happens to know some body refining. He's not a match for even soul-rending Peak's core disciples, let alone being a threat to us. If you really want to get rid of him, just do it during this year's assessments. How's that? Just change the rules up a bit, the elder said with a shrug that made it clear he could care less. Since he's a duke, just give him an opportunity to become a legatee of soul-rending Peak by defeating one of their two current dukes. Then have them kill him. We don't even have to try that hard, another elder said mysteriously. Remember, he said that he was a duke of the 74th quadrant. You all know what that means, right? The eyes of the elders widened. He's being suppressed. Devious smiles spread all around. Although our quadrant is weak now, its suppression is not too different from what it used to be. Right now, he's a mere first-stage essence gatherer, facing suppression to at least 50% if not even more of his power. With that being the case, we could probably kill him before he even earn a spot in soul-rending Peak. That's not entirely the case. You might not know this since this occurrence is fairly rare, but those who share a bloodline from two quadrants avoid suppression in both. Right now, he should be at full power. How could mere first-stage essence gatherer defeat an inner disciple if he was suppressed to 50% of his power? That hardly makes sense. The elder who spoke was embarrassed, but still nodded in acknowledgement. There were multiple ways to avoid the suppression of a quadrant. The first was to share a bloodline with someone who wasn't suppressed. The second was to accumulate enough faith from that quadrant by becoming an important figure or legatee. The third was to have enough power to suppress that quadrant alone. The fourth was, obviously, to be born in that quadrant. And another was a unique method provided by Diane's cultivation technique, although unique methods like these were very rare and very sought after. There was also universe-based suppression, but that was often much more negligible than quadrant-level suppression. That aside, the fact Diane's mother came from the 74th quadrant and his father came from the 98th, allegedly, meant that he was suppression-free in both quadrants. This line of logic was within Diane's calculations. He wanted to, as long as possible, hide his true strength. A younger version of himself would never do such a thing, but he was forcing himself to think about more than his ego recently. If these elders were to find out that despite being suppressed to less than 50% of his peak power, he was able to throttle inner disciples, there would be problems. In fact, the likelihood of him leaving this quadrant was fall to nearly zero. Then we'll go with the first plan, another elder said nonchalantly. That aside, when will we receive these youngsters of the devil clans? We must hold a ceremony of some sort. We also need a way to integrate them without others asking questions. I would suppose to rein in these youngsters, but if they are too rampant in their actions, it might cause future problems for us and their clans. Such a thing won't be necessary. At that moment, a contradictorily cold, yet sweet voice sounded. It was as though it came from the depths of hell, yet also managed to carry the softness of the female voice. At that moment, a peerless beauty walked into the room, somehow circumventing the senses of all of the elders present. Her face seemed to be delicately sculpted of the most pristine ice. Her skin was so pale that in combination with her flowing white gown, it was as though the ghost of a world-shattering woman had just entered. Her long white hair disappeared into the folds of her white gown, gently gracing the ground her dress trailed upon. Anyone saying they had ever seen a woman more beautiful would no doubt deserve to be slaughtered where he or she stood. The elders had long since surpassed the age of normal baseless lust, having been approaching the end of their lives for a long while now, but seeing this girl a fraction of their age before them, they couldn't help but feel those flames reignite. However, none of them dared to stare for too long. This young lady wasn't normal by any stretch. That white hair was a symbol of only a single family of the devil clans, the current most powerful existences in Nightmare Palace. The royal family, the Ravana family. If they were correct about that, then the only young lady capable of reigning in those geniuses that followed her would have to be the greatest genius of their family since their inception. Princess Lilith. She was just 21 years old this year, yet she was already a 12th stage saint. A first-grade saint at that. In fact, it was rumored that she could break through at any moment, but was waiting for something. This level of cultivation speed, it was simply unmatched. In truth, these elders weren't qualified to have such information. It was just that those weaklings the devil clans usually sent to monitor them would give them some information for some small benefits here and there. This was why they knew so much. Yet, to see the truth before them now, it was too much. Greetings, elders. My name is Lilith Ravana. I've been sent to represent the Nightmare Palace in leading the members of the younger generation we've sent this time. As the young lady spoke, it was as though all who heard her were transported to a dreamland. Her very voice itself was like an illusory technique that made them want to tell her all of their secrets. I know you might be confused about why we've sent so many, so I will do my best to explain. Despite her words being amiable, they still kept their edge of frostiness. For one, the places we originate from do not have the epistemic tower, so we are unable to partake in their treasures. Our elders have long since lamented this and have finally decided to take advantage of the opportunity provided. Secondly, the Xianxia family auction has an important item we must buy. Our homeland does not have standard energy stones, so although we are wealthy in our own right, we simply did not have recognizable currency for your quadrants. As such, we needed your help in achieving this. Thirdly, there is an important event occurring in the epistemic tower that will act as good tempering for us. So we have decided to participate. The elders nodded vigorously, as though they were fighting over each other to prove who was listening better. We will need a few things from you during this time. Lilith continued unperturbed. Firstly, we need accommodations for 15. Ensure that all of my maidservants are female. Secondly, arrange sparring partners for my fellow Devil Clan members. Although I can command them during important times, if they do not blow off steam frequently, they will disobey even me. Thirdly, key wielder duties of this quadrant will be handed over to me at the earliest possible convenience. If the key wielder is unconvinced, tell him that he may challenge me at any time. Fourthly, arrange the best you have in Soul Market and sell them all. It will no longer be a necessity after this. With those final words, the beauty turned and left as though she had never been there to begin with. Dian had no idea about the arrival of such geniuses, but even if he did, he wouldn't care. This wouldn't be because he wouldn't be interested in their origins, but rather because they wouldn't affect his plans much anyway. From the very beginning, Dian had already planned on having to deal with some covert and powerful force. It just so happened that they appeared far earlier than he assumed. However, this soul market was something Dian hadn't heard even a single word of. Despite his diligent investigative work, other than hearing about how much this quadrant hated soul cultivators, the word soul only came up when referring to soul-rending peak. Of course, Dian found it odd that the foremost sect in this soul-hating quadrant would have the word soul in it. Even more poignant was the fact that while this sect was named soul-rending peak, Dian's very own soul cultivation technique was named soul rend. The odd coincidences were beginning to stack up, but Dian simply didn't have enough information to draw conclusions. Maybe it was simply a coincidence. After all, to rend something meant to tear it to pieces. It was possible that the namesake of the sect had nothing to do with Dian's soul cultivation technique at all, and simply underlined a barely furtive attempt at make their hate for the soul even clearer. And then there was the elephant in the room. Although soul cultivation was seen as a weaker form of cultivation, it didn't go so far as to be hated. That made little to no sense. To this quadrant, soul cultivation was almost akin to demonic practices, as though soul experts were forming cults and performing sacrifices of the innocent. Normally, one should be able to see through such stupidity easily. However, the combination of censorship and information restriction in the quadrant made it difficult for people to be well informed. Even further, the cathedral was somehow highly in support of this. A soul market, a group of young geniuses from a non-existent quadrant, a religion seemingly eager to hold a blindfold over the eyes of its people. This 98th quadrant wasn't so simple. By now, the events in the basement of the cathedral had long since passed, and the core disciples of the various subordinate peaks were gathering at soul-rending peak. Dian hadn't done much else but sleep for the past few days. No one bothered him. In fact, his working disciple cabin was easily the quietest area in the entire unseen peak. It wasn't until the day they were meant to leave that someone brought a set of black robes embroidered with the unseen peak insignia for him to wear. After putting the robes on and sliding on a pair of martial warrior shoes that seemed to come straight out of a 1970s kung fu movie, Dian strapped his massive broad sword across his chest using its black chains before walking out. Since Dian was exactly sure where to go from here, he simply walked to the gates, finding himself beside the sleeping old man again. "You sure know how to live the life, old man. I can't wait until I can sleep all day too." The old man snorted, not bothering to open his eyes. "Isn't that what you've been doing these past few days anyway? Simply wasting away your youth." Dian laughed, before replying mysteriously. "And you're wasting away your power." The old man shook his head. "Smelly brat." Normally, Dian would create a chair for himself to recline on. But he was doing his utmost to separate his personas. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he wouldn't reveal his soul-related abilities. For now, he would strictly be a body cultivator. Unfortunately, this meant he lost many style points while he waited for the other 5 core disciples to appear. Dian knew he didn't appear early. He arrived at the very time the inner disciple who brought him his robes told him to. So, it didn't take long for Dian to realize that that inner disciple had purposefully lied to him. Interesting. Dian felt that this inner disciple had quite a large amount of courage to dare lie to him. "It seems that I'm still not taken seriously." A smile spread across Dian's face. He didn't bother to wait. In fact, from start to finish, he had only been standing alone for 10 seconds. Even in that inner disciple's wildest dreams, he wouldn't believe that a supposed martial artist would lose patience so quickly. However, he clearly didn't understand Dian very well. "Old man, I'll be taking a trip to the inner sect." Before the sleeping old man could respond, wings of black had already appeared on Dian's back as his disappeared into the air. "Such a temper." The old man shook his head. "Since you knew you were lied to, couldn't you just have headed back to your cabin?" Even though he thought this, the old man went back to snoring in the next instant. Dian made it to the end of the outer sect in just a few minutes. The 6 sections of Unseen Peak were separated not only by elevation, but also a land and a heavily guarded bridge. The edge of the outer sect was actually a massive drop-off. The geography of this place hardly made any sense. They were on the top of a mountain right now, weren't they? How come the bridge seemed suspended in the sky? Looking over the edge, one would see an endless sea of clouds, and in the infrequent gaps, there would be a drop to a very distant earth below. The bridge itself was only one of 4, one for the south, east, west, and north of the outer sect. It swayed in the wind and honestly didn't look all that reliable. That said, did Dian really need a bridge? He could fly. However, he was truly interested in what these sect disciples were trying to do. Considering the distance between the outer sect edge and the inner sect by normal measurements, a mere first-stage essence gatherer wouldn't have enough energy stores to fight the force winds and cover the distance. In fact, only a mid-level essence gatherer would have enough by Dian's estimation. In all likelihood, these disciples wanted Dian to take the bridge, thinking that he was only a body cultivator, and thus couldn't make it without using the bridge. It wasn't their fault, honestly. Dian had retracted his wings before he fully cleared the unseen peak walls, so only the sentries knew he had wings at all until this point. When the guards of the southern bridge saw Dian approaching, A sinister light flashed in their eyes. Dian had already retracted his wings and was calmly walking toward them. "Halt!" the guards called out. Dian continued to walk until he was about a meter from the two of them. They wore a sort of single-shoulder armor that seemed to be a 6th-stage common-level defensive treasure. This was quite good for this sect, so Dian assumed that this was why they were so haughty. Well, that and the fact that this single-shoulder armor was a symbol of the punishment faction of the peaks. Normally, only those considered undefeatable within their cultivation realm would earn the right to join the punishment faction. Considering these two were guarding the outer sect southern bridge, it meant they were considered undefeatable within the Meridian Formation realm, and could even fight across cultivation stages. So, when they were told that Dian was only of the first essence gathering stage, they didn't fear him at all. "Do you need something?" Dian asked, completely unperturbed. "Do we need to have a reason to stop you?" One of them replied arrogantly. Rule 11.03. Questioning the authority of a punishment faction member is punishable with 1 week of solitary confinement. Clang Dian watched as handcuffs fell to the ground. "Cuff yourself. I can't be bothered to. After you're done, head back to the outer sect punishment hall. You're not worthy of being held in the core sect punishment hall. It would dirty the dash dot." Just as the guard was about to finish, he suddenly felt a soft breeze pass him by. When he looked up to see what it was, he realized that it was actually Dian walking by him. "You, good. To dare defy the punishment faction." Two fists blazed toward Dian, carrying with them a domineering flame chi that Dian assumed would be quite hot if he didn't have a celestial-level body. Although Dian could simply take their punches head-on, he instead slid backward, watching with amusement in his eyes as their fists collided with each other, sending them flying apart. Dian leisurely bent down, picking up the cuffs and walking over to one of them. Before the guard even realized what was happening, he heard a click and felt cold metal wrap around his wrist, just as a fierce kick snapped his knee back at an awkward angle. "Ag! You dare attack a disciple of the punishment faction. That's grounds for expulsion from the sect." The second guard charged over, convinced this all had to be a dream. Didn't this guy trick and weasel his way into a core disciple position? How come he was so powerful? Were they lied to? As punishment faction disciples, they had duties to attend to. The only person free of such rules was Donari himself, and that was only because of the power of his family. When Dian caused the alarm to sound off the other day, they were under obligation to remain and guard the bridge. So they hadn't seen anything. After that, they heard all the rumors and the twisted story spread afterward. Everyone thought that Dian had simply conned his way into the sect, especially since he remained in the outer sect. They all assumed that that was because he didn't dare to face the core disciples, lest his poor strength be exposed. Little did they know that Dian simply didn't care about the small benefits of the core sect. Let alone the unseen peak, even the soul-rending peak hardly interested him. The only reason he was here was to find a base of operations for his investigations. Nothing more, nothing less. Yet, to think these idiots saw this as a sign of weakness. It seemed he would have to educate them. Dian grabbed the approaching fist of the second guard, slapping the other end of the cuffs on him. The guard was shocked that Dian grabbed his flaming fist. All of a sudden, he felt endless fear. Even if you can defeat us, you won't have a good ending." The guard started laughing as though he had lost his mind. Dian grabbed the center chain of the cuffs and leapt into the air, letting them tangle below him as he crossed over into the inner sect. As soon as he left, the crowd of students that were hiding came out. Of course, Dian had noticed them already, he just couldn't be bothered to care. "Should we tell the outer sect elders about this?" "Read the rule book, idiot. Outer sect disciples don't have the right to interfere with a core disciple. Only core elders can." "But don't even think about it. You saw it for yourself. He knows the rule book like the back of his hand." The scene of Dian dragging two punishment faction disciples through the inner sect spread like wildfire. However, surprisingly, no one dared to stop him or even speak a word of reproach. Something about Dian's calm and nonchalant appearance in the face of the agonizing screams of the two chained disciples sent shivers down their spine. This was simply not a man they could afford to offend. After a seemingly leisurely stroll, Dian had made his way to the center of the inner sect. There, he found a communal plaza that acted as a central pathway branching out to every other area of the inner sect. From here, it should be possible to follow a straight path to wherever you choose. At the very center were two poles. One pole had the rankings of the inner disciples and acted as a stage for glory. The other pole had a list of the worst disciples to ever appear in their unseen peak, and acted as a stage for shame. Anyone who committed unpardonable offenses was listed here. While the first pole changed depending on the area of the sect it was in, as well as the changes in disciple power, the second pole was identical whether it be here or the outer or core sect. Dian leaped to the top of the second pole, still dangling the two punishment faction disciples from his hand. After rummaging through the belongings, he managed to find a suitable knife. With a casual swing of his hand, they were stripped naked other than their single shoulder armor, then nailed to the pole of sins using their cuffs. After finishing this, Dian leisurely sat at the top of the pole, a clear look of boredom on his face. "Tell the inner disciple who brought my robes to crawl out here." Dian reclined on the top of the pole. "For every minute he makes me wait, he'll lose a finger. For every 10 minutes he makes me wait, he'll lose a limb. If he makes me wait more than half an hour, he can consider his life forfeit." Within the core sect, 6 black-robed figures and a single white-robed one were gathered around a table. 4 were female while 3 were male. A few of them were figures Dian would recognize, namely, Donari, Violet, and Nikolaus. They were currently in luxurious courtyard, fit with a small spring and lush flowers, laughing amongst each other as though they were the best of friends when the reality of the matter was far from it. In truth, they were each other's fiercest competition, but for some odd reason, they had come together. Although they didn't very much like each other, the one truth they could all agree on was that they had each earned their spot as a core disciple. However, this new Dian character hadn't done any such thing, so they decided as a collective to deal with him. Initially, they assumed that he would choose to endure. At that point, they could slowly raise the stakes until he ran away with his tail between his legs. In fact, they were currently laughing about how stupid Dian must look waiting alone at the gate for an event they wouldn't be leaving for at least a couple more weeks. However, that was when a servant came rushing in, breathing heavily. Actually, it would be more accurate to call this servant a lackey, because he wore the blue robes of an inner disciple. "Senior brothers and sisters." The inner disciple bowed deeply, recognizing that interrupting such powerful characters wasn't in his best interest. "There's a problem." The 5 of them frowned. "What happened?" Petite beauty with light brown hair asked. As the inner disciple spoke, the more and more angry the core disciples and their legatee became. Maybe if they were clear-headed, they would have realized that the inner disciple was embellishing the story as best he could. But at this point, they were willing to find any fault with Dian. The truth was that the inner disciple had no choice but to lie. According to reports, this Dian character was actually threatening to harm and torture him. If he didn't incite these 7 to go and deal with Dian personally, he would be the one to suffer because he was the very person who brought Dian's robes to him. In the beginning, it should have been easy. Lie to a core disciple, embarrass him a little, and gain the opportunity to cultivate in the energy-dense core sect. But now, his life was on this line. For a martial artist, losing limbs and appendages was a very serious matter. Meridians were spread through of the body, so being cut off in such a way was as good as placing a roadblock on your future. Of course, there were many methods of regrowing such things, however, this was the 98th quadrant. To find such things was already an impossible task, let alone to then be able to afford them. If he really allowed Dian to do this to him, he would be as good as dead. Nikolaus' face darkened. "Lead the way." By now, 15 minutes had passed since Dian's statement. He continued to recline as though what was going on had absolutely nothing to do with him, enjoying the atmosphere. Those who were gathering around had no idea what would happen and couldn't help but to gather around. The cleverest among them began selling seats to the best vantage points to see the most action at the safest range. Considering there were many owned buildings surrounding the intersect pavilion, the number of individuals like this weren't small. Suddenly, A booming voice sounded off. "Little bastard. You dare spit in the face of the punishment faction in this way?" The crowd watched in shock as an inner sect elder appeared in the air. Judging by his single-shoulder armor, his identity was more than obvious. The punishment faction was divided into an organized hierarchy. There were the disciple members but also the elder members, while those were further divided as well. Essentially, outer and inner disciple members were overseen by outer and inner elder members. As for the core members, there was only one, and he was the head of the punishment faction. This was all to say that an inner elder of the punishment faction was only second in authority to the head himself. The lazily reclining Dian casually sent a glance up at the elder standing in the skies. It amused him that the single shoulder guard was still a mere 6th-stage practitioner-level defensive treasure. Clearly, he had been too spoiled in becoming the successor of the celestial deer sect. "Elder, please help us." The two former bridge guards cried out pitifully. They hadn't been hanging there for long, but their wrists were chafing, their arms were highly uncomfortable, and they were actually stripped naked for everyone to see. This was the most embarrassing moment of their lives. And this was not even mentioning the fact Dian had shattered their kneecaps. The elder in the sky wore blue robes much darker than the normal inner sect robes. But his face was completely red with rage. Dian found him to be quite interesting, though. The fact he hadn't attacked was more than enough to catch Dian's curiosity. Dian smiled. "You're not a bad elder." With his perception, seeing through the character of people weaker than him was quite a simple matter under normal circumstances. Although inner sect elders were lower-level saints, and Dian was suppressed to less than 50% of his peak prowess, he wasn't so out of it that he couldn't handle a 4th-grade saint. According to the rules, Dian was in fact in the wrong. So, he didn't find any issues with an elder being angry with him. He just didn't care. Just a few days ago, dozens of elders watched Donari kill an inner disciple and no one made a move on him. Dian wouldn't wantonly kill people. In fact, he wasn't even serious about killing that inner disciple who brought him his robes. But that didn't mean he would allow slaps to his face in the name of following the rules. This said, Dian still needed unseen peak. There was a reason he hadn't just used the same overbearing tactic to force his way in soul-rending peak, and that was because the elders of that main peak couldn't be so easily dealt with by Dian even in his unsuppressed state, let alone his suppressed one. As such, he was forced to take advantage of unseen peak. In the end, this meant that Dian's rule-breaking actions still had to maintain an air of rationality, lest he lose his foothold into soul-rending peak. The elder, still standing in the skies, was stunned by Dian's words, and even more surprised that they didn't come with a mocking tone. Just as the elder was about to respond, another voice interrupted him. "Dealing with this is beneath you, esteemed elder. Allow this little one to take the role of senior brother and discipline those who need to be disciplined." The crowd couldn't help but suck in a breath when they saw the lineup of 7 individuals who entered the pavilion. 5 core disciples, a soul-rending peak disciple, and their legatee. It wasn't often that they saw even one of these characters, let alone seeing them all at once. The elder frowned when he heard this. Even if he was a 5-year-old child, he would be able to tell at this point that this situation wasn't so simple as it seemed. These arrogant children didn't even show due respect to their elders, let alone speaking so cordially to him now and even offering to help discipline and add structure to the sect. Clearly, they had instigated this. However, although he had a strong moral compass as an elder, that moral compass also forced him to follow the rules. He had already been overstepping his bounds by questioning Dian in the first place, although in reality, it was only because he didn't recognize Dian. As an inner sect elder, he had no right to question a core disciple, and even less of a right to question the legatee of their branch sect. He might be more powerful than some of their core disciples, a large majority of them, in fact, however, that meant nothing. He could only send Dian a helpless and apologetic glance, only to be surprised by the fact Dian didn't seem to care about the identities of those who had arrived. Dian didn't bother to respond to the inner elder's glance. Although he said his character wasn't bad, Dian still found him to be a coward, and he didn't very much like to associate with people like that. There was a reason he said that the elder wasn't a bad one, rather than saying he was a good one. casually taking a glance down at the approaching disciples. Dian scanned them before his eyes landed on a particular individual hiding further behind the front seven. It didn't take Dian much effort to recognize that this was the inner sect disciple who had brought him his robes. With a single leap, Dian softly landed on the ground despite the weight on his back. "It's good that you've come down on your own," Nikolaus said when he noticed Dian's actions. "It saves me the trouble of coming to get you myself. Admit your wrongs and accept your punishment." Nikolaus began to exude an otherworldly aura, causing those surrounding him to feel as though he had placed an individual hand on each one of their throats. The privileges of a legatee were many, but one of the most important was the ability to completely suppress those of their clan or sect. As a member of any clan or sect, you have a small bit of that clan's faith protecting you. That faith then increases as the position you earn in the clan or sect increases. However, among those of the sect or clan, no one has more faith than the patriarch. After the patriarch, legatees lag not too far behind. This seems simple enough, but the reality of the matter is far more complex. Although everyone of a sect has faith, the only ones who can consciously mobilize it are legatees. Which means, if you have joined a sect and happen to anger its legatee, the chances of you winning a fight is near zero. This isn't because the legatee is definitely more powerful, although it is a strong possibility considering their position. It is because a legatee has the ability to suppress anyone of their sect by making use of the faith they all inherently had within them. With these abilities, Nikolaus was undefeated, and as far as everyone else was concerned, he would stay undefeated. Dian paused in his walk and took a glance at Nikolaus' smug features. "So, you'd like to use your position as a legatee to bully your fellow junior brothers and sisters?" "Bully?" Nikolaus sneered. "You've clearly violated the rules of our unseen peak. As a supposed core disciple, a privilege you neither fought for nor earned, you've very clearly already overstepped your bounds. As the legatee of our unseen peak, it's my responsibility to handle you. Our core elders don't have time to waste on you. Neither do they acknowledge you as a true core disciple. Now, do as I say so we can end this as quickly as possible." Dian shifted his gaze toward the inner disciple hiding in the back. Although he was clearly standing there for his own safety and protection, the gloating expression on his face was clear. "Which one of you ordered that inner disciple to lie about the meeting time?" Dian's eyes left the inner disciple, scanning the 7 faces before him. What he saw was an odd mixture of deadpan, nonchalance, and one deathly stare coming from Donari. Seeing that he didn't receive an answer, Dian smiled. "I understand. You're unconvinced by my appointment as a core disciple." Dian didn't bother waiting for them to respond. "I wonder if I fought you all right now, and defeated you all right now, would you accept your loss? Or would you find another reason to hate me?" Dian took another step forward, causing Nikolaus' eyes to widen. By all rights, Dian shouldn't be able to move right now. It was too bad he was far too naive. Dian was already suppressed to less than half of his peak abilities. The suppression Nikolaus placed on him was a drop in the bucket. Not to mention the fact he was already more powerful than Nikolaus was in the first place, meaning the suppression he could place on him was limited to begin with. If that wasn't the case, wouldn't Nikolaus be able to defeat even core elders? "Don't mind me," Dian said, casually walking by Nikolaus and arriving in front of the inner disciple. "It's been 20 minutes. I'm sure you understand what that means, no?" The inner disciple stumbled backward. "Senior brothers and sisters, please." Suddenly, Dian felt a murderous aura overwhelm him as a fist blazing with foggy red chi erupted toward him. At this moment, it was as though time had completely stopped. The dense killing intent made everyone's blood run cold. It was as though the fist wasn't aimed toward Dian, but rather themselves. Those who were spectating didn't truly understand the significance of Dian walking through Nikolaus' suppression. Even if they knew, they would likely have assumed that Nikolaus didn't use the whole of his ability. In truth, this would have been true. Nikolaus didn't use his full suppression abilities, but he definitely used enough to crush a mere first-stage essence gatherer. The fact Dian wasn't writhing on the ground was already enough to astonish him. Some with fainter hearts immediately looked away. They were very clear on Donari's cruelty. Since he took action, even if Dian didn't die from the first punch, he would definitely be beaten bloody in the subsequent punches. Although Donari wasn't the most powerful of the core disciples, it didn't matter. He was, by far, the most feared. Not only was he a member of a family rivaling the soul-rending peak, he was also far younger than any of the other core disciples. In fact, he was the youngest core disciple in the history of Unseen Peak. He didn't have a title yet because he had yet to take his trials, but no one doubted that when he did, he would become yet another Duke of their quadrant. And now, that Duke was attacking a mere first-stage essence gatherer without holding back a single ounce of his strength. Dian turned toward the punch and watched as it slammed into his chest. Boom! Force winds blasted from the center of the collision, sending the inner disciple flying and the core disciples along with Nikolaos trotting backward leisurely. It was as though they had a tacit agreement to allow Donari to do whatever he wanted. The bricks of the pavilion went flying, creating a small crater of dust and cracked flooring. Dust flew into the skies, even as the inner sect elder watched worriedly from the skies, unable to deal with the inner turmoil he was facing. However, just when everyone assumed that Dian was heavily injured, the dust began to slowly settle, revealing two silhouettes. Under everyone's shocked eyes, Dian was revealed, nonchalantly looking down at the mangled fist resting on his chest. Donari's face was contorted in pain, unable to stop the blood from seeping from his mouth. Dian grabbed Donari's wrist, taking out one of his knees with a sickening cracking that made Donari call out in pain and fall to the ground. Just a few days ago, I said it was Unseen Peak's fortune to have me as a core disciple. It seems none of you truly believed me, or else you wouldn't attack me with such pitiful cultivation. Did you think a mere fourth-stage essence gatherer was enough to do much of anything to me? You see, I wasn't planning on dealing with your arrogance. I simply didn't care. Whether it be what you thought in your minds, or whispered amongst your friends, I simply don't care. However, the moment you think you have the right to treat my name like dirt, and my life like soil, that's when you've truly earned my anger. Donari's features were a mix of unbridled anger, shame, and complete disbelief. They had long since guessed that Dian was likely a body cultivator first and foremost, or else he wouldn't have been powerful enough to deal with an inner disciple so easily. However, the problem with body refiners was that the difficulty in understanding their power level was far more difficult than it was for the soul and energy. Unless you were highly learned and also had senses capable of being ranked amongst the top members of your cultivation level, you wouldn't have a chance of seeing through a body cultivator until you fought them personally. Even worse for all of them, even if they were such a person, they still wouldn't be able to see through Dian because of his mask. How could Donari know that he was attacking a celestial body, albeit suppressed? How could he know that Nikolaos' suppression worked on Dian, but it was hardly a drop in the bucket compared to the rest of the suppression he was facing? How could he know just how serious Dian was when he said there was no one more worthy of being a core disciple than him? The core disciples felt their scalps go numb. Although there were some of them more powerful than Donari, if they were asked to defeat Donari, would they be able to do so easily? They didn't know. They couldn't help but look toward Violet and Nikolaos. As things were going, maybe only they could defeat Dian completely. However, when they looked at Violet, they noticed that her once deadpan expression had turned into a smile while Nikolaos was still in a daze. Dian didn't bother with Donari anymore, instead walking over to the inner sect disciple who lay shivering in the distance. You have one of two choices, Dian spoke slowly and meaningfully. The first is that I remove 2 of your limbs in accordance with the 20 minutes you made me wait. The second is for you to be strapped to the pole until the true date of our departure. Which is it going to be? You can't do this. It's against the rules. I at most only lied to you a little bit. How does that warrant such punishment? You speak of bullying. Are you not bullying me now? I wonder. Dian began. When you were scheming against me, would you have done so if you knew exactly how powerful I was? The inner sect disciple had no response. He truly wouldn't have dared to do anything if he knew Dian was so powerful. Feeling his world breaking down, the inner sect disciple could only drop to his knees, slamming his head against the cracked ground. Please, I'm sorry. I was forced to do this, or else how would I as a mere inner disciple dare to act against a core disciple? Diane looked at the kowtowing inner sect disciple before looking back toward the writhing Donari, the stunned Nicolaus, and the surprisingly smiling Violet. His brows furrowed slightly when he noticed Violet's odd countenance, but when he saw her blush after their eyes met, his confusion only deepened. What the hell is wrong with this woman? She hated my guts just a few days ago. Without a word, Diane left, leaving the inner sect disciple on the ground. He didn't need to say a word for everyone to understand his meaning. This time I've shown mercy, but don't cross me again. After Diane's actions, no one dared look down on him anymore. Although characters like Violet and Nicolaus were not afraid of him, because they could also beat Donari just as easily, Diane had left them with enough apprehension that they didn't dare to act rashly. In truth, Violet felt her feelings for Diane flip. She had been very angry that her innocence was ruined by him, but since Diane was so powerful despite being so young, she could likely use this to her advantage. As long as he's obedient, I'll allow him to become my husband. If not, humph. Diane, of course, had no interest in Violet. He simply didn't feel the same feelings he had when he first interacted with Madeline or Ree or Clara. In his mind, she would never match up to them. As for Nicolaus, he did not want to risk losing face. He found that he couldn't see through Diane at all, and even worse, from beginning to end, Diane hadn't used that large sword on his back. In fact, he seemed to intentionally allow Donari to strike his chest. Although on the surface, this didn't seem like much. But the speed at which Diane turned toward Donari meant that he could have easily dodged, yet didn't. There was another reason Nicolaus didn't take action, though. From the start, he had said that Diane didn't deserve his spot among the core disciples. Yet, he had just used the most direct method to slap him in his face. If he pressed forward, not only would he shame himself, he would bring the ridicule of Violet upon him. Despite the fact many said branch clan legatees and soul-rending peak core disciples were on the same level, Nicolaus knew better than to believe this. He couldn't hold a candle to Violet, and he knew it. If he wanted to win her heart, it had to be with his demeanor. If not, he didn't stand a chance. Just like this, the events of Unseen Peak came to an end. Days later, the core disciples gathered together with several elders, Violet and Nicolaus. Diane was, of course, there, dealing with Donari's hateful stare. Due to the poor alchemy available in this quadrant, Donari's wounds were far from fully healed. However, he planned on heading to his family first before heading to the assessment. It was clear that there would be trouble, but considering everyone thought Diane was a Jafari, they found his nonchalance about the matter only to be expected. With those final thoughts, they all gathered near a teleportation formation before disappearing toward soul-rending peak. Diane frowned as the teleportation formation flashed. This teleportation is too high level for a quadrant like this. That's not to mention the fact I'm 70% certain the divisions between the areas of the peak are also high-level arrays. The more time Diane spent in the 98th quadrant, the more oddities he found. For one, the suppression was far too much for such a weak quadrant. The fact that Diane lost more than 50% of his abilities was utterly ridiculous. Suppression itself should be based on the power of the peakmost clans and sects within a quadrant. However, the highest level clans and sects here could almost be treated with impunity by Diane. Yes, it was true that there were quite a few Celestials that Diane couldn't hope to beat, but in terms of his ability to escape from such existences, Diane wasn't worried in the least. In addition to all of this, according to the information Zabia gave Diane, in their entire quadrant, there was only a single Dao formation expert, and it wasn't even confirmed if said individual was still alive or not. Interestingly enough, that Dao formation expert wasn't known to be a part of any one clan. Or, more accurately, Zabia didn't have much information on who it was. It was just that Zabia's father had thought it important to pass on this information to his son before his death. Luckily for Diane, the death of Bol Jafari was unknown to the 98th quadrant, so he was able to take advantage of having an identity as his son. Either way, that Dao formation expert was the furthest from Diane's mind. Such an expert would either constantly be in seclusion, or constantly traveling in order to seek a breakthrough. This was because he was unlike those Dao formation experts from powerful quadrants. If the 98th quadrant was as weak as it seemed, the opportunities for improvement here were limited. This was all to say that this quadrant shouldn't have any existences powerful enough to sustain such pressure. It wasn't that Diane didn't think of the possibility that maybe there were some hidden forces, or maybe this suppression was lingering on from past, much more powerful clans and sects. It was more so that he just didn't have the supporting evidence. He couldn't think of a logical reason for a sect to feign weakness, nor did Jafari have any information on any past clans powerful enough to meet the criteria. On the surface, the possibility of there being hidden forces makes sense. After all, maybe they wanted to launch a sort of surprise attack, and as such kept themselves hidden. There were a few problems with this. For one, the epistemic tower wasn't just a normal resource. No, it was the resource. Diane's home quadrant dropped from number 1 in the rankings to the power of only about the 60s, purely because of the lack of this tower as a cultivation resource. The drop-off in power and potential was simply astronomical. To put things into perspective, even a quadrant ranked in the 50s could annihilate a 60th ranked quadrant with a mere 20% of its abilities, let alone what a top 1 quadrant would be able to do. It simply didn't make any sense. As far as Diane knew, the 98th quadrant had been this weak for far longer than his home quadrant had been, which means they had even more time to fall through the rankings than even the former Celestial Deer quadrant had. Secondly, who the hell were their enemies? Who were they trying to sneak attack? Interquadrant warfare was so rare that its instances could be counted on 2 hands in modern times. The only reason an entire quadrant would have to feign weakness was if an entire quadrant was their enemy. However, this seemed wholly unlikely. This was because if there was truly a hidden force hiding, and they were the reason the suppression was so high level, then wouldn't the suppression itself expose themselves to their enemy? Such a plan would be far too stupid. Maybe if access to this quadrant was restricted and monitored, sure. But Diane had entered far too easily. This wasn't the only odd thing about this quadrant either. In Diane's home quadrant, it made sense for them to have formations far past their capabilities. After all, they were the former home of the Celestial Deer sect. However, what was so special about this quadrant that it had teleportation formations capable of sending them from planet to planet? To say the distance was millions of miles was an understatement. Even if Diane's soul was unsealed right now, it would take him days, if not weeks, to set up such a formation. Then, to top that off, he would have to supply it with enough energy to sustain itself over a long period of time, which would require an astronomical amount of resources. Then there was the oddity of the naming scheme of their foremost sect, and the high-level formations even within their branch sections. As Diane was lost in his thoughts, the scene before his eyes dimmed and revealed a stunning scene. Their group of about 15 appeared on a silver disc, arranged in a semicircle nearby 4 other discs. Across for them sat a couple dozen battle platforms beside another couple dozen judge stands. In the surroundings, the loud noises of a restless crowd almost made Diane want to plug his ears. Suddenly, a voice cut through everything. 6 core disciples? You must be getting desperate. Elder Nova? Diane sent a glance toward the voice, only to find an old man, wearing dark red robes. According to Diane's knowledge, inner sect disciple robes varied in color depending on the sect. In conjunction with this, elders of a sect usually wore the darker version of this color as their own robes. So, while the inner sect disciple of Unseen Peak wore light blue robes, the elder Diane had met was wearing dark blue robes. Seeing that this elder was wearing dark red robes told Diane that he was from Slaughter Peak, while the pattern on his chest, underneath their sect insignia, told him that he was a core elder. From what Diane could see, it seemed that the Peak Patriarchs didn't participate in this event. Although he found it odd, he didn't think too much of it. Maybe they were already here and Diane just didn't know. As for the relationship between Slaughter and Unseen Peak, they were constantly vying for first place amongst the 5 branch peaks. So, one could say that the competition between them as well as the rivalry was quite fierce. In a historical context, Unseen Peak used to be backed by the Jafari family, while Slaughter Peak used to be backed by the Keats family. Obviously, with the disappearance of the Jafari family, the Unseen Peak was becoming more and more incapable of challenging Slaughter Peak. That said, They didn't fall so far that the other peaks could challenge them. What Diane found interesting, though, was that Donari would choose to come to Unseen Peak instead of his family's Slaughter Peak. But Diane wasn't exactly on the best of terms with Donari, so he simply didn't care about whatever family issues he had. As for this Elder Nova, it was the very same sleeping old man Diane had become acquainted with. He had changed out of his black and scrappy clothing to don a dark blue robe. He seemed to have a completely different air to him now. Elder Nova only smiled. We just had too many good seedlings to keep it to 5. Is that so? Since when was a mere first-stage essence gatherer a good seedling? A rejected 4th-grade essence gatherer too? He even looks to be injured. This truly is a poor showing. The red-robed elder shook his head in mock pity. On the surface, he wasn't exactly wrong. Core disciples, even of the branch sects, should be far more powerful. Many were already at the 8th or 9th stage, let alone bringing mere 4th and 1st stage disciples. Diane couldn't lie, it did look like a poor showing. It wasn't only because he and Donari looked weak, it was because they also brought 6 disciples. There was an unwritten rule that every branch would only bring their 5 best disciples. Although it wasn't a true rule, it was what was usually followed. The fact that Unseen Peak brought 6 made it look like they were throwing everything they had out and hoping something stuck. However, those who were aware of Donari's power knew better. And those who had seen how easily Diane destroyed Donari were even more clear that he was an even greater freak. Little brother, you should be so impatient. Come back home and stop being so stubborn. A maroon-haired and red-eyed individual of the Slaughter Peak spoke out from behind the red-robed elder. Diane raised an eyebrow. He had assumed that Donari would be healed by his family when they reached Soul-Rending Peak, but it seemed that that wasn't the case. Fuck you. Donari responded simply and straightforwardly, never once looking at this elder brother of his. Truth be told, Diane found this quite funny. Donari was a person who had killed, wantonly, for who knows how long. Now he was like a child throwing a tantrum. Diane found these kinds of people the most disgusting. Diane leaned toward Elder Nova. Hey, old man, how about we put some stakes on this? Donari's elder brother frowned. Was it your turn to speak? Learn your place. Diane assumed he was trying to intimidate him by released his 10th stage essence gathering cultivation. But how could such cultivation perturb Diane? Good thing I wasn't talking to you then. Diane responded, ignoring him. How about it, old man? I'm sure you didn't come here just to spectate, hmm? The old man laughed. How about it, Elder Road? What's the bet? Elder Road was intrigued. In his mind, he was sneering. In his mind, Elder Nova had no intention of betting at all. But since Diane asked so openly, he would lose face by rejecting. Because of that, he had no choice but to propose a bet. Unfortunately for him, it's exactly because of this thought process that Diane went about this as he did. Elder Nova, bet that I'll place first, Diane said with a smile. When the crowd heard Diane's words, there was a mixture of shock and disdain. Some people had such poor sensory abilities that unless they directly fought someone, they would be unable to tell their cultivation level. People began to assume that Diane must fall in this category, or else he wouldn't have ignored the intimidation of Donari's elder brother so easily. However, to everyone's shock, Elder Nova didn't reprimand Diane at all. Sure, let's do it. Suddenly, the old man and Diane ignored the crowd as though they were old friends. What kind of betting stakes are you thinking? Elder Nova grinned. If it's not big, is it really worth it? We should take them for all they're worth or else we wouldn't be able to swindle cowards like them again. Of course. Energy stones are too bland. What's truly hard to replace are rare materials. A devious glint flashed in Diane's eyes. Rare materials and prestige. The old man and Diane grinned at each other before looking at Elder Road, who was already steaming in anger by now. Diane took out a vial from his spatial ring. This is 100 drops of honey from the Jade Queen Bee. At that moment, it was as though an odd magic had swept through the Colosseum, completely sucking the sound away in its entirety. How could they all not understand the significance of what Diane had just brought out? In a poor quadrant like this, when had they ever seen a treasure like this? It was completely earth-shattering. Everyone knew that the honey of the Jade Queen Bee could increase the grade of one's meridians. The first drop guaranteed an increase of 1 grade, something Dian experienced the first time he took the honey. Even if you didn't take all 100 drops yourself, you could increase the meridian grade of 100 people. That was something even the soul-rending peak would completely drool over. Just as the red-robed elder was about to recover and call out Dian for being a lying scumbag, Dian popped the top of the vial off. In that moment, the entire arena was filled with scent that was completely irrefutable. It was as though they were all transported to their best memories, reliving them with bright smiles on their faces. The fact of the matter was that god constitutions were too rare, and only they guaranteed first-grade meridians. Dian's inner circle of friends and family should never be the gauge for the frequency of talent in the cosmos as a whole. In the entirety of the 98th, their most heaven-defying talent had a mere high-ranked Earth constitution. In their entire history, the number of those with heaven constitutions could be counted on a single hand. At this point, even those elders of the soul-rending peak that hadn't shown up couldn't help but lose control of their emotions. If their core disciples were given even a single drop, wouldn't their rankings shoot upward? This treasure, it was just too valuable. Even Elder Nova, who had been Dian's partner in all of this, had to use all of his willpower to not tremble. If he had a single drop, wouldn't the bottleneck he had been wrestling with for so long simply disappear? To tell you truth, I've already taken my fair share. Dian waved the vial around as though it held nothing more than water. The amount I have left isn't enough for me to progress any further, so I might as well use it as a gambling stake, don't you think? Dian's words immediately doused cold water over the greed of those watching. Many assumed that since Dian pulled out such a vial so easily, that he must be hiding other treasures. But his innocent statement seemed to make it clear this was all he had. Of course, this was deliberate. These elders looked down on Dian too much to assume he was scamming them. After all, a mere first-stage essence gatherer using such a stake to bet on himself. Wasn't that too retarded? However, Dian smiled innocently. I'm also certain that your slaughter peak doesn't have an equivalent treasure. Just how are you planning on betting with us? The red-robed elder's face suddenly turned a blazing shade of red. He really didn't have anything that matched up to the value of even a single drop of this honey, let alone 100 drops of them. That's okay. That's okay. Dian waved his hand, putting the vial away. Wait! Donari's elder brother suddenly interrupted, a gleam lighting in his eye as though he had seen through Dian. Humph! You think you can scare us into not betting like this? You're still too tender. Is something that matter? Dian asked. I'll bet my Keeds family's peak heaven technique. This time, the crowd began to clamor to ridiculous noise levels. One-time use resources were nowhere near as valuable as cultivation techniques. In truth, the peak heaven technique still fell short of 100 drops of this Jade Queen's honey. However, it wasn't so egregious that others would look down on him for using it as a stake. You sure? Dian asked. Yes. You're a little short, Dian said slowly. If we lose, I'll become your servant for 100 years. The red-robed elder chimed in. How could this be more perfect? This is exactly what I wanted. Dian couldn't help but laugh inwardly. From the very beginning, he wanted an opportunity to steal a high-ranking official of the sect so that he could interrogate them about things he couldn't find out from the general public. Now one had voluntarily jumped into his lap. How could he turn it down? Dian took out a parchment paper specifically used for soul contracts. Deal, Dian said with a smile. But 50 of those years will be under Elder Nova. When Dian was in the process of taking out the soul contract, before anyone could see what happened, Elder Nova's hand shot forward at blinding speeds, destroying the parchment. Dian's eyes sharpened at this action. He could very clearly see Elder Nova's actions. However, he was surprised to find that even if he wanted, he couldn't have dodged him. In that moment, Dian's brain went into overdrive. Just why would Elder Nova destroy the parchment and so blatantly? In fact, from the looks of it, his power far surpassed Elder Road, or else he would have noticed Elder Nova's actions. Elder Nova stepped forward, hiding Dian's awkward position as though nothing had happened and taking out another parchment paper from his own ring. When Dian saw the type of parchment paper it was, he immediately understood. Is the hate of the soul really so deeply ingrained in this quadrant that they don't even allow the use of soul contracts? At that moment, Dian was very thankful. Although he wasn't afraid of the experts of this quadrant, if he so blatantly incurred their wrath, his mission would basically come to an end before it even began. Let's sign a blood contract then, Elder Nova said with a smile. He was confident in Dian to understand the meaning of his actions. Or, more accurately, he was testing Dian. If this young man couldn't understand, he wasn't worth helping at all. Good. The red-robed elder's eyes gleamed, clearly confident in his victory, completely unaware of the fact that his longtime rival had surpassed him by more than 1,000 times over, long ago. Elder Nova sent a casual glance back toward Dian. Seeing that he was standing calmly, with his hands clasped behind his back, Elder Nova nodded in satisfaction. However, he also began to wonder just who Dian truly was. By all logic, a true member of the Jafari family should understand the taboo of soul-related cultivation and treasures here, unless Patriarch Bol purposefully hid it from his son. After all, for Dian to show up here alone, he clearly didn't have the full support of the Jafari family. Unless, is the Jafari family already here? Elder Nova's brows slightly tightened. But, in the end, he couldn't figure out the truth and could only let it be. After the two parties worked out the contract and dripped their blood onto it, the brown parchment paper turned a bright shade of red before burning into nothingness. With that, the contract was complete. Asina, why the fuck did you drag me out here? You know Lilith told us to not move around so much. A girl with an adorably round face, partially covered with bangs and cutely bob-cut hair. While her hair was a glistening brunette, her eyes were large and a mesmerizing shade of blue. She exuded a doll-like air that made anyone who saw her have the instinct to protect her. It made everyone completely forget her foul language. As for Asina, the woman this supposed little girl was walking beside, she was on the complete other side of the spectrum. Asina had delicate chocolate skin. Maybe one wouldn't usually notice this first, but it was just that she exposed so much of it that it was hard for it to not be eye-catching. She wore a tight-fitting leotard with such a deep V down its center that her belly button was exposed. If one had the courage of their convictions to take a look at this seductress, you would notice that the ambiguous points of her nipples were prominent, while her outrageously large chest was the only thing holding her strapless leotard up. Because of her dressing, her plump assets hung out proudly, whether it be her chest or her ass, jiggling with her every step. They were incapable of being held back by the golden fishnet stockings she wore underneath her black leotard. However, while she exuded an aura of temptation, the large and exorbitantly decorated ox tongue spear draped from her back, not to mention the skull's earrings that hung from her long and sharp ears, held a killing intent that made many not dare to approach her. Hearing the girl's word, Asina harumphed. Don't remind me, Roll. They keep sending garbage from the dregs of this garbage quadrant to spar with us. I'm not satisfied. Plus, a moment ago I sensed something interesting. Something interesting? The adorable girl named Roll skipped to keep up with Asina's long strides. I can't be entirely sure unless I go there. But if what I sensed is correct, my boredom will definitely be relieved. Although Roll looked like a cute little girl, she was still 14 years old. Not to mention the fact that she was very intelligent nonetheless. In her estimates, anything that Asina sensed truly would be interesting. They had come here to enter the tower, of course. However, there were a few things they had to deal with before they left. Under the orders of their leader, Lilith, they were meant to keep a low profile for now because the 98th quadrant wasn't closed off from the rest of the world. Because of the existence of Soul Market, powerful existences visiting wasn't too rare, although they would keep their presences hidden. If they were in the tower, it wouldn't matter if they were exposed because they would only be dealing with members of the younger generation, and they all believed that Lilith was undefeatable under such circumstances. However, the outside world was a completely different animal, so they had to be careful. Unfortunately, Dark Elves had difficult to control personalities. As the leader of the Dark Elven group that was sent, and princess of their clans as well, Asina didn't take too kindly to being ordered around.
nor was her strength too far off from Lilith's as well. It was just that she was only 16 years old, so of course she was weaker. Asina grinned. I sensed an ancient elven bloodline. In fact, if I'm correct, although it's really faint, it's the royal bloodline too. Back within the trial arena, the crowd had begun to gain its fire back. With the arrangement of the 5 branch peaks finished, it was time for the selections to begin. For as long as anyone could remember, the soul-rending peak selections were all the same. The first round begun with a test for age. No one above the age of 250 was allowed to participate. This was not only to mitigate cheating, it was also a small gauge of talent. As everyone knew, simply stepping into the peak of the foundation stage, meaning fully tempering your body with essence energy, gave one a lifespan of 500 years, while stepping into the meridian formation stage didn't add any years to one's lifespan. Knowing this, if one couldn't become strong enough to join soul-rending peak within half of that time, they weren't worthy of joining to begin with. The second round was a test of talent. This round might seem redundant in the face of what the third round would be, however, it had 2 purposes. The first was to ensure that no one with high soul talent joined their school. This was a major taboo of their quadrant and could not be allowed. Unfortunately, the instances of those with high soul talent being ostracized wasn't new, nor was it rare. Almost every selection there would be a handful of youths with high aspirations, not even knowing of their soul talent, who would be shocked by the result. Because of this, the second round was the most stressful time for many first-timers and was also the time where the higher-ups of the soul-rending peak would finally show up to oversee the proceedings. The second reason for this test of talent was to appropriately organize the groups for the third round. While this was a selection exam, it was also used by the cathedral to raise public morale by providing entertainment for the masses. If 2 powerful candidates met early on, it would ruin this. So, in order to provide the best entertainment possible, the groups were selected in order to separate the most powerful and build up the anticipation. As for the third round, it was where the true fighting began. The participants would be split into groups to decide a winner that would continue on to the final elimination round. In truth, it was only a requirement to become a core disciple of a branch sect if you weren't a resident of this planet. Planet Cathedral allowed all of its residents 3 opportunities to join soul-rending peak. So, while there were only 26 branch sect participants, there were well over 5,000 total participants. There were 3 levels of acceptance into soul-rending peak. The first was to become an outer disciple. The second was to become an inner disciple. And the last was to become a core disciple. To become an outer disciple only must finish in the top 100. To become an inner disciple, it was necessary to finish in the top 10. While only the top 1 placement could earn the right to become a core disciple. As a result of these rules, many of the participants who were from well-established families in Cathedral City, who could have directly earned a letter of recommendation from an elder to enter soul-rending peak, chose not to. This was because, to them, this was by far the easiest way to become an inner disciple. Just like that, a judge wearing golden robes descended from the skies and onto the center arena, taking out 3 crystal spheres and allowing them to float before him before he began to speak in a clearly bored voice. There's been a change to the rules this year. The moment these words were said, the crowd began to clamor. Such a thing hadn't happened in thousands of years. What was going on? The first 3 rounds will remain nearly identical. However, the second round will include a test of your title. In addition, after the 4th round is completed and the rankings have been decided, whether you are accepted or not will depend on a 5th round where you spar with a disciple matching to the status you are trying to gain. If you are ranked 100th to 91st, you will spar with an outer disciple. If you are ranked 90th to 2nd, you will spar with an inner disciple. As for ranking 1st, you will spar with a core disciple. When the elder said this, the ramblings of the crowd erupted even further. In fact, it wasn't just the crowd anymore. Even the participants couldn't hold back any longer. Elder, a brave soul called out, will we have to win this spar in order to be admitted? The elder only continued with his same bland voice. Winning is not necessary. You only have to gain the acknowledgement of the judge overseeing your match. If you are up to our standards, then you can join. If not, then you can forget it. However, the top 10 participants also have a right, should they fail, to then challenge an outer or inner disciple, depending on their ranking, to join my soul-rending peak at a lower tier. Hearing this, the participants sighed a breath of relief. If they had to win, it would be far too unfair. At a minimum, these disciples had already spent a year within soul-rending peak. Likely even more. Whether it be their techniques, guidance, or resources, they were all at ridiculous levels compared to the outside world. It wasn't as though they all were like the Keats family and could rival the sect with their personal wealth. With that, the selections began. Diane watched these proceedings without much reaction. But, just how intelligent was he? Did he really need someone to tell him it wasn't a coincidence that his appearance and this rule change coincided with each other? Rules that hadn't changes in millennia changed for him? How flattering. The test of title was obviously to verify whether Diane was lying or not about being a duke, while the spar was clearly meant to kill him. Obviously, to these people, if Diane couldn't make it into the top 100, they could deal with him however they wanted. Plus, with all of these battles, they thought they would get an accurate gauge of his combat abilities and would then be able to send someone capable of dealing with him easily. It was too bad for them that Diane knew he wouldn't have to use his full capabilities to place first here. 253 years old. Disqualified. The elder's bland voice called out for the 11th time. No. Please. I was in my trials. I had no idea how much time I spent inside. Please. I managed to become a viscount. I'm worthy. However, the pleading young man was still forcibly taken away. Of course, many sympathized with him, but there was nothing they could do. Many entered their trials before coming back to earn an outer disciple spot. The problem was that it was impossible to guess how much time you'd need to finish, so some people often lost count or overshot the age requirements. Unfortunately, many didn't feel like they would have the strength to pass selections unless they first earned trial rewards. To miss out by a mere 3 years, it was truly heartbreaking. This same scene occurred many times, but to Diane's surprise, even among those who passed, no one was younger than 200 years old so far. If Diane had the choice, he would make himself older. Unfortunately, life force was among the most difficult things in the cosmos to fake. He could use his mask to impersonate his cultivation, and he could purposely lower his presence to impersonate a duke, but changing his age was something his mask had no ability to do. Usually, this would be fine because the mask could hide Diane's life force, but obviously, in a test like this, it wasn't useful. Diane had no choice in the end. 177 years old. Passed. The elder's bland voice was slightly livelier after he said this. Clearly, those powerful enough to participate while being under 200 years old was rare. Look, that's the young master of the Acor family. They're a young family, but it seems they're coming up in the world to produce such a young genius. 172 years old. Passed. The clamor of the crowd increased. It seemed they were all too familiar with the young and powerful family of Planet Cathedral. At some point, they seemed more like popular sports stars than they did martial warriors. 124 years old. Passed. At this point, Donari's elder brother completely shattered the record with an arrogant and smug look on his face. To Diane, the entirety of these proceedings was far too funny. 87 years old. Passed. Donari himself went directly after his brother, as though to prove a point. However, although there was shock, it only took a moment to notice the fact that although he was far younger, Donari was also far weaker. The problem was that only Donari knew how powerful he was. He had been hiding his true strength all this time. The fact Diane beat him so easily was a testament to Diane's strength, not a dampening of his own. However, others didn't know this, and Donari wasn't one to make excuses for himself. All he did was sneer and wait for Diane's age test, almost as if to say, "You only beat me because you had more time to cultivate." Diane didn't bother with Donari's gloating appearance. Instead, he was thinking about something else. According to his knowledge, his home universe had about the same expectations for age and cultivation. It was only those with outstanding constitutions who broke through that mold and entered the essence gathering stage around the age of 20 or 30. In all likelihood, soul-rending peak might have a couple individuals like that, but greatly dampened. After all, according to Diane's understanding,
This universe didn't have anyone with God-level constitutions. After Donari went, many other young geniuses stepped up, not to be outdone. Many of them were between 150 and 180 years old. This seemed like a sweet spot for young geniuses and was also a good mixture of power, experience in addition to youth. However, seeing this, Diane also understood why this quadrant had such poor rankings. The trial's difficulties were chosen based on age, not cultivation. The fact they didn't reach the high levels of essence gathering until they were well past a century-old explained why the Duke stages were pretty much their cap. 118 years old, passed. At this point, the elder actually smiled lightly. The string of talent was clearly better than he expected. No one even noticed that it was finally Diane's turn. They were all clamoring about the 118-year-old who was also at the 10th essence gathering stage. Clearly, he was even more talented Donari's elder brother. Even better, he was from an unknown family. Imagine that, a commoner making it so far alone. Suddenly, the stuttering of the elder cut through all the noise. TW. 32 years old. Donari felt as though his world had shattered as he stared at the sphere Diane's hand rested on, as though he was hoping the number would change. When Diane had fallen into his coma, he was only just barely a step away from 19 years old. After he awoke, only a year and a few months had passed. Then, he entered his trial where he spent 12 years and an extra few months. After his 4-month break with his wives, he was still only 32 years old. By this point, all eyes were on Diane. Before, they had looked down on him for being a mere first-stage essence gatherer. But, if a 32-year-old capable of stepping into such a stage wasn't worthy of being a core disciple of a branch sect, then who was? Even Elder Nova began to look at Diane oddly. Of all the people here, he likely had the best idea of Diane's true strength. That was because when he quickly destroyed the soul contract, he had seen Diane's eyes easily tracking his movements. He was already prepared for Diane's age to cause him to be disqualified. Who would know that he was the most qualified person here? After seeing this, many people started coming up with excuses. Maybe Diane had ruined his foundation by stepping into the essence gathering stage too early? Many of the greater geniuses like Donari and his elder brother, and even the commoner genius, waited until they reached the 10th meridian formation stage. Some even waited until the 11th before progressing. If Diane stepped forward earlier, that could be an explanation. However, those from Unseen Peak didn't dare to think this. This was because they had witnessed Diane beat Donari as easily as flipped his hand. Whether it was because of his body cultivation or not, the fact of the matter was that he had the power to do so at such a young age. Even if he stepped forward early, what did it matter? Body cultivation increased your lifespan too. With Diane's results, many couldn't wait for the talent assessment. They needed to see if Diane had the meridian grade talent to back up his age, or if he really did step forward early. That test would explain everything. By the end, the over 5,000 participants had been shaved down to about 3,500. It was now time for the second round to begin. After those not of proper age was weeded out, in order to organize groups, a talent measurement took place. However, the added twist this year was that there would also be a measure of one's title. Under normal circumstances, one would need a special formation unique to the epistemic tower in order to verify someone's title. However, there was another more crude way to do so outside of the tower, and that was to test someone's presence. Or, more accurately, the potential of one's presence. By releasing your presence in full, a special martial art branch crystal is able to gauge its potential for growth into the future. Obviously, someone who completes the Viscount trials and has no chance of completing the Earl trials would have the upper limit potential of fostering a Viscount-level presence. So on and so forth. Obviously, the flaw here was that if someone chose to release only a portion of their presence, the crystal would then only be capable of measuring the potential of that percentage of your presence, and thus underestimate you. However, this wasn't something people worried about. After all, who, during an assessment, would purposefully lower their own results? That aside, the portion of this second round that truly scared people was the test of the soul. Someone's future could be completely ruined simply by having soul cultivation abilities a bit above average. Sometimes, those of the commoner class chose to not participate in these assessments at all just to avoid the possibility. What many knew but didn't dare to voice was the fact that there were often members of outstanding families who had great soul talent. However, they had the capital to buy talent-testing crystals for themselves. So, when they gave birth to a child with such capabilities, they would purposefully injure their child's soul, thereby ruining their soul talent, but also saving their lives. Many had already forgotten why this taboo on soul talent existed, and even fewer understood why even children weren't spared by such cruelty. However, this was the reality of their quadrant. This assessment was far quicker. The vast majority of those who went up had 8th grade meridians and no title at all. However, this was to be expected. Usually, only the best of the best would survive the trials of the tower anyway, which was why it was so sad that 253-year-old lost the right to participate. At this moment, a lanky young woman stepped up. Her eyes continuously darted around as she went through her first 2 tests. However, no one thought much of it. After all commoners who made it to this point were nervous beyond belief. Unlike their noble counterparts, they had no idea what their soul talent was. Everyone had a soft spot for commoners who had such courage. To know that you were very likely risking your life, but doing so anyway to fight for a better future for yourself. Who wouldn't sympathize with a story like that? So, every time a nervous commoner stepped up, the arena would fall into silence, as though everyone was secretly rooting for him or her. The young lady went through her first 2 tests. 5th grade meridians. The eyes of the elder lit up. Such talent was simply amazing. No wonder she made it so far despite not having any resources. Marquee potential. The family of the young lady was ecstatic when they heard this, but they forced themselves to keep calm, nervously holding onto each other's hands as their young family nervously walked to the final crystal. Her hand shook violently, unable to bring herself to touch it. Her breathing was ragged, but she clenched her teeth in the end. She didn't want to spend the rest of her life in poverty. With her talent, she could slowly work her way up, maybe even become a core disciple one day. I can do this, she mumbled to herself. She lost count of how many meals she had missed in her lifetime, scrounging up all of her own resources for cultivation, not wanting to burden her family. 220 years she spent, struggling to the point where she finally stepped into the 7th essence gathering stage. This was her time. She'd be able to fight for a better future. Not only for herself, but also her family, her mother, her father, her little brother. Finally, she clamped her hand downward, steeling her resolve. The elder calmly looked downward, staring into the depths of the crystal. However, his calm expression slowly turned cold in the next moments, even as the candidate's face paled. Mid-second stage innate soul. Take her away. A cold voice rang out. No! A family in the stands cried outward, unable to accept this news. It had to be a dream, they must have heard wrong. Tears streamed down the candidate's face, however. Unlike those taken away for being too old, she didn't struggle. It seemed that she didn't even notice the metal cuffs strapped to her wrists and legs, like she didn't even realize this would be the last time she saw the light of day. At this moment, anyone within several hundred meters of Diane felt an uncontrollable fear overwhelm them. Diane's eyes reddened even as veins pulsing with golden blood charged through his body. He was pissed. Diane began to walk. He didn't speak at all, but even the golden-robed elder couldn't find the courage to stop him. Elder Nova wanted to reach out, but he too was feeling a deep-rooted fear, as though Diane's entire body was exuding an aura that would kill anyone who tried to stop him. He had personally witnessed the struggle between the cathedral and the Jafari family. Not many understood or even knew such an event happened, but with his strength, he knew the secrets of this quadrant long ago. The Jafari family themselves were a family of soul-talented individuals, although they couldn't match up to Diane, who in the cosmos could. It was because of this talent that they mastered such difficult wills such as darkness and time. It was to their benefit. But, for too long, they were forced to cripple their children at birth, hindering their growth into the future, all for the sake of not angering the cathedral. The cruelty of ripping away a part of your child's soul was more than you could imagine. Yet it was something they were forced to do in order to survive. There was no choice about it. Dian leaped into the air and landed before the grieving family. When many saw his killing intent and his destination, they thought that he was going to kill this family. After all, it wasn't a rare occurrence. Oftentimes, the family members of those with soul talent would be ostracized, bullied, and eventually found dead. Sometimes, the cathedral would even come to personally check the soul talent of siblings of the offender, just to see if this talent was passed on. However, Dian did nothing of the sort. He looked from the grieving mother and the crying little boy before his eyes rested on a lanky father with bags of purple and red under his eyes. Their constitutions were all weak, and it was clear that it was only a stroke of heaven's luck that their daughter was so talented. But Dian knew that others wouldn't see it this way. Dian lowered his head. "I'm sorry." He knew he had the power to save their daughter. In fact, it would be easy beyond compare for him. It was eating him up on the inside that he knew, for the greater good, he could not do so. If he saved their one daughter now, what about the other millions of sons and daughters that were already taken away? Were they already dead? And even if they were, how could Dian get true justice for them unless he got to the bottom of this? The father, who was protecting his family behind his back, was stunned by Dian's words. He had never expected such a thing. In fact, he was racking his mind, trying to find a way to get what remained of his family out of here safely. "I can't save her now, but I will." Dian didn't hide his voice. Instead, he took a spatial ring out of his and discreetly filled it with something things before leading the family down to the 5 teleportation stations. Dian looked coldly at the members of Unseen Peak that still stood there. "Move!" No one dared to disobey Dian's words, and even less understood where he got the bravery to so blatantly say that he would save someone seen as a criminal by the cathedral. But his aura right now was so murderous, no one dared to refute him. Dian stood at the edge of the teleportation platform while the family looked down at him. "Don't worry. They may think they know where the destination of this formation sends them, but they don't. Live well and live quietly. I'll let you see your daughter soon." With a flash, the family disappeared just as muffled thank yous reached Dian's ears. Dian turned back as though nothing had happened. His murderous aura was now much more restrained, but anyone could see that he was still pissed. At this point, the golden-robed elder realized his prestige was being challenged. Now that Dian had restrained himself, the pressure on the elder's chest had suddenly been lifted. He felt his face redden. He had really been afraid of an essence stage brat? Even if he was only 32 years old, that only meant he had future potential. It had nothing to do with his current strength. "Do you know what you've just done?" The elder sent a piercing gaze toward Dian. "Listen." Dian's voice cut through the elders. "It's best for everyone that we continue along with this assessment. I'm sure Soul-Rending Peak and the cathedral don't want to be seen policing the words of its people, now do they? If you want to vent your anger, do it the way anyone else of your stature would, and use underhanded means to undermine my position." The elder's frown deepened. He had never been spoken to by a member of the younger generation in this way. "Esteemed elder." Elder Nova stepped forward. "This child is a member of the Jafari family and has only just come back. Although he is young and hot-blooded, he actually hasn't broken any rules. At most, he's guilty of having a glib tongue and giving false promises. I believe we can continue without any issues. No? A single commoner family is of no consequence." The golden-robed elder almost sighed in relief now that Elder Nova had given him a way out. But when he and the crowd realized that the name Jafari was thrown out, a shocked stupor overwhelmed them all. However, the golden-robed elder knew that he had no choice but to give Elder Nova face. Although many might not know, he did. Elder Nova wasn't to be taken lightly, so the elder harumphed before continuing on. "Next. What do you think, Roll? Asina spoke softly. Both her and Roll had entered the crowd of the Colosseum, hoping to find a hiding spot before the big league of the Soul-Rending Peak and the cathedral arrived. If they were spotted by Lilith, there would be trouble. That isn't a killing intent that should be in this quadrant.
Even Lilith's presence can't match up to his. Although he hasn't released it, and Lilith has yet to train her presence with the tower, I'm certain. In fact, I'm even more certain that he will fake his results soon. You're talking about boring things. Asina snorted. Isn't he also ridiculously handsome? I haven't seen a man like this even in my elven clan. Roll blushed. After all, she was still only 17 years old, and they were talking about a man twice her age. She wasn't at the point where she could ignore age differences yet, nor was she well versed in the world of men and women. Stop joking around. Is he really the one you sensed? Asina nodded. I had expected him to be a woman because that was what I sensed. Who would have known that I only sensed that because he had actually taken a little princess's primordial een? What a womanizer! Although Asina said these words, her eyes were brimming over with lust. Why would you want such a weak man? He's already 29 and is only of the essence gathering stage. Ha! Asina laughed. This is how I know he's spellbound you. With how intelligent you are, how could you say something so stupid? You should know that the younger generation of the Tower Quadrants can't be measured like we are. Some of their most talented individuals spend decades, if not centuries, within their trial worlds. So of course their cultivation is slower than us in the beginning. I suspect that he's already entered his trial world, which is why his cultivation is so slow. However, that's not the most interesting part about him. If Diane was listening to this conversation now, he would be stunned. Asina's perception was spot on, but it wasn't only that. Her sensory abilities were off the charts. It was clear that her elven clan heavily specialized in the soul, much like the elven kingdom did. In fact, Asina was among the rare breed that included Diane and Clara, who actually had higher soul cultivation than energy cultivation. What else? Roll asked. I can't sense a soul inside him at all. Yet, just now, when he used the teleportation array, I'm 60% certain that he altered the location symbols of the array to send the family to a different location. But I have no idea how he did it. That array is too high level for even me to manipulate so easily. What? Roll couldn't help but cover her little mouth in shock. One had to know that Asina was already a 10th stage Grandmaster formation expert. For a young man only 13 years older than her to be so much better, it was mind-boggling. Wait, but you said you can't sense his soul? What does that mean? It means that either his soul is blocked or sealed by some sort of odd technique or treasure, or his soul is too much more powerful than mine for me to sense it. Asina explained slowly. Also, his body. Asina inadvertently wiped her nose, double and triple checked to make sure no blood was running down it. Roll didn't seem to notice this oddity. Or, more accurately, she didn't understand the double meaning behind that action. What about his body? It's very, Asina gulped, powerful. Seeing that Asina had turned into some love-crazed teenage girl, Roll lightly pulled her long brunette hair to get her to snap out of it. Asina cleared her throat. I mean, I can't accurately sense how powerful his body is. As you know, that's an advantage of body cultivators. But your senses should be high enough to see through it, unless his body is stronger than my senses are, which seems to be the case. Roll breathed out. This is a big matter. He's a variable we shouldn't have to deal with according to reports, yet he's here. Not only is he here, he's noticed us long ago. Asina fixed her hair as though she was getting ready for a date. Didn't you see how his eyes lingered on my body for so long? Do you think he likes me? Roll rolled her eyes. The only reason no man dares to look at you is because of all that murder lingering around you. Since he dares to look, it's only because he has the presence to counteract it. If you stopped going around like this, there wouldn't be a single man without his eyes on you. Plus, we're behind a concealment array. He can't see you, genius. Asina snorted. If you can't deal with a little killing intent, are you even a man? You're a virgin, yet you're still such a pervert. Does anything in this world make sense? Hey, don't go spreading that around. Asina covered the little girl's mouth as though she was saying something blasphemous. Either way, this is good. Now we can justify ourselves to Lilith when we're found out. Asina grinned.
I just thought of a really good idea. What? I'm going to be his sparring partner. Diane had felt that there was a pair of eyes on him for a long while, but every time he looked, he saw nothing. With his presence, he knew there must be someone in that space. But without his soul, he couldn't figure out exactly what. Although it made him feel uncomfortable, he didn't sense that the gaze had any ill intentions despite raking his body over so often. He felt like he was a woman being catcalled on the street for some odd reason. In any case, he wasn't in the mood to care about being watched. Since someone wanted to monitor him, they could fully witness just how pissed off he was. That said, if Diane knew just what Asina had figured out just by observing him for a bit, he would be surprised beyond belief. Not many were considered to be talented in soul cultivation, and even among those that were, senses as sharp as Asina's, and at such a young age at that, were even rarer. From Diane's previous knowledge, the only person he knew capable of seeing through the primordial eons he had within him was his grand teacher. The same was true for the number of people who realized that his soul was sealed. Such senses was completely inexplicable. The truth of the matter was that although Asina was only a 10th stage grandmaster, her soul had recently broken into the celestial stage, allowing her to cultivate her divine sense. As such, the sharpness of her perception far exceeded what Diane was used to dealing with. If it wasn't for the fact that Diane's own perception was so sharp and he could feel himself being observed, without his soul, it would have been completely impossible for him to notice Asina at all. Unfortunately, this was what Asina noticed as well. If Diane's soul was really so much more powerful than her own, then that should mean that Diane would have seen through their concealment array long ago. Yet Diane clearly hadn't. This left only one explanation. Diane's soul was sealed. With just a few minutes of observation, Asina had broken through one of Diane's most tightly held secrets, and Diane had not a single clue. 4th grade meridians. The golden-robed elder's excited voice seemed to make him forget Diane's previous slander. It might seem as though soul-rending peak was unmatched in the 98th quadrant, but it seemed that even they had something to worry about, or else this elder wouldn't be so happy about finding such good talents. By all logic, an elder forced to oversee such a mundane event would be disgruntled. However, this elder seemed to take pleasure in finding diamonds in the rough. It was truly odd. Following this, a string of 5th and 4th grade geniuses were called up, many of which were the core disciples of the various branch peaks. When the supervising judges thought about what it would mean if these 4th grade geniuses had a drop of Diane's honey, they almost trembled with excitement. It seems we won't have another 3rd grade genius this year. The crowd sighed. Hold on, that Jafari boy hasn't gone yet. He's only 29 years old. He must have a 3rd grade set of meridians. The crowd clamored as Diane walked up to take his test. Clearly, they were excited to see a legendary 3rd grade talent. Everyone knew that although there was only a single number difference between the 4th and 3rd grades, the power and talent difference was like the difference between heaven and earth. The 3rd grade onward was the threshold where meridians would be robust enough to handle tempering with gamma energy. Before that threshold, geniuses had no choice but to temper their meridians with wills, one by one. Back in Focus Academy, Diane could remember how proud geniuses who tempered their meridians with 2 or more wills were. Obviously, the more wills you were capable of withstanding, the better your future would be. Usually, 9th grade talents would barely be able to handle 1 will, while 4th grade talents could handle 10 or more. However, while this gave 4th grade talents a massive talent and future prospects advantage as compared to lower grade talent, in the face of a 3rd grade talent, they wouldn't be able to hold a candle to them. Just think about the difference between being tempered with a mere 10 wills versus being tempered with all of the wills in existence. The gap between them was so astronomical that it wasn't even worth mentioning. Of course, 3rd grade talents had their limits as compared to 2ND, 1ST, and true deity level talents. However, if the scope was purely limited to the meridian formation stage, those differences would be negligible. Meaning, when it came to tempering meridians at the meridian formation stage, 3rd grade talents were just as impressive as their more talented counterparts. With all of this said, it was clear what significance a 3rd grade talent had. However, in the entire 98th quadrant, they didn't have a single one in the younger generation. Diane stepped to the golden-robed elder casually. not showing the same nervousness as the other candidates. It was as though this assessment had little or nothing to do with him, as though he didn't notice the piercing gaze of the elder. To the golden-robed elder, the only reason Diane would be so sympathetic to the fallen soul cultivation genius was because he too was one. If you think you can hide behind your Jafari name to escape punishment for being a soul cultivation deviant, I have some bad news for you. The elder sneered inwardly. Diane raised his hand to the talent crystal, placing his hand down. The crowd was on the tips of its toes, all vying for a better position and projecting out their ears as though they might miss the result. When the elder saw the result, he was stunned for a bit before his disdain deepened. 7th grade meridians. The crowd was stunned for a bit, as though they must have heard incorrectly. This didn't make any sense. At that point, everyone remembered Diane's Jade Queen Bee Honey. If he was only at the 7th grade now, didn't that mean he was only at the 8th grade before? Maybe even worse, maybe he was only born as a 9th grade talent. To think he would waste heaven's treasures on such poor talent. Someone in the crowd lamented. Even if he had only taken a single drop of that honey, that could have been used to create another 3rd grade warrior. Ridiculously selfish. Someone else agreed. If he wasn't so greedy, our quadrant could have finally risen up from the dregs of the rankings. Even a single extra drop could have created another heaven-defying genius. The crowd inadvertently began to boo. To them, it was as though the things Diane worked for, the things he earned, should be owned by them as a collective. Since his last name was Jafari, this was his home quadrant. How could he not have more thoughtfulness? Truthfully speaking, Diane didn't hide anything. His meridians were still a step away from entering the 6th grade, but he was currently still at the 7th grade. Faking this was just as hard as faking his age. Even if his energy cultivation was sealed, meridians weren't like the soul. They were a tangible part of the body. Although they were being used as the foundation for his inner world, they were, fundamentally, still a part of his body. Diane didn't mind the words and only casually stepped toward the title test. To think that you'd make such a bet with me while only being a mere 7th grade talent. Donari's elder brother laughed as though he was seeing the funniest thing in the world. Truly a waste of heaven's treasures. Aren't you scared of being struck down for your overblown arrogance? As a member of the Keats family, he had been tested to have 5th grade meridians, while Donari himself had 4th grade meridians. It was no wonder he was so arrogant. If he won this bet, he would finally be at the same stage as his younger brother, and if he monopolized all 100 drops, there was even a chance he could step into the legendary 3rd grade stage and lead their quadrant to untold glory. Is there a need for this? The golden-robed elder spoke blandly. No title. Move on to the soul talent test and show some thought for those around you for once and stop wasting our time. Diane's hand paused over the presence test before he looked up at the elder standing before him. Wasting time? The tests took a split second at most. He wasted more time stalling Diane than Diane would have taken the test. There should probably be a limit to bias, shouldn't there? However, the elder didn't see it this way. As he saw it before this, he had to be careful in case Diane was an outstanding talent. He was a mere outer sect elder. If he offended a future inner or core elder, he wouldn't be able to raise his head ever again. But, now that he saw Diane's talent was only of the 7th grade, what did he have to fear? Such a talent wouldn't even be able to become an elder at all. At most they would become a pavilion caretaker. He could treat people like that however he wanted. Even better, considering Diane's age and cultivation, he might not even make it into the sect at all. What did he had to worry about? The boos of the crowd grew, as though the words of the elder only fueled them further. The only ones who said nothing were those of the unseen peak. After seeing Diane so easily destroy Donari, and seeing the fact he was only 32, they understood something clearly. Even if Diane had poor talent in energy cultivation, his body cultivation talent was so outstanding that he could already stand near the top of the younger generation at the tender age of 32. They weren't so stupid as to ride the wave the golden-robed elder and the crowd was on. In the cultivation world, as long as one had talent in one path, it could easily make up for the others. For example, if Diane had body cultivation far exceeding those of his age, then he entered the tower,
The rewards he received would be able to boost his energy cultivation to the level he was at now. The same would be true if he was talented in energy cultivation, but not body cultivation. Diane's eyes met the golden-robed elders. I'm far too bored to deal with you. I just hope you can justify yourself to your superiors. My superiors? Why would they care for such a talentless youth with eyes placed on top of his head? The elder sneered. As your elder, it is my duty to inform you that one must know when to lower themselves and show respect. Even if you were talented, that would be necessary, let alone the fact that you aren't. Diane smiled. And when I need the advice of a mere outer sect elder, I'll be sure to let you know. The golden-robed elder's features twisted and contorted, his muscles bulging as he weighed the pros and cons of slapping this youth to death right now. However, in the time he was thinking, Diane's hand landed on the crystal and a radiant light erupted and covered the Colosseum in such a strong presence that many felt their knees go weak. In the moment, the 98th quadrant had witnessed something for the first time, the presence of a king. The presence measuring crystal cracked, allowing spiderwebs of damage to race along its surface before it burst into a cloud of dust. The golden-robed elder trembled where he stood. Although the crowd might not know, he knew what the meaning was behind the crystal shattering. Since the methods for testing titles was imperfect outside of the epistemic tower, it was obviously much harder to test those with higher potential. For a mere 98th quadrant, their best materials could only test to the Marquis level. Even those who were on the borderline between Marquis and Duke would cause the crystal to shatter. For example, their current legatees would cause the crystal to shatter. However, this was a massive problem. Even for those legatees, the time it would take for the crystal to shatter was at least double if not triple the time it took for Diane to cause it to do the same action. By all rights, this meant that Diane's title potential far exceeded that of their legatees. No one even noticed when Diane walked over the soul crystal and placed his hand down. It was only after he stood there for more than 10 seconds without it showing a reaction that the golden-robed elder finally reacted. And no innate soul passed. It was only now that those of the unseen peak sucked in a breath. It seemed Diane didn't lie about being a duke, or else he would have never achieved these test results. Diane's voice interrupted. Does that mean your first assessment of my title potential was correct? After all, you did say no title out loud. Could it be that crystals shatter for those with no title? The golden-robed elder ground his teeth. Duke potential. Passed. Donari's elder brother couldn't understand. How could someone with 7th grade talent have better potential than he did? It didn't make any sense. In the crowd, behind the concealment array, Asina and Roll were just as surprised. After being highly disappointed by Diane's meridian grade, Asina had even thought of leaving. Although it was true that other talents could make up for it, there was a reason energy cultivation was seen as the main path. It simply had the best returns of any of the other paths, so of course it was. By all rights, a 32-year-old who had entered the trials shouldn't be able to make it to the essence gathering stage with mere 7th grade meridians. Roll muttered. Also, assuming the honey he has was a reward for his trials, it makes even less sense. Asina added. Before, Asina thought that Diane had entered the tower around 10 years old. This would give him about 20 years in his trials, and would also mean that he had already reached the first essence gathering stage at 10. However, such a thing was impossible for a person with 7th grade meridians, let alone the fact Diane's original set of meridians should have been far worse than that. This crumbled Asina's whole theory and made her look down on Diane slightly. If it wasn't for the fact he was a formation expert and had a powerful body, Asina would have already lost all interest. As one could see, her standards were quite high. Lilith should be coming with the core disciples of Soul Rending Peak soon, since the preliminary rounds are almost finished. We should decide whether it's worth it to stay or not now. Roll reminded. Asina frowned, unsure of what to do. Before, they were sure that Diane was a major variable and they could use that as justification to stay. However, now Diane's poor talent had thrown a wrench in that. In the end, the only way Asina could make certain that Diane was as much of a threat as she thought was by fighting him. But in order to fight him, she would have to wait for Lilith to arrive. It was truly a problem. Fuck it.
Asina snorted. What's the worst she can do to us? Look, Asina pointed. They're here already anyway. Let's go meet up with them. The first 2 rounds came to an end and the groups for the third were being quickly arranged. For now, all 2,500 or so eligible participants stood in an organized formation with core disciples of the branch sects standing at the front and the miscellaneous participants standing behind them. Of course, Unseen Peak and Slaughter Peak took front stage as the 2 most powerful peaks with Dian and Donari's elder brother at the very front. This surprised many people because it only meant one thing. Unseen Peak had already conceded that Dian was the most powerful among them. At this moment, Donari's elder brother finally felt some pressure. He didn't even remotely have the right to bet his family's heaven stage technique. What if he lost? As for Dian, he hardly cared. To him, there was exactly a 0% chance of him losing. He hadn't even bothered to learn the name of his opponent, constantly calling him Donari's elder brother this entire time. However, before Donari's elder brother could sweat it out anymore, a blinding flash of light appeared in the sky near an empty platform that stood high in the sky. The elders have arrived. The crowd started to get excited. This was always a rare event for them. It truly wasn't often they saw such entities. They should have brought the challenging disciples too. Do you think we'll see the legatees? In that moment, the lights faded and the observing crowd was stunned into complete silence as 4 mind-numbing beauties appeared, standing before a crowd of 100 or so soul-rending peak disciples. There wasn't a single drop of noise left in the crowd. When had they ever seen beauties of this caliber? It was no wonder they had practically lost their minds. The first was an adorable little girl, and although no one had the heart to sexualize her, it was clear that once she grew up, her own beauty would easily rival that of the other 3. Everything from her bob-cut hair, to her bangs, to her red dress screamed pure and stainless. She was truly someone anyone would be willing to protect with their lives. The second was a fiery woman no one dared to look at for too long. She had delicate chocolate skin, and oddly long and sharp ears with mini skulls hanging from them. Despite exposing so much skin, her killing intent was so strong that no one dared to sexualize her either. However, the final 2 women were the 2 that truly took the breath of the crowd away. One wore a long white gown, with skin so delicate and pale that it seemed carved out of the purest ice. Her long white hair gently graced the long hem of her gown, easily reaching down past her ankles. She dressed very conservatively, leaving only the tips of her fingers and her neck up as the only skin she exposed. The rest was completely covered, but could hardly hide the exquisiteness of her figure. The final beauty had a mature air none of the previous 3 had. It was clear that she was much older than them and had the experience and sensual awareness to captivate a crowd. She wore a flowing golden dress that was reminiscent of a mage's robe. Her hair was golden and just as long as the white gown beauties, losing out in no way. Her eyes had opal stone quality to them, swirling with natural greens, blues, and violets. She was truly enrapturing. The first 3 beauties were, of course, Roll, Asina, and Lilith. However, the fourth held a position in much esteem to Planet Cathedral's residents. She was the vice head of soul-rending peak, Evangeline Moon. While no one else dared to look, each one of them lowering their heads as a show of respect, Dian's eyes brightened as he scanned the 4 beauties. He had always been one to appreciate beauties, but his standards had been raised almost too high by his wives. It resulted in him usually ignoring beauties who he might have used to drool over. But even in comparison to his wives, the white and golden-haired beauties lost out in no way, while the dark elf and little girl only had to mature a bit more before they reached such a stage. This was a rare bounty indeed. What interested Dian even more was how powerful these women were. Even more so, he was shocked to sense an elven bloodline in the scantily dressed girl with the massive spear strapped to her back. The little girl was actually already a saint, but she couldn't have been more than 16 or 17. The dark elf was only a step away from stepping into the ranks of a high-level saint. The white-haired beauty was actually a peak-level saint despite only being about 20 or 21 years old. As for the golden-haired beauty, Dian actually couldn't see through her.
The reason Dian was so certain of the ages of the first three without his soul to sense their life essence was because they still had room to mature. Although cultivation could stop aging, that would only be when a person reached the age of about 22 to 25 years old. That's when maturing would stop. However, these girls looked even younger than that, which meant they hadn't reached that threshold yet. This meant only one of two things. Either they practiced an odd technique that made them look younger than they or were part of a race that aged slower than other, and the other explanation was that they were actually only that old. As for the golden-haired beauty, she looked somewhere between 22 and 25, which meant without his soul, it was impossible to tell how old she was. Because Dian was the only one with his head looking up into the sky, and the fact he was standing at the front of the candidates for acceptance into soul-rending peak, his actions were very obvious to those standing in the sky. The Evangeline smiled lightly when she saw Dian's lit-up gaze, trying to hide the shock she felt as she scanned him. She was well liked by the general public because of her philanthropic work, so no one expected her to get angry by Dian disrespect. As a result, one of the disciples standing behind her seemed to want to step forward to protect their sex beauty from the scoundrel below them. However, before he could say anything, the gentle voice of Evangeline spoke out. "Little brother, what's your name?" Seeing their goddess speak to a mere mortal so easily, the core, inner and outer disciples behind the four beauties felt their insides turn green, but they didn't dare to say anything. Dian was also a bit stunned. He wasn't expecting such a thing to occur, but he smiled and answered simply, "My name is Dian." Dian chose to purposefully leave his fake last name out. Something in his heart was imploring him not to lie to this woman, as though she deserved his truth. The golden-haired beauty faintly trembled at Dian's response. Although this action wasn't caught by anyone, it still caused confusion in Dian. How could he miss something like that with his level of perception? Just what had this woman figured out from such a simple answer? However, Evangeline recovered quite easily. As for what she realized from Dian's response, no one but her knew. "I see. I hope you'll perform well then," she responded gently, before smiling a smile that lit up the whole arena. "Let's begin then, shall we?" Since Dian couldn't figure out what it was about him that caused the soul-rending peak elder to be so surprised, he let it be. He wasn't a fan of making conjectures when he didn't have enough evidence to do so. Doing something like that would be akin to putting on blinders that might cause you to miss the truth when you truly came across it. Instead, Dian casually studied the white-haired beauty along with the dark elf. He was the most interested in Xianxia because he could feel something inside himself throbbing with recognition. Considering Dian's wife was an elven princess, it wasn't hard to guess what it was. But there was another possibility. The ancient elven manifestation techniques were actually a method of altering your bloodline into an elven one. Could it be that this elf was from one of the three ancient elven clans? Obviously, she wasn't from the Acacia family, but that still left two other possibilities. Either way, Dian knew something else. This was definitely the woman who was observing him earlier, and since he could sense her, she could definitely sense him. This just got a little more complicated. Who are these girls and why are they here? Their talent would be enough to stand at the peak of even the top 3 quadrants, let alone this poor 98th ranked one. In the skies, Lilith pretended to not notice Dian at all. When Roll and Xianxia came to find her, she had assumed they were speaking nonsense just to defy her orders. However, seeing what they were talking about firsthand let Lilith know that there was more to this young man than what met the eye. In her life, there were very few men who dared to leer at her, and in her experience, they were all the best of best geniuses. In the martial world, powerful women weren't so easily pursued. Without the proper power to do so, one would simply be running into their deaths. So, to Lilith, the fact that Dian's head was the only one looking up meant one of two things. Either he was incredibly stupid or incredibly strong. Now, if Xianxia's analysis was correct, Lilith might tend toward believing the latter. However, the question was, strong in relation to what? Dian might have an overblown ego, enough to foster a presence that allowed him to believe he stood on equal footing with the 4 of them, but whether or not that was actually true was another matter entirely. After all, the competition in the 98th quadrant, or the supposed 74th quadrant he originated from, wasn't exactly fierce.
In the end, this meant little to Lilith. Although Asina and roll speculations were enough to cause her to raise an eyebrow, from what Lilith could tell, this young man didn't have enough power to defeat Asina even while she was suppressed, let alone enough to disrupt their plans. That said, Lilith still decided to take this a bit seriously. She had been given a very important task by her Nightmare Palace and her royal father. In these circumstances, she couldn't allow underestimation to be the reason why their plans failed. So, when Asina came begging and pleading to be allowed to fight Dian, she directly agreed. If Dian didn't place first, he would hardly be worth their time. If he did place first but couldn't defeat Asina, he still wouldn't be worth their time. It was as simple as that. As for Evangeline's interest in the young man, Lilith didn't think twice about it. After spending that past couple weeks with the woman, Lilith had come to understand her personality. She was simply kind to everyone. In all likelihood, she probably naively spoke to Dian in order to stop those rowdy disciples behind them from attacking him directly. This made Lilith slightly disdain Evangeline. She simply didn't believe that a woman should be so soft and kind-hearted, nor so devoted to the strictly written stereotypes of their gender. Lilith had always been cold and ruthless, just like her father before her. Being soft was just asking to get taken advantage of. As Lilith was thinking to herself, their seats were arranged. Seeing that the organization had concluded below, Evangeline took this moment to speak a few words. "I'm happy to see so many willing participants this year." She smiled lightly. "On behalf of the soul-rending Peak Master, I want to take this opportunity to apologize to you all." The crowd was shocked by her words and began to murmur amongst themselves. Apologize? For what? Without prior deliberation, we unilaterally changed the rules of this assessment. This isn't usually how my soul-rending peak would do things, but I believe you all deserve some compensation for the trouble we've put you through. With the power given me as the Vice Master of Soul-Rending Peak, I would like to formally double the size of disciples that will be accepted this year. When the participants heard this, they were overwhelmed with joy. Evangeline was truly the goddess of their 98th quadrant. "We'll be taking 180 outer disciples instead of 90, 18 inner disciples instead of 9, and 2 core disciples instead of 1. I would also like to extend those who will unfortunately be unable to take part in this provision an extra attempt at joining my soul-rending peak. Usually one would only be allowed 3, but I've decided to strike this from your attempt total, thus effectively giving you 4. I wish you all the best of luck." After the jubilation of Vice Master Evangeline's words died down, Dian found himself standing at the edge of a platform, standing in line with 9 other individuals. They had been split into 256 groups of about 9 or 10 each. The goal was to end with a single winner, while the only rule was that any victor had to have been, in whole or in part, responsible for the disqualification of at least 3 other participants. The reasoning was fairly obvious. They wanted an easily usable elimination pool. After the first elimination of the 4th round, the round following this one, those 128 eliminated participants would fight it out for the 72 remaining outer disciple spots. Because of Evangeline's rule change, it was no longer possible to have all groups occurring at once. So, for the sake of entertainment, that happened in groups of 10. Whether by coincidence or design, Dian's group wouldn't be going until the final 6 remained. At some time, Violet had made her way to the group of core disciples behind Evangeline and the 3 beauties. Much to the added anger of those disciples, her eyes, along with Asina's, seemed to never leave Dian, as though they were determined to examine his every movement. What made things worse was that Evangeline would often look over as well. If it wasn't for Roll's shyness and Lilith's aloofness, they would probably be looking too. Neither the participants, nor the crowd, nor the disciples understood just what was so great about Dian's character. Of course, that was only the men. The women could very clearly understand. Although many of them were disappointed after Dian's 7th grade talent reveal since a weak handsome man meant nothing in the martial world after seeing his title potential, the matter had changed entirely. Suddenly, Dian's appearance and his future prospects perfectly aligned with one another. That said, this had nothing to do with why Lilith and Evangeline were interested in Dian. Lilith was only concerned about the threat Diane posed, and although he was among the most handsome men she had ever seen, that had no effect on her heart at all. As for Evangeline, although her thoughts were unknown, it was certain that an elder of her stature, especially after living so long, would never see a junior in such a light. The only exceptions were Asina and Violet, who very clearly had something that made Diane's lust light on fire in their eyes. However, he tried his best to temper it down. He didn't like the idea of his body ruling his mind, but, without his soul, it was becoming more and more difficult to rein himself in. When Diane thought back to the pain he put Ri in just to satisfy his own lust, he became pissed off with himself again. Coupled with how angry he was about that girl who got taken away for her sole talent, and no one was too eager to stand within his vicinity. As the crowd and Diane thought about these various things, the battles had already gotten underway. Group battles, without needing to say much, were quite chaotic. Oftentimes, there would be a single most powerful participant that would either be avoided or attacked all at once. It wasn't too rare for participants to either lament their luck or bask in their good fortune. As for Diane's group, most of them were 7th stage essence gatherers with 2 of the 8th stage and 1 of the 9th. His group wasn't overly powerful or overly weak. It seemed the golden-robed elder no longer dared to make things too difficult for him. In the distance, the legatees of the branch peaks gathered, leisurely talking and commenting while mingling with the disciples of the unseen peak. As legatees, they, of course, had enough status to warrant the respect of those disciples. After all, even the legatees of branch sects had high status, all of them were marquis. Nikolaus, what's the deal with this Diane character? Is he truly from your unseen peak? The legatee of Gliding Peak casually asked. Furrowing his eyebrows, Nikolaus sent a quick glance toward Diane before turning back. I'm not sure. He shouldn't be underestimated, but I have no idea how powerful he is. I would have never guessed his talent was so poor. You mean that you've seen evidence that should say otherwise? At this point, many of the disciples around perked their ears up to listen in. Lilith, the 3 beauties, were no exception. Nikolaus truly didn't know how to answer. Many here were already eager to cut Diane down a peg because of the attention their goddess gave him. But Nikolaus knew that dealing with Diane wasn't a simple matter. However, he was struggling with his own pride as well. If he lied, he would keep his prestige as a legatee for the time being. But, once Diane proved him wrong, wouldn't he be slapping his own face? Seeing Nikolaus struggle, many were confused. What was so complicated about the questions they were asking? In the end, Nikolaus sighed. He's a member of the Jafari family. Their younger generation was never weak. Judging him based on what you see is a mistake. There's a reason why even the little devil of the Keeds family, the very same boy who doesn't even care to anger his family head, is so docile before him. They were stunned by Nikolaus' words, but when they saw the seriousness of his features, they had to accept it. At this point, many began to ponder. Everyone knew how unruly Donari was. He was so talented that his own father didn't dare to reprimand him. In the end, Donari ended up leaving his home to forge his own path forward, and the Keats family could only accept it. Yet, everyone could see that Donari allowed Diane to stand in front of him when they all arrived. What did this mean? Was Donari not as powerful as they assumed? Almost as if to answer the question from above, Donari's group stepped onto the platform to begin their bout. Much like Diane, Donari had the weakest cultivation of his group, only being at the 4th essence gathering stage. However, unlike Diane, no one looked down on him for this. They were far too familiar with Donari's exploits, not to mention the fact that Donari had one of the highest-ranking Earth constitutions in existence. Donari casually glided downward, looking at his opponents with disdain. They all had stronger cultivation than him, yet he wasn't worried in the least. Just step off now and stop wasting my time. If in the end you all die, it's best you don't blame me. Consider this your one warning. Hearing Donari's words, it was no surprise that his opponents were absolutely livid. They had fought so hard to get this point, not having nearly the same benefits and resources that Donari had. Yet he wanted them to give up without even trying, going as far as to threaten their lives. Even worse, he was younger and weaker than they were. Maybe the most insulting part was that Donari didn't care about offending them all.
Wasn't he scared of them ganging up on him? No matter how talented a person was, they still needed adequate time to grow. Donari was only 87 years old. You should be careful about who you insult, one of the participants said with a darkened expression. Within 100,000 years, everyone in this quadrant will be beneath my feet. Why would I care about insulting you? Donari's voice boomed, causing a dark and red aura to emanate from him. Everyone was stunned by Donari's boldness. In their entire history, as far as they were aware, there had only been a single Dao formation expert. In fact, that person's life or death was completely unknown. By all rights, he might not even be in their 98th quadrant anymore. Yet, a boy of only 87 years old was basically stating that he would be the next. Everyone knew that the upper limit of life for a celestial was only 10,000 years, and even they were abnormally rare here, only to be found within the elders of Soul-Rending Peak and the priests of the cathedral, yet Donari was speaking in terms of 10 times that. His meaning was clear. Arrogant. The participants had had enough. There should be a limit to a person's words and a sense of propriety in what they chose to say. Yet, this boy clearly had no such thing within him. Let's get rid of him first. An 8th stage essence gatherer spoke. Then we can deal with the rest after. Without another word, the 9 of them surged forward as though they had a tacit agreement. In fact, that was exactly the case. They didn't dare to underestimate a genius of the Keats family. Donari's face darkened, glowing with a faint red as his long maroon hair began to violently whip in the air. Taking a step forward, blades forged with red fog appeared in his hand, seeming to be in the form of 2 short sabers. Seeing this, those disciples of the Soul-Rending Peak opened their eyes wide to observe. This was an ability unique to Donari and those who shared his constitution. He was able to give his killing intent a tangible form, allowing it to directly attack the soul of his opponents. This constitution was known as a killer's symphony. It allowed those who were born with it to use their bodies as life-stealing treasures, resulting in an increase in strength for every life taken. At the same time, it was one of the very few constitutions that allowed one to attack with their soul directly. Unfortunately, Donari's ability to use his constitution was reduced by more than 80% at birth. This wasn't his fault, but rather the fault of his parents for crippling his soul. As a person who held such a constitution, it was no question that Donari's soul talent far outweighed that of many who came before him. At first, Donari had no idea about this. It was kept as a secret from him because having such soul talent was a massive taboo. However, as Donari grew, he began to want to know more about his constitution so that he could grow more powerful, and that's exactly what he did. He came to learn that his constitution came in 3 levels. The Earth level, known as a Killer's Symphony, the Heaven level, known as Assassin King's Symphony, and the God level, known as Assassin Emperor's Symphony. Each was more powerful than its predecessor, but also more heavily relied on the soul with each step to condense more and more powerful killing intent. The reason Donari hated his family with all his might was because there was that a Killer's Symphony had a provision that other constitutions did not have, the ability to evolve. However, Donari would never have the opportunity because his soul was crippled. Every time Donari thought about it, every time he realized how the bullshit cathedral cut the path of his future off, and how his bullshit parents didn't have enough backbone to fight for their son, he became more and more angered to the point where he could kill any and everything in sight. Die! Donari's blades swept forward, overwhelming the 9 martial warriors with a killing intent that rose to the heavens. In an instant, 9 heads accompanied by vile fountains of blood shot into the air, stunning the crowd into silence. Those questioning Donari's combat prowess immediately shut up. There was simply nothing to be said. Even his own elder brother had a solemn expression on his face. He had thought that he had been rid of this annoying younger brother of his after he stormed away from the family, only to realize that he had become even more of a problem. As for Dian, his eyes shone as he looked at Donari's use of his constitution. Although Dian hadn't studied constitutions as deeply as Clara because he was waiting for his wills to unlike before choosing his own, for obvious reasons, that didn't mean he was completely ignorant about them. He had the base knowledge necessary to, at the very least, recognize them.
Donari's A Killer's Symphony was very easy to spot, but understanding how it was used was a completely different matter. Beforehand, Diane had thought A Killer's Symphony allowed a person to condense their soul energy into an attack. However, this was very clearly not the sake. Even with this constitution, it wasn't possible to directly attack with a soul. Rather, it was possible to directly attack the soul of someone else, which made this constitution scary beyond belief. It was no wonder why its peak form was among the top 3 of male god constitutions. Is this the secret to increasing the battle efficiency of the soul? Diane began to ponder seriously. The problem with the soul and why it was looked down on was because it was difficult to attack directly without harming yourself. Although you could ignore this and attack anyway, that attack wouldn't have form and would be much weaker compared to someone who could couple their energy with a technique, as an example. Not to mention the fact that if you did this, even if someone's soul was much weaker than yours, you could still end up seriously hurt or even die. Diane was well aware of this. In fact, much of his own combat prowess issues stemmed from the fact he didn't have any techniques to supplement his power. He had a lot of power enhancement techniques but no efficient way of using them. He had never learned any spear or sword techniques, or any long or short-range techniques, nor had he had even any simple fist or kicking techniques. He was wholly lacking in that area. Maybe the only technique he had that could count as an attacking one was Devour, but it was heavily restrained in its use as well. Truth be told, it wasn't entirely Diane's fault for this. He had spent too little time in the martial world, most of which was spent either in a trial world or in a coma. Outside of that, he also spent much of his time embroiled in battles or seriously studying array alchemy. This was why his array alchemy never lagged behind his soul cultivation, and, in fact, actually surpassed it. Unfortunately, with that came some trade-offs. Following this logic, without a proper method of attack, the soul was doubly doomed. However, Donari's constitution seemed to innately allow him to cultivate a method of attack without causing any damage to his own soul. By using his soul to condense killing intent and then using said killing intent to attack, he was able to bypass the burden and harm to his soul. Of course, array alchemy worked in this exact same way. But the reason it wasn't seen as efficient was because of the lack of efficiency as well as the lack of power attacking techniques. Weapons arrays like Diane's judgment arrays were incredibly rare and incredibly difficult to use. Not to mention, they were a massive drain and couldn't be used in an extended battle. All of this accumulated to the detriment of soul cultivators. As Diane was lost in thought, Donari stared at the corpses with disdain, almost breathing in the murder in the air. Although many weren't sharp enough to notice, the more powerful elders and judges in attendance immediately noticed that twin blades in his hands increase in power, albeit very slightly. They all sucked in a cold breath seeing this. There was no rule against killing during these assessments, and even if there were, at most they could disqualify Donari. Although he had run from the Keats family, no one was stupid enough to believe the head of their family would sit idly by and allow such a talent to be slighted in any way. That aside, they were truly intrigued by this fashion of cultivation. There were many taboo cultivation methods that allowed those who used them to increase their strength through killing, but those sinister methods often had major drawbacks that made those wanting to use them think twice. However, clearly, Donari didn't have to worry about any drawbacks at all. Truly heaven-defying. Everyone could only watch, stunned, as Donari walked slowly and stopped before Diane. At that point, Diane was still lost in thought, his mind racing on overdrive. By the time he snapped out of it, Donari was already within a meter of him, raising a blade aimed at his head. "I swear there'll be a day I kill you. That second core disciple spot is mine," he said resolutely. Although his words were vague, it told everyone one thing. Diane was stronger than him. Even with his arrogance, he didn't dare to say that he would place first. Diane smiled. Despite seeing Donari as a whiny crybaby, he had to admit that his resolve and adaptive abilities were quite impressive. Either way, wasn't he also quite the crybaby? However, his smile disappeared in the next moment. "If you want to surpass me, this shitty quadrant won't do you any favors, nor will it allow you to reach your full potential." Hearing the interaction between Diane and Donari, the crowd felt a headache coming in.
One of them wantonly killed and often publicly spoke out against the quadrant and the cathedral, while the other publicly defied the cathedral by saying he'd save someone they'd arrested, all while calling their quadrant a pile of shit. Anyone who had to deal with these maniacs would certainly lose more than a few brain cells. Donari suddenly burst into laughter hearing Diane's words. Lowering his blade, he shook his head. I didn't know there was a kid crazier than me in this world. But you can't legitimately believe that your 74th quadrant is so much more different than ours, do you? Truly the pot calling the kettle black. The crowd was stunned by this realization. 74th quadrant? Is that where this Diane was from? But wasn't his last name Jafari? Suddenly, those smarter individuals in the crowd came to understand. After the major war between the Jafari and allies of the cathedral, the Jafari must have left to the 74th quadrant, where Diane was born. The fact that Diane was 32 years old perfectly fit with this narrative because this war was just about that long ago. During the war, the cathedral actually didn't make any movements at all. To the general public, it was a war between the Keeds family and the Jafari. However, those more astute individuals read the tea leaves. Although the relationship between the Keeds and Jafari family was like fire and water, it was only insofar as healthy competition went. Usually, the youngsters of the two families grew up and competed together. While some of their relationships were worse than overall, their relationship was solid. It was because of this that a war between the two families made little to no sense. No one with half a brain cell, while also knowing the political inner workings of Planet Cathedral, really believed that the Keats family would turn on the Jafari family. In the end, what really happened was obvious. The cathedral didn't like the growing power of the Jafari family and used the Keats family to get rid of the threat. As for what reason they had to decide on this, no one knew. However, what those clever enough did know was that it was impossible for the Keats family to make the Jafari run away alone. Rumor had it that soul-rending Peak secretly sent experts to help the Keats family. That aside, the 98th quadrant didn't have very good feelings toward the 74th quadrant. As neighboring quadrants, there was often competition between them, and it wasn't rare for geniuses of the 74th quadrant to come and temper themselves here. To describe them as unruly would truly be an understatement. So, when the crowd heard that the Jafari family had been chased off to the 74th quadrant, causing them to lose a talent as great as Diane, they had mixed feelings about it. The good news was that Diane had come back. The bad news was that he might have already completed his trials under the 74th quadrant banner, thus not allowing them to benefit at all. After all, where else could he have gotten that talent-increasing honey of his? Diane shook his head. Has nothing to do with the quadrant I'm from. My mother is a mortal woman. What benefits do you think I received from the 74th quadrant? They're not even aware of my existence. To them, I'm likely just another fool who overestimated himself and died in his trials. Donari was stunned by these words, but he suddenly understood. Unlike the 98th quadrant, although the 74th quadrant didn't have any kings either, they did at least have dozens, if not more, dukes. This was already tens of times the number their quadrant had. If Diane's mother was truly immortal like he said, it would be very easy for him to go unnoticed by the 74th quadrant even if he became a duke. What I meant is that if you want to improve, staying here isn't the answer. If you go to the tower, yes, you'll be humiliated. Yes, you won't stand a chance against those greater geniuses. Yes, you might even have to lower your head in order to survive, or learn to keep your head high even in the face of death. But all of that is better than doing what your supposed title holders do. Suddenly, Diane sounded like he was lecturing everyone in attendance instead of just speaking to Donari. His words resonated with them all, and those who had been proud of the titles they had earned turned their heads in shame, avoiding the scrutiny of others. Your 98th quadrant is already practically unified under one head. You have no campaign wars, so what reason do you have to be here instead of tempering yourselves in the tower? You won't improve here. When Diane had come here, he had assumed that he wouldn't have to deal with the title holders of the 98th quadrant. Usually, title holders would only return to their quadrants when campaign season was in full swing, choosing to spend the rest of the time training in the tower and facing the danger there. It was only in this way that they'd improve. And yet, that wasn't the case here. Instead, they all cowered, choosing to flex their muscles in front of the weak instead of confronting the strong. This was truly too pathetic. Everyone took Diane's words differently. Some who had been too scared to attempt their own trials resolved in their hearts to do so. Some who had already taken their trials, but decided to cower here after facing the tough competition of the tower resolved themselves to cower no longer. While others still became angry at Diane's words, as though he was personally attacking their character. In the end, Diane was content that at least some individuals took his words the right way. Those who chose to become angry had no future to speak of and were destined to forever remain mediocre. The path of cultivation was one rife with struggles and hardships. If you weren't willing to face them head-on, did you deserve to cultivate at all? And even if you did, and you somehow made it through muddling in mediocrity, there was no doubt in Diane's mind that people with such weak mindsets would be destroyed under their tribulations. There was no denying that Diane had been gifted with a lot of luck in his path, and he would never deny such a thing. Nearly from the beginning of his journey, he was blessed with a great master who gave him all the tools he could ever need. And then after that, he met a man he was truly proud of becoming the successor of. However, he would have never received either of these opportunities if he had chosen to remain in his mortal realm. If he had chosen to cower and stay behind his computer screens and gadgets, he would have never worshipped the 25th White Mother as his master, nor would he have ever met the demon sage. He had to suffer through all sorts of hardships during his time in Focus Academy, even being pushed to the point of near death twice before he received his first opportunity to truly improve. Although Diane was lucky, one could never say that he hadn't worked for what he received. Donari fell into deep thought hearing Diane's words, before he nodded in the end and walked away without saying a thing. It took a moment for the battles to start up again after the heated exchange between Diane and Donari, but finally, under Evangeline's guidance, it did. Diane's words had risen his place in the hearts of those four beauties, albeit for vastly different reasons between them. Lilith simply nodded, acknowledging that although Diane might be of lowly birth, at least he wasn't a coward. Although it didn't surpass a simple nod, it was more than Lilith usually gave people. As for Evangeline, she had already been interesting in this little brother for one reason or another, but she seemed to like his fiery temper. Roll's thoughts were much more innocent, and hardly had to do with Diane at all, truth be told. She only thought to herself that the man she liked in the future shouldn't be a coward. While Asina wanted to fight Diane even more after hearing his words. She wanted to see if he really didn't back down in the face of pressure, or whether those were just high and might words he could speak now that he was in front of people he was sure he could beat. In this vein, even Lilith was moderately interested how Diane would react when his opponent was someone as powerful as Asina. Just like this, the rounds continued, with a few standouts here and there, mostly members of the up-and-coming families of Planet Cathedral. With the Jafari family gone, there was a huge piece of the pie left that no one had been able to grab a hold of yet. So, many of these families heavily invested in their younger generation, hoping to increase their prestige from the ground up. These families included the Magi family, the Acor family, the Cowdrey family, and the Novril family, of which they all had geniuses younger than 180 years old, yet had stepped into the 9th and 10th stages of essence gathering. There was no question that they were promising youths. For obvious reasons, they had hostility toward Diane. Their families were finally getting in perfect position to steal the position the Jafari family once held. Yet here was Diane, far younger than any of them, yet supposedly also much more power. They weren't convinced. They would fight it out with him until the end. Soon, the final round came to the fore, and under a mixture of excited, anticipatory and killing intent-filled eyes, Diane walked to the stage with his group, waiting for it to be their turn to fight. Maybe by design, the other groups ended quickly, and everyone's eyes finally trained on Diane. Was he really as powerful as Donari made it seem? Or not? Diane had quite a leisurely aura. Yet people couldn't help but constantly look toward the massive sword strapped to his chest with jet-black chains. Was this the reason he was so powerful? They were all eager to see him use it. Diane's 9 opponents fanned out around him, looking around with caution in their eyes at everyone other than themselves. But it was clear that they spent most of their time observing Diane. Unlike Donari, though, Diane didn't belittle people that hadn't insulted him first. So he simply waited patiently, clasping his hands behind his back while lamenting the fact these stupid black disciple robes didn't have pockets. He truly missed his comfy sweatpants. Start! The judge's voice roared into the silent arena. Everyone's eyes were trained on Dian, as though in an attempt to see through all of his secrets. Of them, none were more focused than Donari's elder brother. During his own round, he had remained low-key, not revealing too much of his hand because he had long begun to take this bet seriously. Even the red-robed elder was sweating incessantly, unable to control his emotions. If Dian really won, he would have to be a servant for 100 years. Even worse, half of that time would be in the service of a child, and the other half would be in service of his worst enemy. That was a fate worse than death. Even without his soul, Dian could tell that his 9 opponents must be communicating with their essence energy right now. Unfortunately, he had no means of intercepting their messages. However, he had a good guess of what they wanted to do. From the very beginning, the rule was set that any winner of a group had to be responsible for the defeat of at least 3 others. So, what do you think happened if a winner didn't meet those requirements? In past years, this would mean that all members of the group would receive something known as a fated chance. This would allow the losers of the group to have the opportunity of challenging one of the top 100 disciples with the qualifications to enter the sect. In that case, as long as that challenger displayed battle prowess similar to that of the top 100 disciple, they would then be admitted into the sect as well. That's right, it wasn't even necessary to win. These rules were set in place because Soul-Rending Peak understood that although group battle royales were quick, they weren't necessarily fair. Oftentimes, stronger opponents would be ganged up on. If one didn't have absolute power to suppress everyone else in their group, even if you were objectively the strongest, you wouldn't have a good fate awaiting you. To mitigate this, Evangeline implemented this fated chance rule, and it was also a major reason why everyone loved her despite her only recently coming to prominence. Evangeline's kind-heartedness had come to the fore of the minds of many. After all, she was so soft-hearted that even though she was the supervisor of these assessments, she refused to appear until after the first 2 rounds were concluded, so that she wouldn't have to witness anyone's dreams being crushed before they could even try. Truth be told, the only reason Dian hadn't moved yet was because he was still mostly lost in his own thoughts. He was very interested in Donari's kill intent still, and couldn't be bothered to worry about the schemes of people he felt he could beat whenever he wanted. Although he wouldn't belittle them, that didn't mean he would go all out. If he did something like that, they'd end up dead. Although it was called killing intent, as far as Dian was aware, it wasn't a type of will. Or rather, it wasn't a type of will that was often used. Wills usually came in the form of emitting type that could directly be used to attack. These were wills like fire or water that could directly be incorporated into attacks. However, there were also wills like demonic will that had more subtle effects than the usual. It could be used to strengthen the body, and could also be used as a psychological attack. Then there was killing intent. Interesting enough, there was no killing will or killing Tao. This was what had Dian lost in thought. He felt like he was back in school where experts would unnecessarily name things similarly as though they were purposefully trying to confuse those who came after them. Killing intent was more like a martial art than anything else. And like other martial arts, it was reliant on the mind and the body, nothing more. Presence was cultivated by tempering the mind. Perception was also cultivated by tempering the mind. As for killing intent, it was no different. It was just that the approaches to each was vastly different. Dian's first comprehension of perception came within the first trial maze. It forced his mind to work and think faster than it ever had before to solve an almost impossible problem. Dian fostered perception before he even stepped into the martial world. It was a mind state he received from imitating his father and hero, while also constantly withstanding his father's presence. Killing intent, however, wasn't something Dian had in a dense enough form to label it as true killing intent. He simply didn't have the proper mind state to achieve it. Dian considered himself to be a person who paid debts where they were due, but he didn't kill indiscriminately. For example, he had no intention of killing the 9 opponents that were priming to fight right now. In that way, he fell short of Donari, who killed for the slightest slights. But was that really the way to groom killing intent? Why was it that Dian had massacred millions of beasts during the third trial, yet hadn't grown a killing intent of his own? Did he really need to have the will to kill any and everything before he could? Did he even need killing intent since he had his presence? Didn't they function similarly? That was when Dian thought of something else. Killing intent seemed like a regular martial art on the surface, but if he remembered correctly, normal martial arts solely required the body. Yet killing intent was heavily linked to the soul as well. What if he didn't foster any killing intent after slaughtering all of those beasts because his soul was sealed then? Just as Dian felt he was reaching enlightenment, he suddenly felt gusts of wind rush toward him. Dian immediately snapped his attention back to reality. He already assumed what his opponents would have to do for them to have a chance, and under normal circumstances, he would be inclined to allow them a path to success. However, the fated chance opportunity wasn't as benevolent as it seemed on the surface. While it was a blessing for the losers of the round, to the winners it was a punishment for failing. If a winner of a round failed to be responsible for 3 losses, they would lose the opportunity to become an inner or core disciple, and would also be unable to leave the ranks of outer disciple for 10 years. This wasn't Evangeline's doing, but rather a concession she was forced to make in order to implement her wish to allow more opportunities for commoners. Although she was loved by the general public, the core elders of soul-rending peak, she was an eyesore. She had only been in the public light for about 20 or so years, yet she had become vice master. Wasn't that just spitting in the face of all the work those elders had put into the sect for their millenniums of life? Even worse, she had slighted many of them in refusing their advances, while the female elders were simply jealous of her looks, assuming that the soul-rending peak master only promoted her because she was beautiful. In the end, this resulted in many baseless rumors spreading around soul-rending peak, and was also the very same reason why a woman with status as high as vice master was forced to oversee a mere disciple assessment. Anyone with intelligence could see that Evangeline's life wasn't so easy. To the public, she was a goddess. To the soul-rending peak disciples, she was both their goal and their ideal woman. But, to those of near or equivalent status to her, she was hated, not for anything she had done personally, but rather out of jealousy and spite. It wasn't rare for rumors of her immoral relations with the peak master to spread amongst the elders, even trickling into the ears of the highest-ranking disciples as well. All of this said, while Dian didn't care about the status a mere soul-rending peak could give him, he couldn't afford to muddle around in the outer disciple ranks. That would simply waste too much time. The best combination of status and freedom he could have was to become a core disciple of the peak. As an outer disciple, he would be forced into wasting his times on missions, have too many people to answer to, as well as be restricted from entering too many areas of the peak. As a core disciple, his only obligation was to cultivate and defend the honor of the sect when he was called upon. Nothing more, nothing less. Immediately, 2 figures appeared before Dian. They seemed so similar in appearance that they could be twins, but Dian could tell that one was other than the other. Coinciding with this observation, their cultivations were different as well. One was a 9th-level essence gatherer, while the other remained at the 8th. While this occurred, Dian noticed that not only were the remaining 7 keeping their distance, they were also fighting amongst themselves with everything they had. Dian understood what was happening. The 2 before him were likely brothers and were used to fighting together. At the same time, the cultivation of the elder brother was also the highest among the entire group of combatants. Obviously, this gave them the best chance against Dian. At the same time, by sending only 2 people, even if Dian defeated them both, he would still be 1 short of the requirements. As for the fighting going on in the background, that was even more obvious. They wanted to fight it out until only one of them remained. Or, better yet, until there was mutual destruction amongst them all. Dian didn't doubt that they were coordinating with each other to make the fight look as real as possible. Why did they bother to fake the fight? Obviously because rules were in place to prevent false results. If not, wouldn't the 9 of them just have to jump off the stage and concede to receive their desired result? If the fight of 7 in the back ended up with 1 winner, Dian didn't doubt that the brothers before him would quickly turn on each other to push one among themselves out before Dian could. Dian smiled. Quite a good plan, I must say. The crowd watched with rapt attention, not wanting to miss a single detail. They were inwardly nodding to themselves. This was a good strategy indeed. The stage was a few hundred meters across and would take even a peak essence gatherer a second or two to cross. By the time Diane defeated these two and ran over to the side the other 7 were fighting, they would have time to react. The brothers didn't respond, instead maintaining stoic and focused expressions. Their fists flew toward each other, causing a massive noise to ravage the Colosseum as they slammed together. However, what awed the crowd was the fact that the 2 fists that collided were actually the fists of the 2 brothers. An eruption of fire and water bloomed from them, creating 2 spheres of opposing wills. The beautiful lights of red and blue wrapped around each other, covering the 2 brothers in a sea of fire and river of blue. The crowd was stunned. 9th level wills. Seeing this, Diane smiled. He once again casually glanced at the fight happening in the distance only to see one of the participants being blown off, reducing the number from 7 to 6. To Diane, it was clear that this participant had allowed himself to be blown off. Although his acting was quite good, it was still flawed. Out of curiosity, Diane sent another glance toward the judge to see how he would react. Under normal circumstances, a judge of these proceedings would be at least of the middle saint tier. How could such an expert be fooled by the acting of essence gatherers? It was simple logic. To saints, the movements of essence gatherers were painfully slow. While to an essence gatherer their movements seemed natural, to a saint who could see every minor movement, it was a sham. However, much to Diane's expectations, the judge pretended as though he had seen nothing. It didn't take a genius to know that this judge was a friend or subordinate of the golden-robed elder. If Diane was forced into being an outer disciple, he would not only be easy to suppress, even killing him wouldn't be completely out of the question. The sect wouldn't care about such a weak talent. As Diane was casually observing the judge who pretended as though he hadn't noticed his gaze, yet another of his opponents was sent flying off the stage. As for the brothers, they hadn't moved, content to block Diane's path while also preparing their own attacks. If anything left the scope of their plans, they would immediately mutually blast themselves off of the platform. When Evangeline noticed what was happening, she frowned deeply. However, she couldn't act. All the judge would have to do is insist that he didn't see anything. Then it would become a matter of Evangeline overstepping her bounds. That would allow those elders who disliked her to leap at yet another opportunity to suppress her. Disrupting the disciple assessments wouldn't lead to a small punishment. Donari's elder brother snorted. Is this the supposed genius of Unseen Peak? Can't even handle a small problem like this. Even as he spoke, another participant was blasted out, leaving on 4. What is he doing? Many in the crowd began to frown and wonder. Even if he thought that this was unfair or that he had little to no chance, shouldn't he at least try? He just went on the whole speech about how they should risk their lives to become stronger, but now that he was faced with some adversity, he didn't dare to take action? Wasn't that a little too pathetic? Did he think he would look cooler if he didn't try at all? Thinking about all of those participants before him that were incited by his words and even put their lives on the line to earn a spot, many of the onlookers couldn't help but feel disgusted. There was nothing worse than a person who talked big but had no ability to back it up, or to, at the very least, follow his own example. The only people who hadn't spoken were the beauties. With their cultivation, they could see that there was something more to Diane's actions. Did he have some sort of plan? It had to be said that, in Asina's mind, if she wasn't suppressed by the 98th quadrant, Diane would be no match for her. In fact, the reason why she wanted to fight Diane to begin with was because of this. She saw Diane as worthy of being her opponent since she was suppressed. Nothing more, nothing less. So, when she saw Diane not moving at all, although she wasn't as quick as others to condemn him, she kept a skeptic mind. It was just unfortunate for her that she didn't know that Diane was being suppressed too. As for the brothers standing before Diane, although they were elated inside, they didn't dare to have an outward showing. However, even they began to question some things. All of their preparation was under the assumed strength of Diane. What if he was tricking everyone? What if they had a chance to win and he was just pretending as though they didn't? If he really fooled everyone, then wouldn't this be the biggest joke round ever? To allow a first-stage essence gatherer the chance to move on,
Where would they hide their faces if he actually turned out to be a weakling? Despite having these thoughts, they didn't move. They only promised themselves that if he really did turn out to be a fraud, they would destroy him once they became disciples of soul-rending peak. After all, the two of them were brothers. One way or another, they would have used this strategy of theirs so that they could both enter together. In that moment, two more participants were blasted off in a flurry of flashing lights, leaving only two. Looking at each other, they couldn't help but smile. Even if Diane started running toward them now, he wouldn't make it in time. On top of that, the two brothers were still fine and could definitely obstruct him. They would get their chance to enter unseen peak. In that moment, the judge couldn't hold back his sneer as he oversaw the situation in the arena, preparing himself to administer the fated chance rule. The two participants charged up their most powerful attacks, quickly explaining to each other how to escape unharmed and the flaws of their techniques before blasting them forward. At that moment, the two brothers also noticed the situation in the back. Looking at each other and smiling, they blasted attacks toward each other as well. The crowd could only watch with disappointment on their faces as four bodies flew apart, blowing through the air toward the out-of-bounds line. Even as the crowd wanted to begin to boo and the disciples were looking at Diane with disdain, he only smiled, taking a step forward. Truthfully speaking, I have no will to eliminate you all. Under normal circumstances, I wouldn't want to cut off the path to your future and would have allowed you all the fated chance. However, Vice Master Evangeline has been nice enough to allow you all an extra chance. And becoming a core disciple is quite important to me, so I can't allow you all to do as you please. The crowd couldn't understand what Diane was talking about. The four contestants were already blasting toward the outer boundaries. If he wanted the conclusion he sought, he would have to stop at least three of them from going out. But, according to the arrangement, that was completely impossible. The two brothers before Diane had already blasted apart and were hundreds of meters in either direction of Diane. On top of that, the final two that had already been fighting hundreds of meters away were also blasting toward their respective boundaries, creating a massive square of flying bodies. In order to stop three of them, it was no exaggeration to say Diane would have to travel at least a kilometer in a split second. That kind of speed was simply impossible. Diane casually took off the massive sword on his back, causing the eyes of the crowd to widen. Was he going to use it? Seeing this, the elder sneered. If Diane sent a long-range attack now, he could just say that he wasn't responsible for their defeats because they were already flying out. Did he really think that just this was enough to defeat him? How ridiculous! On top of this, he was a mere essence gatherer. What long-ranged attack could he possibly use in quick enough succession? By this point, even Lilith was frowning in disappointment. How could he not have seen through the biased intentions of the judge by now? Or was his cultivation really so low that he was fooled by the acting of the other participants? The red-robed finally breathed a sigh of relief before laughing heartily. He wouldn't have to become a slave. How could he not be happy beyond belief? It doesn't look like you'll be able to fight him, Asina. Roll nibbled her lips. Had they really overestimated him so much? Asina sighed. Under this suppression, even I would have to use more than 80% of my strength to still win in this situation. On top of that, I would need to use that technique. She shook her head. It doesn't matter. Since he was so weak and stupid, there wasn't much of a point in fighting him to begin with. The golden-robed elder smiled complacently, sneering inwardly. He had much more control of his outward appearance than the judge, but he was clearly very happy with himself. Now, he didn't need to worry about what it would mean for him as an outer sect elder to offend a high-ranking disciple. In fact, even if he wanted to kill Diane after this, it would be as easy as flipping over a hand. Maybe the only person in the arena who wasn't doubting Diane was Donari himself. Only he was aware of that facing Diane was like facing the peak of an eternal mountain. It wasn't even close. He might as well have been in a race without a finish line. Although others of the unseen peak had seen the battle, how could they be more certain than Donari of the power Diane had? For all they know, Donari was only injured because Diane had some amazing defensive treasure on his chest that broke Donari's hand when he attacked, and that was the only reason the victory was so easy. However, under the eyes of everyone, Dian did something inexplicable. He threw his sword into the air. The massive 700,000 gene sword spiraled in the air, reaching a height of more than 100 meters in an instant. Before anyone could realize what was happening, Dian had vanished. With a speed that made the eyes of the beauties widen, Dian made it to the side of the fire-will wielder of the two brothers in less than a blink of an eye. At that time, the elder brother had a complacent smile on his face, completely oblivious to what was about to happen. Even as Dian's elbow slammed downward and into his forehead, he still believed he had victory in hand. Dian didn't even wait for his body to slam into the arena floor. In a moment, he had already disappeared again. What astonished those who could keep up with him was that he actually hadn't chosen the closest individual. As though he was trying to show off, he went for the furthest participant in the distance, swinging his foot downward and destroying his ribcage before moving on as though nothing happened. The judge and elders could only watch in shock as Dian's body flitted around as though it was made of wind itself. In an instant, Dian had sent out 4 attacks and returned to his original position, casually catching his massive sword and placing it on his back again as the loud booms of 4 crippled bodies crashed into the arena floor. The weaker members of the audience had no idea what happened. To them, Dian had tossed his sword up and caught it before loud booms sounded throughout the Colosseum. What the hell was happening? It was only at that moment the dust settled, allowing everyone to see, there, at the very edge of the arena, mere centimeters from being out of bounds, for unconscious and bloodied bodies lay at each of the corners of the platform. Dian smiled, looking at the judge. I guess I win, right? Everyone stood rooted in place. Was this speed that an essence gatherer could produce? Was this speed a saint could produce? Those with lower cultivation had no way of differentiating the speed of those lauded stages of cultivation. Even the judge, who was a saint himself, was stunned. He was absolutely certain he didn't have such speed. Dian had done this on purpose. He was simply telling the judge that he wasn't a match for him. If he continued to play underhanded tricks and use underhanded tactics, Dian would make him suffer. Plain and simple. This judge was a mere 6th grade saint, the lowest threshold requirement for reaching sainthood. This meant that he had only managed to fill 63 of 108 meridians, corresponding to the peak of 7th stage of essence gathering, before he forcefully ascended from the essence gathering stage. Before Dian, he was even weaker than some peak-level essence gatherers, and he wanted to flaunt and sneer before him? Who did he think he was? Just as the judge was about to speak, Dian's presence swept over him. It was only for a moment, but it was enough for a cold sweat to permeate the entire back of the judge. In that moment, he gave up all thoughts of arguing that Dian had taken advantage of the work of others to win. How laughable, he couldn't even face Dian himself, yet he wanted to cut off his path to the future. There was only one reason why they were retained as judges. They came from prestigious families that allowed them to enter with letters of recommendation. Or else they would have never made it into the sect on their own merit. There was no shortage of characters like this judge in soul-rending peak, but they were all outer sect disciples, with only a few managing to become inner disciples. Core disciples had no such corruption issues, or, more accurately, their corruption issues weren't as obvious. Dian Jafari wins. The judge his way to the verdict, not even able to watch Dian casually hop off the stage. Many were still processing exactly what they had just seen. Even those with the capability to witness Dian's actions were completely baffled. They knew his body was powerful, but was it really to this extent? He didn't use any wills. Roll whispered. She couldn't fathom reaching that speed without the use of a technique or, at the very least, a speed-based will. Yet she had just witnessed it. Asina's eyes once again brightened, her fighting spirit igniting. Why do you think he threw his sword up first? Was it to show off? Or did it have another purpose? I don't know. Is the sword heavy? Why can't I tell how heavy it is? Lilith frowned, unable to understand either. By all rights, that should be a practitioner-level sword. How could it be heavy enough to influence someone who was capable of reaching such a speed? It didn't make any sense. Dian, of course, was simply smiling as though none of this had anything to do with him. Back when Dian first took this sword as his main weapon,
He had placed a concealment array to hide its aura as a transcendent-level weapon, for obvious reasons. However, the problem was that this concealment array was imperfect for various reasons. For one, Diane's soul was sealed, and he was forced to use aurora stones instead. It went without saying that Diane's level of precision and control drastically dropped because of this, not to mention the fact the level of array he could create also severely dropped. Because of these reasons, Diane usually only used his aurora stones to manipulate already created formations and arrays because this was much easier and much less burdensome. However, with those issues meant that the concealment array he placed on his sword had many glaring issues. For example, not being able to conceal its weight from prying eyes. Anyone with half a brain would understand that a practitioner-level weapon shouldn't be hundreds of thousands of gene in weight. But concealing something from those with high enough senses to see it required a highly complex spatial type array that Diane didn't have the capability of creating for himself in these conditions. Knowing this, Diane used the crudest method of concealment, a bandage wrap. He then cleverly used that disguise to portray himself as a weapons master, making the weight he was unable to hide easily explained. But now, Diane did something completely different. With the help of Clara, Diane was able to conceal the weight of his weapon, so now it seemed to truly be a practitioner-level weapon. Aside from Diane himself, no one else who didn't wield the blade, of course, could sense the weight. Even if they clashed with him, the extra weight would seem to be Diane's own strength. Now, this expert concealment was even confusing a 10th stage grandmaster of formations in Asina, who could not see through it at all. After all, it was an array drawn by a 2nd stage comet-level master in Clara. This was why Diane decided to be purposefully flashy. Now all of his tactics would come off as showing off, rather than well thought out, conveniently explaining his sword toss into the air. All of this said, no type of concealment was absolutely perfectly. Lilith's mind was already beginning to have a keen interest in Diane's secrets, and that may very well not bode well for him. He did use a technique. Lilith silently mumbled to herself. But what technique could amplify the body to such heights with such little backlash? Although Lilith didn't mean for others to hear, Asina still did. Technique? You mean how his skin reddened? If my eyes weren't tricking me. His veins also with gold for a brief moment too. Roll blinked her large eyes adorably, but her cultivation was too low to have seen through those things. Diane was almost a blur to her. His power multiplied by at least 3 to 4 times. Lilith's frown deepened. Did it really turn out that they would have to get rid of him? But his power still wasn't enough to handle the 98th quadrant experts alone, let alone it being necessary for them to step forward themselves. But even if she thought this, the reality was that if Lilith had to fight the top-most experts of the 98th quadrant, she was still lacking as well. Of course, that was because she was only 21 years old, but the fact remained true. So no, Lilith wasn't speaking in terms of her stepping forward personally, but rather if it would be necessary to call down experts from their clans or not. Asina. Lilith communicated via a line of energy. When you fight him, go all out. Don't hold anything back. But Asina wanted to protest. They were in hiding for a reason. Until they entered the tower inner world, it wouldn't be safe for them to use all of their abilities. In the martial world, their path of cultivation wasn't looked down upon for moral reasons. No one was so bored or righteous so as to go out of their way to punish them. The reality of the matter was that their path of cultivation only seemed evil to a layman. There was no need for them to delve into truly evil practices like using cultivation cauldron, refining living beings into puppets, or killing the innocent for power. So, the reason they would be hated here wasn't because of morality. Rather, it was because of their power and their secrets. The quadrants in which Roll, Asina and Lilith came from had many secrets long since lost to the mainstream cultivation world. Many secrets which even Diane would drool over. However, they had their own reasons for remaining separate, and now wasn't the right time for that to change. All in all, them being ousted as devil path cultivators outside of the tower was a massive taboo to their clansmen's futures. Was it really worth risking the good of their entire quadrant to probe one young man barely older than them? I'll handle it. Besides you and him, no one else will be able to surmise the techniques you're using.
In fact, there's no guarantee that he would even recognize them. Lilith responded calmly. But what if he does? I plan on killing him regardless of the results. It's no matter. Lilith's voice was cold and devoid of emotion. If one didn't hear her words, she could very well be talking about something completely unrelated to killing another human being. Asina frowned, but still nodded. You better make sure that Roll doesn't find out about any of this. Or else I won't forgive you. You have better remember that while I'll cross over into the celestial realm in 2 years at the most, whether you will ever is still up in the air. Keep your heartless ghost queen tendencies to yourself, or I'll make you pay with my own 2 fists. Lilith pretended as though she hadn't heard Asina's words and simply refocused her attention to the fights below, only to find Diane's eyes staring at her. At that moment, her dark black eyes, in complete contrast with her flowing white hair, suddenly blazed in red. For the first time in her life, it felt as though she was being seen through, and it pissed her off. However, Diane was completely unperturbed by her killing intent. Although he didn't know why she was so angry, he assumed that she didn't like being looked at. Diane had his own reasons for making sure that he was on the radar of these mysterious beauties. While others may be screaming at him to keep a lower profile, especially his wives, it just wasn't his style. If the underworkings of this odd 98th quadrant wanted to have a war of intelligence and scheming, he would happily oblige them. The clash of wills between Lilith and Diane was only a moment and resulted in neither of them backing down. However, it was noticed by no one but Evangeline, whose own thoughts were just as mysterious. In this way, the assessment continued without much suspense. Diane blazed through his rounds, never again allowing the crowd to witness the flashiness of his group stage round. Instead, his actions were slower and more deliberate. Oftentimes, he would even give his opponent some pointers which would greatly benefit them in their spar against the unseen peak disciples. Diane's actions began to overshadow his persona as an arrogant individual and actually started to gain the respect of many of the participants. After all, they had no reason to be angry with Diane for beating them, considering they still had a good chance at reaching the top 200 and still entering the sect. Just like that, Diane won 6 matches in a row and had stepped into the semifinals without much effort. For obvious reasons, the crowd and the final 4 contenders themselves were keen with anticipation. If they won just one more match, they would have the best chance of becoming a core disciple. At this moment, 4 young men stood on the stage. One was Diane, the other was Donari and his elder brother. As for the last, he was the commoner that managed to reach the 10th essence gathering stage in less than 180 years. In the interest of fairness, the tournament up to this point hadn't utilized a normal tournament bracket style. Instead, the brackets were only locked in place for a single round, before being randomized for the next, and so on. In this way, there would be continuous randomization that would stop individuals from planning out their matches. Of course, this was only on the surface. It seemed like a good practice, but the reality was that such organization allowed for even more tampering. That said, Diane had still made it all the way here. In the face of absolute power, petty tricks hardly mattered. At least that was the case if your scheming wasn't profound enough. The golden-robed elder stood before them, utilizing a formation to randomize and organize their 4 names. Diane Jafari versus Donari Keeds. The elder's voice boomed. Verver versus Olaf Keeds. After hearing this, Donari sighed. He had sworn to become a core disciple, but how could that still be possible now? However, this dejection only lasted for a moment. This was his chance to spar with Diane again. Their last bout had ended too quickly, and he didn't have the opportunity to learn anything. Even if he couldn't win, he would go all out. From the very beginning, Donari's performance had shown the world the prowess of constitutions. To be a mere 4th stage essence gatherer, yet effortlessly fight those above his station, was something that could only be reserved for those of Donari's ilk. He confidently walked to the center of the stage, facing off against Diane with brimming fighting intent and a dense killing intent. I don't know how to fight if it's not to kill. You'll have to forgive me. Donari spoke very seriously. Everyone understood how much of a correlation constitution and disposition had to one another. So many understood Donari's plight. It wasn't so much that constitutions caused changes in personality, but rather certain dispositions raised the chances of garnering a constitution of a specific type. Donari was no different. "I'll make you use that weapon of yours." Donari blazed forward, immediately using the highly lauded movement technique of unseen peak, raising up illusory steps. He's actually already stepped into the third act. The core disciples of Unseen Peak saw through Donari's mastery in an instant. After all, how could many be more familiar with their sect's core teachings than themselves? Every sect had a core group of teachings. These teachings would encompass the most important aspects of cultivation and combat prowess. One would be the sect's movements technique. Another would be an attack-based technique tailored to the specialty of the sects, for example a sword-wielding technique or a fist technique. Another would be a defense-based technique, although this wasn't always part of the equation. Sects that specialized in pacifist teachings or robust wills such as Earth Will would definitely incorporate a technique of this branch as part of their core teachings. The point was that depending on the sect, it could have a wide-ranging and diverse group of core teachings. As for Unseen Peak, it had 3 teachings. The first was its movements technique, illusory steps. The second was its cultivation technique. And the last was its attack-based technique, illusory intent. Other than to anger his family, the other reason why Donari would choose to go to a sect once backed by the Jafari family was exactly because of these techniques. Each ranged from the peak earth level to the lower heaven level, and also perfectly suited his assassin-like constitution. What was worse than a killing intent you couldn't see coming? Donari's body became snake-like before disappearing in a burst of eerie red mist. In that moment, his presence was completely silenced, making Diane smile in praise before punching outward at an odd, downward angle. Boom! Diane's fist collided with Donari's, starting a flurry of exchanges. At that moment, it seemed as though Diane was shadow boxing. If it wasn't for the sonic blasts of air erupting from his fists, many would believe that he was hitting nothing at all. The crowd was mesmerized. Without the distraction of having to watch the movements of 2 fighters, they could completely focus on Diane form and responses. It was only at that moment that they truly understood the difference between them and a true expert. Diane body control and form were almost without compare. It was as though none of his movements were wasted in the least. Of course, this was only from the perspective of someone with lower cultivation, but the point still stood. Without a single wills or technique, Diane's punches remained tight and efficient, blasting back the coming attacks with little effort. It was as though Donari wasn't invisible at all. Diane shook his head. "It's a shame that your soul is crippled. With a whole soul, I wonder just how powerful you would be." Hearing these words, Donari's anger raised to the skies. At that moment, claps of booming fists intensified, followed by blood dripping to the ground in an unceasing rhythm. While many thought that blood might be Diane's, those with sharper gazes knew better. The blood came from Donari's own fists. Diane slapped a hand to the side, stepping forward toward a seemingly invisible target and slamming a palm forward. A muffled grunt sounded out, before a spray of blood released itself into the air. At that moment, a jet of air sped through the arena with such ferocity that the arena tiles below it began to crack. Boom! To the surprise of everyone, Donari's body suddenly appeared, sliding down a far wall of the Colosseum. There was clear fighting intent still in his eyes, but he had already been thrown from the arena. His destiny with becoming a core disciple had ended, for now. Diane walked over to help Donari up, sighing inwardly. Although the Unseen Peak core teachings weren't enough to make him envious, he was lamenting something else entirely. After the Celestial Deer sect was attacked, its library was ransacked and its core teachings were stolen. After all, if the Devil Path's Eclipse sect was founded on core teachings that surpassed the divine grade, how could the former number 1 sect not also have had such caliber of teachings? Unfortunately, they were all now gone. Even worse, Diane's master's memories didn't have such teachings within it. As for the reason why, Diane's master was the guardian beast of their sect, while the core teachings were meant for humans. Why would she have knowledge of them? Unlike Diane's little brother, Zaire, Diane's master didn't follow both the beast and human path. She only followed the beast path. The good news was that this wasn't the case for all of their core teachings.
Being a soul-centric sect, Dian's master had thoroughly learned the core teachings related to array alchemy theory. This truth made Dian wonder though. His current soul cultivation technique, Soul Rend, was already a peak divine level technique. Could it be that his celestial deer sect had an even better one? That idea was truly mind-boggling. Dian's soul cultivation was already going at breakneck speed. Even his wives who didn't have good soul talent were cultivating at inconceivable speeds. Of course, that was also due to Dian dual cultivating with them, but dual cultivation alone couldn't account for everything. That aside, as much as Dian wanted to know what happened to his sect's core teachings, he didn't even know where to start looking for them, so he could only leave it be. At least for now, divine-level techniques were more than enough to keep him occupied. He wouldn't reach a bottleneck in their cultivation for a good long while. Donari took Dian's hand and stood up. Although fighting intent was still brimming in his eyes, he calmed himself. He usually found it very difficult to control his killing intent, but for some reason he could do so easily in front of Dian. This wasn't an effect even peak celestials had had on him, so he found it hard to believe a 32-year-old could do this to him. However, he didn't have time to think about it. Immediately after their bout ended, the crowd was already anticipating the battle between Olaf and Verver. For obvious reasons, the meaning behind this battle was much deeper. Although Dian was technically a commoner himself, the crowd had no idea. To them, he was born of the Jafari family and thus had status equal to Donari and his elder brother. However, Verver was a true commoner. In fact, he was an orphan. From a very young age, he had been alone, having lost his family to the flames of war. Considering he was 170 or so years old, this war was obviously not the same one that drove the Jafari family away, but rather one of the many wars the populace of Planet Cathedral completely ignored. Although Cathedral Universe was completely tranquil, there were still a whole 99 other universes that those who lived here seemed to never think about. In those universes, there was nothing but an overflowing violence that engulfed the lives of all those who were there. Because the cathedral completely ignored the plights of those people, it had become a hotbed for bandits and wannabe overlords. There was no shortage of individuals who wanted to rule over those lands and become the kings of what Verver saw as nothing more than a pile of garbage. It was no surprise, then, that Verver had a disdain for the safe and noble life those of the fortunate lived in this universe. However, he didn't dare to show any dissatisfaction because he understood that he would be hunted down if those here came to know that he wasn't from Cathedral Universe. Verver had risked everything to sneak his way into this universe and gain a new lease on life. He wasn't about to lose that opportunity just for some petty revenge on an existence he had no chance against. But that didn't mean he didn't have a brewing anger within him, waiting to be unleashed. Unfortunately, he also understood his limits. Because he wasn't born in this universe, he was suppressed by being here as well. Although universal suppression wasn't as overbearing as quadrant-level suppression, it wasn't to be ignored either. Facing off against Olaf, Verver calmed himself. Although the Keats family was among the organizations he hated the most, along with the Cathedral and the Jafari family, he knew he couldn't afford to lose his temper here. If he fought, he wouldn't be able to control himself, and if he revealed his true cultivation, it would become easy to investigate that he was being suppressed. If that happened, his ending wouldn't be good. However, he wasn't discouraged. Although he hated Dian, his words had inspired him as well. After earning a spot with soul-rending peak and becoming an inner disciple, he would leave for the tower and temper himself there. If there came a day where he became truly powerful, he would lift this quadrant up from the dregs and forge a path for all the people less fortunate than himself. So, before the judge could say a word, Verver cupped his fists and bowed. I concede. Under the stunned gazes of everyone, he turned and stepped off of the platform. Olaf sneered. It's good that a commoner knows his place. Verver froze on his way off the stage, trembling. His fists clenched so tightly that the knuckles of his tan skin turned completely white before a dark red color began to drip down the cracks of his fingers. The crowd didn't dare to make a sound. By all rights, after Verver conceded, the match should be over. However, the judge had still not said a single word, as though he was waiting to see if Verver was truly willing to take this slap to the face. In truth, there was nothing particularly wrong with what the judge was doing. In fact, if you spun it properly, it could be seen as him favoring Verver by giving him a chance to retract his statement. But the reality was very different. All of the judges present were too lacking in talent to make it into soul-rending peak by normal means, which was why their status was so low. So, how did they don the golden robes of a disciple? It was simple. They were of noble birth and thus took advantage of the biased and corrupt system to receive letters of recommendation to enter the sect. Couldn't be said that all nobles were terrible people, that would be ridiculous. But, expecting those with such poor prospects in cultivation to not be bitter and resentful of the world was asking for too much. The day of the assessment were the only days these judges felt that they wielded any real power, and they were apt to use it. If they could force Verver into an embarrassing situation, they'd do it. However, things wouldn't go as planned. If you want to step off the stage, are you really going to let a word from a clown stop you? Diane's voice wasn't very loud, but in an arena constructed for sound reverberation, it didn't need to be for everyone to hear his words. Verver's jaw clenched. Although Diane's words were right, he didn't feel like Diane was on his side either, so his immediate instinct was to lash out. What would you know? About your life? Next to nothing. But, I know plenty about my own. Diane replied simply. This response only made Verver angrier. Who doesn't know about your life? Another pampered member of the Jafari family, and you deem to give me advice. I don't deem to do anything. But, the difference between me and you is that I don't make assumptions about another's circumstances. I only try to understand them. My family was forced to flee to a much stronger quadrant. What kind of noble existence do you think I have? Even if my family retained its prowess, I've already told you that my mother was a commoner. Do you believe that this would receive good treatment in a noble family? I don't deem to say that my circumstances are worse than yours, but it would be smarter to not assume things about me. My words were simple. If you have something you want to do you really need to bother changing your mind because of the words of someone unimportant to your goal? Verver's eyes bored into Diane's. Maybe if looks could really kill, Diane would long since be dead. However, that didn't change the fact that his words were very reasonable. Who didn't know that the Jafari family was forced to flee? Who didn't know that their patriarch, Bol Jafari, was heavily injured during the war? And Diane had, in fact, made it clear that his mother was a commoner and that even the 74th quadrant, even as a duke, knew nothing about it. In the end, no one doubted him. Nobles couldn't understand the idea of someone who was noble, pretending that he wasn't. While commoners couldn't understand the idea of someone purposefully lowering themselves to their level unless they were there. Clenching his jaw, a resolute expression appeared on Verver's face as he resolutely stepped off, no longer bothering with anything else around him. The moment he did, Diane leisurely leapt onto the stage to see the steaming Olaf. He no longer cared about Verver, but hearing Diane call him a clown was enough to make him rage. If he lost this battle, not only would an elder of the Slaughter Peak become a slave, he would have to give up his family's core teaching to their mortal enemy. There was no need to explain why this was a slap to the face of the Keeds family. This was a battle he simply couldn't lose. Below the stage, Donari had wanted to warn Diane about their family core teaching. Although he had broken off from the Keeds family and thus refused to use their techniques, that didn't mean that he didn't understand their ins and outs. However, he felt that even if he did this, it wouldn't help Diane, so he simply held his tongue. Up until now, Olaf had been very low-key, only using simple techniques and his overwhelming cultivation to win up until now. In fact, many of his opponents directly conceded aside from two that overestimated their abilities and tried to use the Keeds family to gain notoriety. While the Jafari family was always noted for the excellent use of wills and excellent perception, what set the Keeds family apart was their bloodline abilities and how it connected to the core teachings. Now, Olaf had no more reason to be low-key. He would unleash everything and kill this Diane from the dregs of the Jafari family right here. Diane silently stood before Olaf, his features serene. It was almost as though he was spectating rather than participating. In truth, this fight was useless to those of soul-rending peak. Considering there were two core disciple spots, fighting it out between them was a bit excessive. After wasting more than an entire day watching inferior talents fight, the disciples of soul-rending peak were beginning to feel an itch they very much wanted to scratch. Oddly enough, despite knowing that Dian and Olaf would be two new core disciples of their sect, even the outer disciples hadn't shown any true respect to them. Of course, Dian noted this down. It seemed claiming a spot through assessments didn't cement your position in the sect. However, Dian didn't mind. After all, this made sense. The assessments took place relatively often, every 2 years, in fact. At this pace, wouldn't the sect be overrun with core disciples? What kind of respectable sect had so many core disciples? It wasn't that the number was particularly important, per se, but these things needed to be put in context. Core disciples received the most resources and guidance a sect had to give. On top of that, they were also seen as the future pillars of the sect, and they were all meant to be talents only seen once in a century, if not once in a millennium. At the very least, this had to be true in the context of the 98th quadrant. If soul-rending peak really accepted one core disciple every 2 years, over its long history, it would have tens of thousands of core disciples by now. The idea of having so many talents was absolutely ridiculous and made little to no sense. The truth of the matter was that had it not been for the rule change, now including a spar before acceptance, there wouldn't be any disciples here to watch this farce at all. Unfortunately, they were the ones chosen to take on this thankless task. As for how soul-rending peak cut down on its number of accepted disciples, Dian didn't know. But that hardly mattered to him. With his personality, would he really think that there was something these core disciples could do that he couldn't? Seeing Dian distracted by his thoughts like this, even going so far as to scan his surroundings as though he wasn't about to fight a tough battle, it was no surprise that Donari's elder brother was pissed. However, this entire time, he hadn't shown a single change of expression. After being suppressed by his own younger brother for so many years, would he really allow some Jafari family member to do the same? Before Donari's birth, Olaf was the most talented member of the Keats family in centuries. As one might expect with that kind of talent, over the 40 or so years between his birth and Donari's, he lived a pampered life. Constantly protected by his father, loved by his family elders, and all but guaranteed to inherit the family in the future. However, that was when his father took a concubine. Not only did he refuse to tell the family about her origins, he treated her as though she was more his first wife than his true wife was. Being the son of the first lady of the Keats family, this left Olaf wallowing in hatred. He couldn't understand the actions of his father, yet he could only wait for the day that this concubine would give birth. That entire time, he comforted himself by saying there was no way this new sibling of his would become more important to the family than him. After all, he was so talented, what were the odds? As long as this child was born mediocre, his father would snap out of it and start loving him again. However, for the first time in Olaf's life, he faced the reality of not having everything in his control. No longer did his noble status mean much of anything in the face of a younger brother who exceeded him in all things. Soon after, all of the attention, praise and filial piety Olaf had received completely transferred to his younger brother. And maybe the worst part? That very same younger brother threw it all away. Yet the family still hadn't given up on him yet. This was Olaf's chance. To defeat a man his younger brother acknowledged as his better. Wouldn't that be the ultimate slap to his family's face? Wouldn't he finally be able to show them all just how wrong they were? I've waited for a moment like this for a long time, Olaf sneered, releasing a dense black fog that warped the vision of everyone witnessing the scene. Suddenly, the fog thinned, covering the entire arena in a translucent gray. It was clear that this was the lauded peak heaven technique. Even saints felt their senses being manipulated under its effects. Suddenly felt as though up was down and down was up, as though left was right and right was left. And that was just for the audience. None of them could imagine what it felt like for Dian. However, immediately after that, something even more shocking occurred. A crackling sound echoed from Olaf's body as though something was releasing. A moment after, an eruption of dense saint energy blasted out from his body, increasing the effectiveness of the technique to another level. Those with weaker cultivation immediately passed out from dizziness, unable to stop the feeling of their heads imploding from the inside out.
It was only at that moment that everyone understood they had underestimated Olaf's talent. He had already stepped into sainthood as a third-grade expert. Diane didn't have much of a reaction to Olaf's outburst. He was just sneering at the fact the judge was allowing Olaf this much time to prepare without having said anything about starting the match. Was this really how they decided to do things? In a normal battle, would anyone have this much time to deploy their technique? Although it was quite good, it was clearly flawed. No one would allow anyone to just charge up their attacks like this. On top of all of that, restrictions on cultivation weren't so easily removed either. Originally, Olaf hadn't wanted to stroll in with his sainthood cultivation to look down on those around him and clear the assessment easily. However, unlike others, he was privy to private information. According to Evangeline, the rule changes should have been a surprise to everyone, but was it really so shocking that this everyone she was talking about didn't include those with statuses as high as Olaf? As much as a week before this day, Olaf had already learned of the rule change. However, he wasn't confident. In front of a core disciple, what the hell did saint cultivation mean? So, his plan was to fake his cultivation, thus lowering the evaluation requirements. After all, if he was saint disguised as an essence gatherer, he would have proficiency far exceeding the normal bounds of an essence gatherer. If he could do that, then he would impress, and thus his journey to becoming a core disciple would be far easier. Not to mention the fact that passing the trials a couple months from now, the very same trials that would decide whether he had the right to remain a core disciple, would also be far easier. However, Diane had ruined all of these plans. It was suffice to say that he was pissed. To seal his cultivation in a way that wouldn't be detected by even the judges and elders was a massive feat. Not to mention the fact it costed a ridiculous amount of money. Yet, he didn't even get what he needed out of it. Could be said that it was a massive wasted investment. But it was still better than losing his family's technique. If that happened, he would have no chance of entering the good graces of the family again. Seeing this abrupt change, it was only now that the disciples of soul-rending peak began to take Olaf seriously. To be a saint definitely gave you the right to be an outer disciple. In fact, considering he was a 10th stage essence gatherer first, being a third-grade saint was definitely enough to remain an inner disciple, albeit near the bottom of the rankings. But, considering they were the disciples chosen to come this time, weren't they all near the bottom of their respective rankings too? Can we start yet, Judge? Diane looked over at the golden-robed judge. Although he didn't say much, his words exposed exactly what was going on. What made it worse was that the judge couldn't control his eyes and accidentally glanced at Olaf as though asking for confirmation. Battle between Diane Jafari and Olaf Keeds. Begin. The moment these words were spoken, Olaf's body disappeared into the mist. But it was clear that this technique far exceeded Unseen Peak's illusory steps. Even Diane was having problems finding him because he had to constantly orient himself to the quickly changing directional rules. It seemed that Olaf could change the rules of movement whenever he wanted. Diane suddenly felt like he was back in the formation that protected the elven tombs, except this time, it was all in his mind instead of being reality. If Diane's soul was unlocked, dealing with this would be as easy as flipping a hand. But, unfortunately, the biggest weakness of body cultivators were attacks on the mind. Every cultivation path had its own pros and cons. Seeing Diane not find him immediately like he had with Donari, Olaf's laughter echoed through the arena. Watch very carefully, younger brother. Let big brother show you that bastards birthed from whores will never be equal to those of true noble birth. Suddenly, Diane's nonchalant expression froze over into an icy glare. What did you say? You heard him? At that moment, a presence filled a malevolent aura blazed to life. There wasn't a single person in the Colosseum left unaffected. It was as though all of their deaths were imminent. Olaf froze midway through his speech, unable to speak clearly. His technique shattered completely, dispersing the thin gray fog in an instant and causing him to fall to the ground shivering. Diane walked over, his face completely expressionless. With one swift motion, he picked up Olaf by his neck. In the silence of the arena, the odd sounds of dripping water were suddenly all they could hear. At first, there was confusion, but that was only before everyone's eyes widened to see a pool of yellow, emanating an acrid smell spread before his dangling feet. The judge was completely flustered. Olaf couldn't concede because his throat was clamped. But if he allowed a member of the Keats family to die, his place in the 98th quadrant would be forever lost. Diane W.? It's best you shut the fuck up. Diane's gaze sharply turned toward the judge, causing him to collapse in a heap the moment the presence that was focused on Olaf swerved over to him. Olaf's eyes panicked. He had so much he wanted to say. He wanted to threaten Diane with his family's power. He wanted to remind Diane that there were hundreds of members of the Keats family within soul-rending peak, far more powerful than him. He even wanted to beg for his life. But, from beginning to end, he couldn't speak a single word. He could only allow himself to be held up, dangling with his life about to end. The golden-robed elder was the first to snap out of it. Stop! However, Diane paid no mind to him. In your next life, learn who you can and cannot offend. Learn who you can and cannot talk about. Understand that my mother doesn't have a name that can be used by the likes of you. Without any further words, Diane crushed Olaf's throat, ending his life in an instant. Diane directly dropped Olaf's corpse in his own filth. The sound of dead, wet hitting a puddle was likely one those observing wouldn't forget for a long time. But maybe what was even more memorable was Diane's lack of reaction to killing a person, as though it was just an ordinary action. Diane had never had qualms about killing those who deserved to be killed. It had little to no impact on him. He remembered his first kill clearly. Madeline's fiancé, Akihiko. Diane didn't blink before directly killing him for laying a hand on his woman, especially after seeing him abuse Madeline in her memories. Since that time, 15 or so years had passed. Considering it was easy the first time, why would it be difficult now? Diane's disposition was perfect for cultivation. He had never run into a heart demon, nor had he ever faced anything that tested his Tao heart. With such a clear mind, it was only a matter of unsealing his cultivation before he would improve by leaps and bounds. You! The golden-robed elder had already begun to rage, but he was immediately stifled by a particular womanly sound of a throat clearing. Elder Clave, it's best you don't forget yourself. I've said nothing about liberties you and your judges have taken with the sex proceedings. However, that doesn't mean I haven't seen them. Evangeline's words were sharp and clear, yet still maintained that melodious quality to them that made the bones of those who heard them go soft. But, esteemed Vice Master, the golden-robed trembled. He had never seen the Vice Master get angry. Even in the face of all of the rumors she faced and the backhanded compliments from those she clearly outranked, she had never said a word. So why would she change that now? If the Vice Master of their sect suddenly began to assert herself, the power dynamic of their soul-rending peak would definitely begin to shift drastically. Although she had no faction to speak of now, with her position, did she really need it? She could even directly suppress the Grand Elder if she so chose. However, in all this time, people took advantage of her timid personality, directly defaming her and hoping to take advantage of numbers to outweigh her power in the end before stealing the sect master position right from under her nose. But how was this the same timid woman they had come to know? Elder Clave steeled himself. He very clearly attacked an elder of our sect. Even though his position is lowly, it is still higher than a disciple who hasn't entered the sect at all. He deserves respect. Do you think me as blind? Evangeline stood up, releasing a majestic aura. No, and where is your proof that Diane attacked a judge? There are thousands of pairs of eyes here, yet which one of them saw the manifestation of an attack? This? The crowd was stunned. Not only had they never seen their goddess act so imposing, they couldn't understand why she was twisting what everyone witnessed to be in favor of Diane so much. Even if they couldn't see an attack, wasn't it obvious that an attack happened? If you don't have proof, then don't speak on it. But, in this case, how about we speak on things we do have proof of? Did this judge not have bias? Did he not allow Olaf to prepare an attack before the battle began? Did he not try to end the fight before there was a concession or a ring out? What right did he have to do those things? And you, do you think I don't know that you tried to skip steps during the second round? blatantly using your power to belittle a participant of my soul-rending peaks assessments? Did you think to make a joke of the proceedings? To use what little influence you have to sway hearts you have no business touching? Who do you think you are? Decades of frustration, resentment, and anger spilled from Evangeline's cherry lips. At that moment, Lilith realized that she had not even a small chance of defeating this woman in a battle, something she found shocking beyond belief. Adequate punishment must be handed out for all crimes, Evangeline continued, her tone fiery and inspiring. This judge will be expelled after having his cultivation crippled. As for you, Elder Clave, you will go into seclusion to think over your actions today for 10 years. These words for the trembling judge on the ground were like a call from hell, while Elder Clave felt himself trembling with an anger that he didn't dare to speak out. They had indeed been in the wrong, but such a punishment was far too harsh. Evangeline then turned to Diane, who was currently staring at her without expression, as though he was absent-mindedly pondering something. As for you, your punishment will be decided based on your placement as a disciple. This isn't fair, but it is simply the way of life. The more useful you are, the more leniency you receive. Even if there is no proof of your attack, the fact of the matter is that you interfered and disrespected the decision of a judge of soul-rending peak. If you do not manage to become a disciple, you are forever banned from attending any future assessments and will have your cultivation crippled. If you become a core disciple, there will be no punishment as a judge has no right to question you. If you become an inner disciple, you will face 10 years of seclusion. If you become an outer disciple, you will face 100 years of seclusion. The crowd was in shock. At first, they thought that Evangeline was stepping forward because she had some sort of ambiguous relationship with Diane. But how could they continue to think that now? Not only did she admit to Diane being cheated, she actually said that it didn't matter. One had to understand that Evangeline's words about becoming a core disciple weren't so simple as they seemed. Those who earned the core disciple spot within an assessment didn't become true core disciples until after they passed a certain trial coming in the future. On top of this, the very same truth was the reality for becoming an inner or outer disciple. To put into perspective just how difficult it was to become a true core disciple, when Olaf revealed his true cultivation being at the saint level, the only disciples who batted an eye were the lower-ranked outer sect disciples. Even the lower-ranked inner disciples didn't care about the revelation even a little bit. In everyone's eyes, especially those who were the most informed, even Diane's chances of maintaining an inner sect disciple position was slim. In all likelihood, he would become an outer disciple, and thus be forced to endure 100 years of seclusion. Even in the case where he gets lucky and manages to become an inner disciple of the lower rung, he would still have to endure 10 years. Then there was still the daunting possibility that he might not become a disciple at all, or worse yet, become a working disciple. In that case, his cultivation would be crippled and his life would be completely ruined. Anyone who knew even a small piece of this reality suddenly realized that Evangeline wasn't showing favoritism. Rather, the truth of the matter was that she was venting anger she had held within her for too long. The judges and Elder Clave had pushed her past her limits and she could no longer endure it. What no one knew was that Evangeline still wasn't done with her punishment. In addition to this, your path to earning an opportunity for the rank trials will also be increased in difficulty. During your spar with a disciple of my soul-rending peak, you must win. If you do not, it will count as failure and you will have your cultivation crippled. The sharp intakes of cold breath filled the arena. How was this fair at all? To be cheated and then punished in your attempt to vent your anger? Was this truly the same goddess they had come to know? What was going on? The worst part about all of this was that Diane had just killed a member of the Keats family. Even if he had his cultivation, his future prospects would be dim. What do you think would happen to him after he was crippled? Even the outer sect disciples were already saints. In the case that Diane failed to beat a core disciple and an inner disciple, he would not only be tired after failing, he might even be heavily injured. At that point, he would still have a chance to challenge an outer disciple, but what would it matter if he only had a fraction of his battle power left? It was almost as though Evangeline was setting him up for failure. At this point, even some nobles began to look at Diane with pity.
There weren't any members of the Keeds family here aside from Donari, so it was obvious that they found him insufferably arrogant. However, there were exceptions to everything. Those members of the four up-and-coming families seeking to taking the place of the Jafari felt that a massive roadblock has just been removed, allowing them to finally sigh in relief. Even if Dian managed to become an outer disciple, 100 years of seclusion would completely destroy his future prospects, or, at the very least, slow him down to their level. As for the red-robed elder, he had an incomparably relaxed expression on his face. For some reason, after Dian killed Olaf, he hadn't even reacted. It was as though that was exactly what he wanted. At this point, the entire arena was completely silent with tens of thousands of pairs of eyes trained on Dian. However, he had yet to react to Evangeline's words at all. From beginning to end, he simply looked her in the eyes, completely unperturbed by the air of an expert she was releasing. Suddenly, Dian grinned. "Many thanks for your leniency, Vice Master. I already expected to get cheated, but somehow it stings a lot less when the culprit is such a beauty." Outrageous! The disciples sitting behind Evangeline suddenly stood up in anger. "What right do you have to call Vice Master Moon's decision into question? Apologize immediately. Vice Master, allow me to teach him a lesson." Every disciple from outer to core was complete enraged. Even before this Dian's challenge was difficult enough, why would he then give them such motivation to destroy him? Dian, however, didn't think much about it. He didn't completely understand what this Vice Master's motive was, but he wasn't a fan of being manipulated, nor was he a proponent of bowing his head. If this Vice Master wanted to play games, he'd play right along with her. "Say, Vice Master." Dian spoke, not caring for what her response would be to teasing words. "One of my bets today was ruined because I was forced to kill a fool. What say you about my making another?" Dian's words did nothing to quell the rage. In fact, his nonchalant attitude only increased the public outrage. However, what they did do was make everyone realize something. When Dian used the blood contract with Olaf, the red-robed elder and Elder Nova, it required all four parties to come into effect. The moment one of the parties died, the contract was immediately voided. The reason why this worked was because there was no clause exempting death, nor was there a stipulation that protected Olaf's life. So, although Dian had won, not only would he not receive the Peak Heaven technique, he also wouldn't receive the red-robed elder as a slave. This was unfortunate, not because Dian cared about the technique, but rather because he wouldn't be able to gain the information he wanted as easily anymore. "What right do you have to make a bet with me?" Evangeline responded calmly, having not even reacted to Dian's pointed comments. "Even if you have the battle prowess of a saint, even if you had the battle prowess of a celestial, it still wouldn't be enough." Hearing the Vice Master's word, the disciples nodded in unison, as though she was speaking for them all. Dian smiled. "I see. So, you'd like to be responsible for your soul-rending peak, losing an opportunity to attain the Jade Queen Bee's honey." Dian's words sent an uproar through those very same disciples. Although the crowd might not entirely understand the value of that honey, even after hearing Dian's explanation, how could they not? When Dian had finalized his bet with Olaf, they had no been here yet. Although Evangeline had the cultivation required to monitor the situation from afar, they definitely did not. So, this was the very first time they heard about it despite Evangeline knowing long before. For someone who is seemingly intelligent, that was quite a stupid question. What use does a crippled man have for such treasures? The Vice Master's words were simple and vague, but how could everyone not understand what she meant? If Dian failed, what chance would he have to protect his treasures? Even if he didn't fail, what was stopping her from forcefully taking them away for the good of the sect? In retrospect, Dian's question was fairly stupid. "I think we have a misunderstanding here, Vice Master." Dian didn't seem bothered by her response. "If I wanted to leave right now, even you couldn't stop me. There's no need to be so timid. I'm sure the lauded soul-rending Peak Vice Master wouldn't be scared to bet with a small essence gatherer, would she?" Evangeline held her hand up to stop the incessant shouting of the disciples behind her. "All right," she said with a smile. "If you lose,
Not only will your cultivation be crippled and your treasures taken away, you'll become my servant for the rest of your life." Hearing such words, the disciples nearly fell into depression. Was it really a punishment to serve such a woman for the rest of their lives? However, Evangeline continued, "I am but a woman, and as such, I am forced to protect my image, don't you think?" There was an eerie treat to her words, as though whatever she had to say next would be malicious beyond belief. Unfortunately, she didn't disappoint. "For the sake of my reputation, you'll have to be publicly castrated. Do you still dare to bet?" Evangeline had repeatedly shocked everyone who could hear her. Even the elders around felt like they were looking at a completely new woman. Those who had spent the past few decades scheming and talking behind her back suddenly felt a cold sweat permeate their backs. Had she just been acting timid this whole time? What was it that gave her the confidence to unveil her facade now? What were her plans? How would she deal with them? These questions flashed in and out of their minds as they hurriedly began to make reports to their various factions. It was clear that a sleeping dragon had awoken, and they had no idea where to take it from here. Against everyone's expectations, Diane only grinned again. "I agree. But..." Diane's words hung in the air, as though he was purposefully holding everyone in suspense. "After I become a core disciple, I'll be moving into your personal courtyard. I don't think it needs to be said that you won't be allowed to move out, right?" Seeing the contrast between Diane's innocent expression and the dirt that came from his mouth, everyone was baffled by his shamelessness. "Also, since you decided to be so harsh, I don't think it's too much to ask that I move in immediately after these assessments, right?" Diane's words were indeed reasonable. After all, whether he or Evangeline won the bet, both would require him to enter her courtyard, whether that be as a servant or a guest. Not waiting for Evangeline to respond, Diane turned to Elder Nova. "I'll be troubling you for another contract, old man. I'm sure that the same accident won't happen again." Diane's aim was clear to everyone. Since Evangeline had been so protective of her reputation, what could sully it more than an able-bodied male moving into her home? Whether anything happened between them was irrelevant. With the conservative nature of this quadrant, especially with the existence of the cathedral, Diane had truly hit the vice master where it hurt. Evangeline had no choice but to accept Diane's proposition. If she backed out now, it would not only look bad on her, but also soul-rending peak as a whole. For the matter of face, she boldly signed as though she wasn't worried at all. However, everyone knew something very clearly. If Diane won this battle, there really was no need for him to take the core disciple trials. After all, if he defeated someone who could pass them, what need would he have for them? This was the other reason why Evangeline had no choice but to accept Diane moving in without completing the trials. Just like that, the crowd suddenly got something else to look forward to. The spars between the disciples and other participants were almost an opening act, just prepping for Diane's opportunity. Currently, there were 2 core disciples that had come today. In the entire soul-rending peak, there were only 12 of them, but these 2 were the lowest ranked. That said, even if they were the lowest-ranked core disciples, they were still core disciples. None of the others dared to show them any disrespect. That said, those 2 disciples had completely lost their sense of prestige. Under the eyes of everyone, they blatantly argued about who would get the chance to fight Diane, even coming close to exchanging blows while the sparring sessions were still going on. Although Asina knew that the answer would be neither of them, she said nothing, instead waiting for Lilith to handle it later. At first, the 3 young beauties had been worried that Evangeline was protecting Diane for some reason or another. But the things that happened afterwards had allowed them to calm down. If Diane really had the protection of a vice master, killing him would become hundreds of times more difficult. However, now they had a reason to do as they please. In fact, it was possible for Asina to directly kill Diane during their bout since it had turned from a spar to a true fight. This made everything far more convenient. As for Donari, he said absolutely nothing from beginning to end. It was as though it wasn't his own brother who had died at all. But who could blame him? Didn't Olaf also insult Donari's mother before he died? If Diane hadn't killed him, Donari would have on his own. This was the first time that his elder brother had so blatantly provoked him, or else with Donari's personality,
Wouldn't Olaf have died ago? That said, although saying this sounded good, Donari knew that he didn't have a shot at beating a saint. The fact he could beat high-level essence gatherers was already stretching himself thin. So, he was caught between feeling grateful to Diane for dealing with the situation for him, and being pissed off that he neither had the strength nor the opportunity to seek revenge for himself. Thinking of his mother, Donari sighed. Maybe the only regret he had in leaving the Keats family was leaving his mother behind. Although many might not know, Donari knew that his father didn't favor his mother for any wholesome reason, but rather because of her constitution. Donari didn't know much about it, but according to hints dropped by his mother, she had the ability to maximize the talent of bloodlines. Donari had always known that there was some hidden reason like this. After all, his mother was just a mortal lady with no cultivation when his father met her. Even now, she was a mere foundation stage expert, and that was after his father had poured centuries worth of cultivation resources into her, hoping to extend her life as long as possible. For one reason or another, Donari's mother hadn't been able to give birth to another child. Maybe it was a consequence of her constitution, or maybe there was some other reason. In fact, Donari even suspected that it was all done by his mother to deliberately protect him. Knowing his father, if his mother ever gave birth to a child more talented than him, then he would be forgotten just like his elder brother was. Donari shook his head, focusing on his spar instead. He hadn't thought about such sappy things in a while. Maybe it was because his mother was only a few hundred miles from here that he had become so emotional. By now, many of the participants had already gone. Even Verver had already sparred with his respective inner sect disciple and passed with flying colors. Now only Diane and Donari remained. Truth be told, Donari felt a lot of pressure fighting this inner sect disciple. She seemed to have a cold and serene mind that made it difficult for his killing intent to affect her, not to mention the fact that she was a saint who had lowered her cultivation to Donari's level so as to maintain fairness. The worst part was that Donari's injuries from his fight with Diane back on Unseen Peak still hadn't healed. He hadn't complained about it all because that just wasn't his style, but that didn't mean it wasn't affecting him. Of course, Diane noticed this, but he knew that Donari would never accept any healing pills he could give him. Plus, the healing pills he had were personally refined by Clara and made with his celestial-level body in mind. If he took them out publicly, it would cause another uproar. Luckily, the inner sect disciple facing Donari finally nodded in satisfaction. With her cultivation, she could obviously tell Donari was injured too, so he had earned her respect for not bringing it up and instead fighting valiantly. "You pass," she said with a light smile before her cold expression returned. At that moment, it was finally time for what the crowd had been waiting for with bated breath. Which core disciple would Diane fight? Did he truly have a chance? Even worse, while the disciples lowered their cultivation for the sake of a spar for others, the core disciples absolutely would not do this for Diane. Would a young genius really have his future path cut off here? Just as the crowd was anticipating the final spar, the sound of the core disciples arguing suddenly caught their attention. Before, there were battles going on so it hadn't been too obvious, but with everyone now patiently waiting, the only true action seemed to be happening on the soul-rending peak viewing platform. Realizing that they were becoming the center of attention, the core disciples had no choice but to swallow their arguments. Losing face for their soul-rending peak was a massive taboo they didn't want to weigh on their shoulders, even if they were core disciples. However, they were almost set off by Diane's calm smile. Was he really not worried about fighting one of them? Core disciples of soul-rending peak were without a doubt the leaders of the coming generation. Their prestige in the entire 98th quadrant was nearly second to none. How could they allow a 32-year-old kid to sully their reputation like this? But the problem of deciding who would fight was still a massive one they couldn't make. Turning to the Vice Master, they left their place behind her to respectful bow before her. "Please, esteemed Vice Master, we cannot choose between ourselves. We believe it would be best if you made the decision." When Evangeline heard this, she didn't have any particular reaction. She didn't care which of them fought Diane, the result would be the same. Becoming a core disciple was not a joke. However, before she could randomly choose, a melodic voice interrupted her. "Vice Master,
How about you allow this lowly one to make the decision? At this moment, all eyes trained on the white-haired beauty who had an aura about her that was beyond words. She was the only woman they had ever seen that could sit beside their goddess and not seem completely outmatched. And what was more, she was so young. However, everyone was also confused. Although they didn't dare to ask, it had been almost 3 days now since the assessments began. Yet these beauties sat in seats of honor without anyone knowing who they were. They even sat in front of the core disciples. Did this mean that their status was even higher than theirs? So, who were they? Hearing Lilith's words, Evangeline was a bit surprised and even got a bad premonition. But, declining such a simple request would seem far too petty of her. It was no wonder why Lilith waited until this moment to bring it up. Seeing Evangeline's approval, Lilith turned to the crowd. Many of you don't know who I am. Considering our destinies will be inevitably tied for the foreseeable future, I believe it's time I introduce myself. My name is Lilith Nightmare. About a month or so ago, I defeated senior brother Kernick Keeds to become our quadrant's new key wielder. Boom! It was as though all those who heard these words felt fireworks going off in their minds. They could only dumbfoundedly stare at the beauty before them without any words. Kernick Keeds could be considered as Donari and Olaf's elder cousin. He had been a pillar of their 98th quadrant for 2 centuries already, and although they had such a low rank, no one had the heart to blame him. Their circumstances were simply too poor, and they knew that not everyone could be like that monster Dian Sakaro, who single-handedly raised his quadrant from the 100th rank to the 51st. Better yet, Kernick had an extremely good reputation within the sect. Unlike other members of the Keeds family, he was exceptionally humble and modest, even going as far as to diligently cultivate the talents of their sect. Everyone knew Kernick's famous catchphrase, "A tree can't grow with only one strong root." He repeated these words all the time, even as he gave pointers to his junior brothers and sisters. To hear that his position had been taken by a complete stranger, albeit a beauty, many couldn't help but feel bitter in their hearts. Seeing the reaction to this news, Dian's eyes flashed with respect. He had never even met this Kernick character, but he already knew that he had the qualities of a true leader. If not, there's no way this many individuals would lament the loss of his position, especially considering it was taken by such a beauty. This Kernick was truly worthy of being a legatee. Being the key wielder of such a weak quadrant, it was very easy for one to give up. How many individuals would take advantage of the resources they could gain from their position and forget about everything else? Dian was sure that the answer included many people. Lilith, however, didn't seem too perturbed by everyone's reaction. She had little connection to this universe, so why would she care about their feelings? They were all just puppets on the strings of their devil path quadrants. From now on, I can only promise to do my best to live up to senior brother's image. I thought that this would be a good time to take the right first step. For good reason, our soul-rending peak has pitted the odds against this assessment participants here. He did, in fact, challenge the prestige of our sect by disrespecting the judges we've chosen. However, anyone can see how much of a talent he is. Although he's not quite ready to stand near the top, and his character needs tempering, he still deserves a chance to win. So, how about this, senior brothers? Lilith's light, yet cold smile made the knees of the 2 core disciples feel weak. At this point, even if she asked them to jump into the planet's core, they'd agree without hesitation. You two are far too powerful, and he has little to no chance of beating either of you. How about we give him a chance and allow the newest member of your core disciple ranks to fight him in your stead? Newest core disciple? The 2 young men looked at each other before their eyes fell on Roll and Asina. Could it be? Almost as if to confirm, Asina stood, leaping over the curious core disciples and falling down like a meteor onto the arena stage. Seeing that their chance to gain Evangeline's favor had slipped away, the 2 core disciples could only accept their fate and sulk away. A moment, Lilith said, not allowing the judge to start the fight. Instead, a small dome appeared in her small, ice-like hands. It floated downward gently before beginning to expand at an alarming rate. In a split second,
The palm-sized dome reached hundreds of meters across before crashing into the ground with a muffled boom. Since this isn't a spar, but rather a true battle between core disciple-level characters, some extra precautions need to be taken, Lilith said with a smile. Seeing this, the frown in Evangeline's heart deepened, but she didn't dare to show her true feelings outwardly. With this dome placed down, it was impossible for anyone to interfere at all. Even if one of their lives were in danger, the burden would be on Lilith to stop it. And something was telling Evangeline that Lilith's intentions weren't so pure. Although others might fall for her words, she wouldn't. How could members of those quadrants even be comparable to their core disciples? They were so much further ahead of their younger generation that only some of their elders could defeat them with relative ease. To toss her out under the pretext of Asina being the easier opponent, Lilith was full of shit. Dian, this entire time, hadn't given Asina a glance. Instead, he was intently studying the dome he had just been trapped in. Asina wasn't too happy about this. Did he really think that she was just as easy of an opponent as those other opponents of his? However, she calmed herself. What use was there being mad at a dead man? Plus, he was handsome, which made him easy to forgive in Asina's heart. Maybe I should refine him into a puppet after this. It would be too much of a shame if such a handsome man was wiped from existence. Asina blushed slightly, thinking about what it might mean to have such a man as a puppet. By then, her heart had already calmed. Aren't you going to tell me where your elven blood comes from? Dian continued analyzing the dome around him. Why do I need to explain anything to you? Humph. You don't even have the awareness of a gentleman when you're speaking to a woman. I treat my wives just fine. Dian spoke offhandedly. Are you saying you deserve the same treatment I give them? I'd say you should probably take that up with them. Those around were completely engrossed in Dian and Asina's conversation. Although the dome had come down, it clearly didn't stop their words from coming out. No one was surprised that someone on Dian's level had wives despite being so young. Who wouldn't want to marry a Duke-level character? Even the noble princesses of their quadrant would line up for miles at his door. But to see him treating such a beauty so coldly made them feel pain in their hearts. Although all of them were off-put by Asina's murderous aura, they weren't blind. That said, what truly shocked them were their talks about elves. Hadn't that legendary species gone extinct long ago? Why were they being talked about here? And furthermore, this Dian character had their bloodline within him? What did that mean? Everyone knew that even the weakest of elves were born with earth-level constitutions at a bare minimum, while those with ancient bloodlines would have heaven-level constitutions at the minimum. If Dian really had an elven bloodline, that would definitely explain his combat prowess. In fact, it would more than explain it. By this point, the judge had said to begin long ago, yet neither of the two had moved. It was as though Asina was studying Dian, who was, in turn, studying the dome. Asina was clearly dissatisfied with Dian's answer. This was the first time a man had treated her this way. Although many avoided her, those that dared to talk to her would never be so disrespectful. Even so, I'll have to insist you tell me. I'm quite interested in what my fellow clansmen have been up to. Fellow clansmen? Dian finally turned a piercing gaze toward Asina. You still have the audacity to say something like that? Dian had learned the story of the elves long ago. The short of it was that they utilized their legendary prophesying technique, sacrificing the life of the user, to see into the future and witness their own destruction. In order to survive, they sent all of their people away, but 3 of the ancient families stayed back because, according to the prophecy, their race would be wiped out if they didn't. In the end, only the dregs of the Acacia family escaped, allowing Rhi and her father to eventually reawaken their bloodline much later. But the Florence and Mathilde families completely disappeared from existence, leaving behind universe chaos, the supposed only uninhabited universe in existence, and also the very same universe that was adjacent to Dian's homeland and the resting place of the demon sage's legacy and daughter. But was that really true? Even if Dian was beaten to death, he would never agree that there wasn't some sort of conspiracy at hand. Why? Because here stood a member of the Mathilde family, clearly very much alive. Asina was stunned by Dian's words. What was that supposed to mean? She had not a single clue. It was clear that he was accusing her, or rather, her clan, of something. But she didn't know what that could possibly be. Seeing Asina's reaction, Diane didn't say anything more. His perception had caught everything it needed to know that she knew nothing, so there was no point in questioning her further. However, that didn't mean that he didn't notice Lilith's eyes contract at his words. Even if Asina knew nothing, this Lilith clearly did. That said, none of this increased Diane's impression of Asina. Even if these petty tricks meant nothing in the face of his absolute strength, even the strongest man would be annoyed by a swarm of mosquitoes. Just how much did they expect him to endure? Seeing that talking wasn't getting her anywhere, Asina slowly took her large, three-pronged spear from her back before slamming it into the ground. The arena floor shook violently, bursting with cracks that quickly spread along its surface as though it was nothing more than glass. This one showing forced those watching to take in a breath. If they had been apprehensive about the strength of this young girl before, they no longer dared. Throughout all of these proceedings, the only one they had seen even remotely damage the arena tiles was Diane during his group stage match. To see Asina do it so easily damage thousands of square meters worth of these battle-tested tiles truly shocked them. It was only at this moment that they realized that they couldn't see through Asina's cultivation. Just what did that mean? There was another thing. If Asina was stabbing her weapon into the ground now, didn't that mean that she intended to fight Diane without it? Arrogant. Before this match began, no one thought that Diane had a chance. However, after seeing who his opponent would be, many began to think that Lilith and Evangeline had coordinated their efforts to make it seem as though Diane was fighting a tough opponent when the reality of the matter was this: he was being let off easy. However, seeing this, how could they continue to think so? Even if someone told them that this young lady was even more powerful than the two core disciples that came today, they might actually believe it. Asina charged forward, completely leaving her weapon beyond. Her speed and footwork made those who could see its intricacies sigh with admiration. Were these the core teachings of soul-rending peak? How profound! Only those core disciples knew well that these were no core teachings of their sect. They had seen them many times and none were this profound. Just who was this young lady? Diane felt an odd pressure envelop him, as though an eye in the sky had locked down his position and could see his every movement. Divine sense. Diane's eyes narrowed. This girl was at most 19 years old yet had a celestial-level soul? What the hell was going on? In his entire time in the martial world, Diane had never fought an opponent, with cultivation similar to his own, that had senses sharper than his own. Even Saru, albeit because she was fairly young, seemed incomparably slow to Diane. However, now not only was his soul sealed, causing his senses to drastically drop, it could very well be his movements that seemed slow to Asina. By the time everyone's ears register the reverberating boom of Asina's acceleration, she had long since closed the distance between her and Diane to a mere handful of feet. Diane threw out a simple punch, maintaining his calmness even in the face of the unease he felt, having divine sense locked onto him. However, Asina seemed to have seen through it long ago. Her curvaceous body bent at an impossible angle, allowing only the very tips of her long black hair to graze Diane's fist as she threw her own directly into Diane's abdomen. A muffled grunt left Diane's lips as his body keeled over. But he wasn't sent flying. Asina's control over her strength seemed to have reached a level of mastery Diane had never seen before as she unleashed a flurry of attacks. Her fists were violent and unrelenting, even as they seemed to suck Diane's body toward her with every blow. The laws that should have governed the world were completely shattered by this seductive beauty. Lilith smiled watching this display. She was quite familiar with the Matilde family's array of attack techniques because with Asina's personality, to say that she was often challenged to sparring matches was an understatement. This particular fist technique was difficult to master because it required intent-level wind will, but also a level of control that was rare even among normal Dao formation experts. It was known as Violent Void Fist. It was a set of fist techniques that capitalized on taking the initiative, while also taking advantage of the laws of wind will to create suction vacuums that disallowed your opponent from creating space, which in turn allowed you to keep the initiative. It was actually the weakest of the Violent Void set of techniques, but to considering it was still a borderline divine level technique, it couldn't be looked down upon. Of course, this was something Dian was learning firsthand as his body was ravaged with fist after fist. TCH. Dian's skin reddened and his muscles flexed, directly allowing him to enter the first stage of the first act of Demon Emperor's will. In an instant, Asina felt like she had gone from hitting flesh and bone to hitting a steel plate. Even the sounds of her fists pounding into Dian gave off a clear metallic ring that made her ears buzz with discomfort. Asina's eyes sharpened, her plant foot sliding back as her other whipped forward like a lethal weapon. The wind was completely at her beck and call, accelerating her kicks to blinding speeds. Suddenly, Asina's attacks reached a completely different level. The combination of her swift kicks and violent punches melded together into a beautiful art, assaulting Dian's steel-like body and tearing the robes on his with vicious slicing wind. However, Dian no longer allowed himself to lose the initiative. Although Asina had only taken a small step back, it was more than enough for him to begin his retaliation. In that moment, a towering man and a young girl fought with striking dichotomy. One with violent yet beautiful arts, and the other with straightforward, bland responses. Minutes flew by with very little change. However, Asina was frowning. Although her attacks were effortless, they were infused with her energy cultivation and powerful body. Coupling that with the fact her divine sense was deployed and she was definitely using all of her abilities. The problem was that not only had Dian not used a single technique, he hadn't even used any wills either. Asina had begun arrogantly, sticking her spear into the ground and charging forward. But hadn't Dian responded just as arrogantly? Not only had he not used his weapon, he was only using his body to counteract her. Of course, Asina had faintly noticed the fact Dian utilized a strengthening technique earlier on to force her to use her violent void wind slicing kick technique. However, he hadn't used anything else. The most frustrating part was that Asina had decided to toy with Dian, thinking that a technique that strengthened your body couldn't be used for so long with severe backlash. After all, her own Mathilde family had a few techniques that could do this, and all of them lasted for half an hour at the most and would leave its user severely injured afterward. However, at least half that time had passed already, yet Dian wasn't showing any signs of slowing down. How could that be possible? Even as Asina was losing her temper, those who were watching this battle were completely engrossed. The two of them hadn't even moved from their singular position, but that didn't take away from the entertainment at all. Just the level of skill was enough to put everyone watching in awe. Even those golden-robed elders and the upper echelons of the branch peaks were learning from watching these youngsters. What shocked them the most was Dian's battle style. He hardly wasted any movements, and his use of his power was ridiculously efficient, but he didn't seem to be using any special technique or wills. It was truly baffling. Could it be he was still holding back against someone so powerful? Just what level was he at? If Dian knew the thoughts of these people, he would have to sigh. He simply didn't have any attack techniques, and as for his energy cultivation and wills, they were all sealed. He wasn't avoiding using them because he was arrogant, he wasn't using them because he couldn't. In fact, the only reason he was still going easy on Asina was because he speculated that she was also holding back, while at the same time, he needed to study the dome they were in more. That Lilith character might be beautiful, but he didn't trust her moral compass even the slightest bit. Suddenly Dian's eyes widened as he realized something. So that's how it is. This bitch. Lilith seemed calm on the outside, but inwardly, she was completely shocked. Not only was Dian more powerful than she thought, even with her cheating, it didn't seem to affect him at all. By this point, Dian was absolutely pissed. This dome was a supreme-level treasure. Although it was well hidden, it couldn't escape Dian's perceptive eyes nor his level of array alchemy. Because of this, Dian didn't have a prayer in destroying it unless he made use of the full power of his life-stealing broadsword. In all likelihood, if he went all out, he would shatter the dome because it was a first-stage supreme treasure, while his sword, although not yet complete, was still at the fourth stage. The problem was that Dian didn't want to reveal his trump cards yet, and this Asina, who seemingly wanted to kill him, wasn't worth his weapon. What Dian realized in his length of time fighting her was that she was also suppressed. Asina was a peak first-grade sainthood warrior who had cultivated to the 6th stage. Not to mention her arsenal of intents and techniques, this battle power was too low. That meant she was suppressed, just like he was. This told Diane many things. For one, maybe he would have trouble if Asina wasn't suppressed, but she was no match for him now. Two, these group of beauties weren't from this universe, maybe not even from the quadrant, yet had such control of its proceedings. And three, he would make sure to teach these two little girls a lesson they would never forget. Asina immediately sensed Diane's change in demeanor as well as his anger, but she didn't know what was wrong. From the very beginning, Diane had gone very easy on Asina. Not only was she a beauty that he didn't have deep-seated anger against, she was also very young. The fact she wanted to kill Diane was clearly not her own decision, but rather the decision of someone else. Diane wasn't so petty as to be angered for such a small matter, especially when she had no chance of beating him to begin with. Even when he stepped into the very first stage of Demon Emperor's will, it was for simple defensive measures. Because Diane's demonic will was locked, this technique lost half of its effectiveness. So, what did it mean for Diane to only use the first stage that was once a 2x multiplier at its peak? It meant that his strength wasn't multiplied at all. Rather, it was only his defenses that increased. Knowing this, to then say Diane took it easy on Asina might have been a complete understatement. You! Asina couldn't believe what was happening. How is your body so powerful? Who are you really? Diane wasn't in the mood to talk anymore. Instead, he took a mighty step forward, allowing his foot to sink deep into the arena tiles as his Demon Emperor's will shot to the third stage. In that moment, Asina felt an overwhelming kingly aura envelop her. It felt as though a demonic emperor had risen up, filled with endless rage and bloody intent, prepared to bring the world into chaos. Diane's upper robes burst apart as his presence threatened to shatter Asina's divine sense altogether. Golden veins coursed across Diane's well-sculpted body, captivating anyone who saw them. But maybe the most shocking sight were the almost lifelike angel wing tattoos on his back, boldly shining with white, black, and gold lights. A.H. Asina's voice screamed outward as Diane's fist blasted into her belly. Rings of air blasted from her back while she vomited blood, the shock waves from Diane's violent punch almost tearing a hole in her abdomen. Asina fell to the ground in a heap, violently coughing up blood and holding her delicate hand to her stomach, unable to move. At that moment, she had lost her murderous intent. She looked like nothing more than a teenage girl, gravely hurt by a towering man. It was a scene that elicited waves of pity and almost scorn at Diane's actions. How could he be so heavy-handed with a lady? Diane turned a sharp gaze toward Lilith in the stands, his eyes filled with intent to kill. He had long since analyzed this dome. Because his energy cultivation talent was poor and sealed, it had taken him a while to notice. In fact, had it not been for how proficient he was with arrays, he wouldn't have noticed at all until it was too late. This dome had the ability to control energy flow at the whim of its owner. Using that capability and the built-in arrays, Asina could replenish her energy at a much faster rate than Diane, while Diane would slowly lose his ability to recuperate. By the end, Diane would be too tired to continue while Asina would be brimming with energy. The worst part was that this wasn't the end of it. If Lilith so chose, she could direct the flow of energy to strengthen Asina's attack as well. Even though she had only made use of the first ability, it was already insidious enough to piss Diane off, especially since it was done to kill him. By now, the core disciples had paled. Asina and Diane's battle had been fierce, and they definitely had more than enough power to shatter the tiles beneath them. Yet they hadn't. What did that mean? It meant that their control over their energy was so precise that they were able to make use of 100% of it to attack, not allowing even a bit to transfer to the ground beneath their feet. If Diane didn't have this ability, the 700,000 gene weapon on his back, even if he was just standing, would be more than enough to completely destroy this arena 1,000,000 times over. It was only now they understood that had they been chosen to fight Diane, they would have lost miserably. Maybe only the top half of the core disciples had even the slightest chance against him at all, but those experts were close to the celestial realm and some had even already stepped into it. Diane's angered gaze toward Lilith hadn't escaped the notice of those watching. What was he so angered about? "If you continue to cross me," Diane said in a deep and rumbling voice,
clearly spurred on by his use of Demon Emperor's will. "I won't hesitate to kill you." Lilith's teeth clenched at this statement. It was obvious by now that Diane had seen through her, but it wasn't as though she could voice what the problem was. At the end of the day, she was still only 21 years old. Despite her cultivation, her judgment wasn't perfect, nor was her control over her emotions matured either. In the end, she could only take deep breaths to calm herself down from personally killing Diane right here for threatening her in this way. Soon, her ice-cold face recovered. "It's best that you focus on your opponent at hand, or you won't know how you died." Behind Diane, Asina had finally stopped coughing up blood. In her eyes, an endless fury resided there. She was the princess of the esteemed dark elven clans, the heir of the Matilde family. Why was a man from an inferior quadrant capable of bringing her to such a state? Ah! Her head tilted back as she screamed into the skies. Her hair whipped about, seeping out with an energy Diane had never sensed before. It wasn't a will, nor was it saint energy. Yet, it came with it an aura of majesty and devilish intent that made all those who felt it feel their skin crawl. In that moment, a massive azura's eye, littered with pulsing red veins, appeared in the skies, causing the dome that withheld it to tremble in terror. The Matilde family's legendary manifestation had made its appearance once again. Asina's scream seemed to shatter the air, screeching and clawing its way through as though it came from the mouth of a banshee. The energy radiating from her seemed to have about the same level of prowess as Saint energy, but its density was such that it was very clear that if it was used to power Asina's attacks instead, the results would be far more devastating. Diane frowned, immediately leaping backward to avoid Asina's slashing claw. Before, Asina already had an off-putting, murderous air about her. But now it seemed to have multiplied several hundredfold, causing all those who saw her to involuntarily shake. What those of the audience didn't know was that the dome was constantly filtering the energy Asina released down, not allowing them to fully understand just what was happening. Of course, this wasn't for the sake of those here. They weren't even worthy of coming into Lilith's line of sight. The ones Lilith was worried about were those powerful entities who frequented Soul Market. Although they tolerated the existence of such a place because it brought them endless benefits, what they didn't know was that it was their devil path cultivators that were the masterminds behind it. However, Diane was feeling the full brunt of it. It was just that he didn't have the same amount of knowledge as those old fogies. No matter how intelligent he was, there were some things that wouldn't be found in books and could only be passed on through wisdom and word of mouth. That said, this didn't mean that Diane didn't have some guesses of his own. One thing he knew for sure was that the reason this energy was so similar to Saint energy, yet not at the same time, was because it originated from a different path of cultivation. After meeting Luna in the second trial world, Diane had been opened up to the world of energies. He had even begun to think that if so many different types of energies existed, was it really necessary to use the conventional method of cultivation? Normally, a martial warrior would build an energy foundation, first tempering the body with essence energy, before allowing it flow into one's meridians. Then the process would be repeated with saint energy, then celestial energy, then enigmatic energy. However, what if there was another path? What if there were hundreds of other paths that allowed one to build themselves a different foundation? Clearly, Asina had a foundation built on the conventional method, or else she wouldn't be able to use saint energy. But now it seemed she had tapped into a different method of cultivation entirely. What did this mean? Asina slowly stood, piercing toward Diane with a blood-red gaze even as the eye in the sky pointed toward him as well. Her hand stretched toward her spear in the distance, causing it to wobble once before shooting out of the ground at blinding speeds and charging into her grasp. What the hell was that? Diane's frown deepened. Diane had never heard of such telekinetic abilities existing in the martial world. In theory, one would be able to imitate such an ability with wind will, but Diane's perception would have caught on to that if she had. If Diane wasn't wrong, Asina had just made her spear, that was no doubt several 100,000 gene in weight for itself, fly toward her without using a will at all. Old lizard. Diane communicated with the Dragon King. Was that her weapon's spirit that did that? The Dragon King snorted, filling Diane's ears with an ancient and rumbling voice. Clearly, he didn't like Diane's nickname for him. They rarely communicated with one another, but Diane still dared to be so casual with him, as though he wasn't a lauded transcendent being. No, that weapon is a supreme level one, but it's still not good enough to have its own spirit. Usually only legendary path weapons would have them. Also, I'm sure you've noticed already, but you should be careful of this dome, or that white-haired little girl's words will come true. You really won't know how you died. Then, do you know what's going on here? She cultivates a different path. It's known as the devil path. Or, rather, she cultivates both the devil and conventional path. I didn't think it would still exist at this time. The devil path? Diane's frown deepened as he prepared to receive Asina's strike. You should be careful. She's easily about 5 times more powerful than before. It would be as much as 10 times if your conventional path quadrants didn't heavily suppress those of the devil path. That said, you should be very wary of her once you enter the tower. Either that, or you should probably kill her now to avoid such future problems. Is this devil path anything like the red crystal will of the Ipsum clan? Because if she's been sacrificing people for her power, I'll have no qualms with killing them all right now. Diane's anger congealed. That white-haired beauty had already pissed him off enough for him to kill her. If they had something like this on their list of sins, Diane wouldn't mind going all out with them. No, there's nothing like that. Although the devil path do have some cultivators who do such things, they're in the minority. Just like there are some of the conventional path do horrible things for power as well. There's not much of a difference between the paths in terms of morality. The only reason why they are enemies is the same reason why those of the soul path and energy path ward against each other in this quadrant: greed. Hearing the Dragon King's explanation, Diane understood. Did it really make sense for soul cultivation to be banned in this quadrant? No, it didn't. But this was the reality. Since this was the case, why would he believe that the hatred of the devil path had any better reasons? After being in the martial world for so long, Diane didn't believe that anyone of the conventional path was so noble so as to war against powerful opponents just to protect their Tao. That was absolutely ridiculous, and anyone who spouted such drivel deserved to be pointed and laughed at. The martial world worked on one thing and one thing only: benefits. Are you saying that you know the true history behind this quadrant? Anyone truly powerful knows the secret behind this quadrant. The only reason you don't know is because you aren't powerful enough. Simple. I learned of the dark inner workings of this quadrant 2 bodies ago, right before I took over your martial uncle, when I became the elder of a well-known sect. Diane rolled his eyes. Why didn't you tell me about this when you saw I was struggling to find someone to interrogate? I can't read your mind. I have no idea what you're doing here. Plus, my true body is constantly warring with my consciousness in this plane. It's no surprise that he wants to tear you limb from limb. Diane didn't respond to this. Even he didn't really understand why he was here. He just had a feeling that he should come. After hearing Zabia's story, he had a feeling that the story of the Soul Path War that happened here wasn't so simple, so he wanted to get to the bottom of it. He also suspected that the kidnapping and taking away of those with soul talent wasn't so simple either. After all, in a quadrant like this, he almost expected there to be public executions daily. However, after those with soul talent were taken away, they were just never seen again. It was far too odd. Coupling all of that with the ridiculously high-level suppression and the mystery of these devil path cultivators and how they somehow had the favor of the cathedral and soul-rending peak, and Diane had a mystery he simply couldn't ignore. If you want an explanation, you should probably wait until after this fight. If I tell you now, you'd definitely do something stupid. There's a reason your Zabia friend didn't want to tell you. Diane didn't have time to respond either way because the tip of Asina's spear was already growing larger and large. His head tilted to the side as he stepped forward, hoping to take advantage of the weakness of a spear in close quarters to lock Asina down. However, as someone who had wielded a spear for years, how could Asina not understand this? Her Azura's eye, combined with her divine sense, pushed her senses to unholy levels. She could act almost without thinking now. Her spear spun, aiming the butt of its shaft toward Diane's ribcage and slamming into it with violent abandon. Diane grunted as he felt his bones nearly snap,
bending violently inward. A vacuum of wind stopped Dian from flying away just as Asina's spearhead spun back toward Dian. Violet void slash! Asina roared. The crowd felt true fear watching the blade arcing with dark energy. There was no doubt in their minds that this approached the power of a celestial, and that was a conservative estimate. Dian's eyes narrowed. Act 2. In an instant, Dian's power jumped to an entirely new level, shattering the tiles beneath feet. His arm shot upward, taking the full force of the blade trying to slice him in half. At this point, many looked away. They didn't want to have to witness such a vicious death. There was no doubt in their minds that when they next saw Dian, he would be in two halves. Lilith's eyes flashed as she murmured something under her breath. Fuck! Dian raged, an unrestrained anger erupting from his chest. Evangeline stood abruptly, wanting to stop the match, but there was nothing she could do about the dome. Even if she told Lilith to stop what she was doing, what were the odds of Lilith actually listening to her? Asina's slash multiplied in power, seemingly fueled by some unknown source. The flesh on her arms burst apart, spraying the arena with blood as an endless supply of energy poured into her. There was no question that this attack had reached the level of celestials. In fact, even Evangeline felt her heart palpitate while watching it. She could tell that this wasn't entirely Asina's power, but there was nothing she could do about it. No! Boom! Many closed their eyes, lamenting the loss of a genius. If this had been a normal spar, would anyone doubt Dian's qualifications to become a core disciple? He was only 29 yet had this level of power. There was no denying his talent. Suddenly, a roar that shook the heavens awoke everyone from their emotions. Golden glass-like shards fell from the dome as array after array fell apart. Everyone's eyes focused on the center, only to see Dian, standing with two massive black wings on his back, exuding the aura of a devilish king. At that moment, one was bent, blocking Asina's blow, while the other stretched out for meters, adding to his imposing demeanor. My patience has run out. Asina's spear couldn't pierce Dian's wings. It was as though each beautiful black feather was forged of the toughest ore in existence. Her hands shook as blood erupted from the web of her finger and thumb, unable to withstand the reverberating impact. The claw of Dian's hand shot forward, clutching Asina's throat and lifting her into the air. Asina, no! Roll's heartbreaking and lovable voice called out as tears fell from her immature cheeks. Dian's demonic intent rolled through him, fueling his demon sage blood essence to make his emotions darker. A mere 19-year-old kid who only knows a single will dares to fight against me? To try and kill me? Who gave you the guts? Was it her? It hadn't taken Dian long to realize that Asina had only mastered one will. From beginning to end, she had only used wind will. At first, it had confused Dian until he realized why. Asina had cultivated two paths to the level of sainthood at a mere 19 years old. Did she really have the time to put into comprehending wills? On top of that, according to the Dragon King, a trade-off for massive power boost given by the Devil Path was a lowered comprehension toward universal laws. Couple that with her young age, and it resulted in Asina only having comprehended a single will to the intent level. Dian's presence shattered Asina's manifestation, causing her to cry out pain. Her unyielding gaze softened, filling with unwillingness, as though she was a wrong child who hadn't just tried to kill him. Asina had no choice but to quickly retract her divine sense, unwilling to allow Dian to shatter it as well. Unlike her manifestation, that kind of damage would be almost impossible to come back from. Dian slowly took the massive broad sword off of his back, causing Asina to involuntarily tremble. She wanted to concede, but the deep pride within her wouldn't allow it. In addition, even if she wanted to, Dian's clamp around her throat was much too fierce to allow her voice to escape. It was only now everyone realized that from beginning to end, Dian hadn't used his weapon. In fact, they hadn't even felt a single energy fluctuation from him. Could he really fight to this level without his wills or energy cultivation? That was completely ridiculous. Suddenly, a golden flame wrapped around Dian's sword-wielding arm, coursing into his broad sword and causing it to expand with reckless abandon.
The already massive 7-foot-long sword doubled in size, pulsing as though it was alive. Veins of red and gold shot across its black surface, oozing an aura of death that completely outmatched the feeling Asina had given them earlier. "Leave her alone, you bully," Roll's voice called out. She wanted to shoot forward, but Lilith caught her, stopping her from going. "Let me go, you cold-hearted witch. This is your fault." Lilith only grit her teeth, still not letting Roll go. Dian's runic vein pumped his broad sword with the power of his body. "There's a price for pissing me off." Suddenly, Dian's body disappeared. In an instant, he appeared at the edge of the dome. The only thing separating him, Lilith, and the platform of soul-rending peak disciples was what seemed like a thin piece of glass. However, Dian knew better than to think it was as fragile as it seemed. Dian's arms lifted into the air, causing a vortex of golden flames to erupt, once again doubling the size of his massive sword. And then, he swung downward. "No!" Lilith's voice called out. Even for her clan, supreme-level treasures were incredibly rare. Her nightmare palace had a dozen at the most. The fact she had one right now was a testament to how important she was to the prosperity of their clans. The loss of such a treasure wasn't something even her nightmare palace could ignore. She didn't know what it was, but she was absolutely certain that if Dian dared to attack it, he could break it. Lilith knew next to nothing about arrays. The only reason she could control the dome was because she had bound her soul to it, allowing her to understand absolutely everything about it. But, at this moment, she couldn't help but remember part of Asina's report on Dian, a report that said she was 60% certain that Dian had manipulated the location symbols on a teleportation array with absolute ease, something even she as a 10th stage Grandmaster couldn't do. If Dian used this knowledge to attack the weakness of the dome, what would that mean? Boom! Ah! Lilith grabbed her head, seething in pain as she felt her connection with the dome completely shatter. The backlash made her feel as though her head was being stomped on repeatedly, drilling the flesh in her brain to complete nothingness. However, when everyone turned their gaze to the dome, it didn't have a single scratch on it. How could a supreme-level treasure be so easily destroyed, especially by someone as weak as Dian? No. What Dian had done was forcibly sever the connection of the dome to Lilith. In the vortex of golden flames, Dian had hidden the very volatile ancient form of aurora flames. Because of their violent nature, they were very good at destroying things, especially when those things were created with docile aurora flames to begin with. Without any master, the dome flew up before shrinking down to the size of palm once again. Dian casually caught it and stored it within his ring before tossing Asina's bloodied body in front of Lilith's screaming figure. Roll completely ignored Lilith, rushing to Asina's side before glaring at Dian. "It's best you look at how her wounds were caused, little girl. If anything, your supposed leader dealt more damage to her than I did. Clearly she's not much of a leader." A complex light flashed in Roll's eyes. She knew very well that Dian was right. All of the blood on Asina was caused by Lilith forcibly feeding her energy she couldn't control. It had nothing to do with Dian. In fact, even if Dian had killed Asina, he would have been in the right. Evangeline watched as Dian's eyes left Roll and turned toward Lilith with dense killing intent. She had no choice but to flash forward, blocking his way. "You can't kill her. You can't kill any of them. You've already stirred too much trouble even injuring them." She spoke very quickly through divine sense before grabbing Dian's shoulder. "This year's assessments have concluded." Without another word or waiting for Dian to protest, she flashed away while keeping a grip on his shoulder. Several minutes later, Dian found himself sitting across from the golden-haired Evangeline. They lounged by a quiet spring as she arranged some tea. Seeing that Dian only watched her silently, she couldn't help but speak first. "Are you not angry?" "Why would I be angry? I made things very difficult for you. Shouldn't you be angry?" "Not exactly. Your words may have seemed to make things difficult, but the reality is that I didn't have to do any more or less than I would have had to already." "But if you lost?" Evangeline's delicate hands trembled slightly as she handled the tea leaves. The truth was the Evangeline wouldn't know what to do with herself if she was the reason for anyone's death. To say that she was a kind-hearted individual was a definite understatement. She quite literally couldn't handle watching others suffer. Felt like it was her own pain. As for why she was purposefully make it seem like she was against Diane, that was obvious. The first was to protect Diane from the anger of soul-rending peak. Although Diane was in the right to begin with, the powerful didn't care about such bland things as right and wrong. They only cared about what they could get away with. The second reason was to show that she was favoring Diane, but rather venting her feelings instead. After that, no one would bother to punish Diane again because she had technically already done the punishing. Of course, Diane guessed this. He was quite good at reading the character of others, especially with his still-growing perception. Although he wasn't entirely certain of the levels of progression attached to perception, he was sure that his wasn't exactly low. It would take an expert beyond his imagining to pull the wool over Diane's eyes. I'm sure you had a certain degree of certainty that I wouldn't lose. Diane smiled, appreciating the innocence of this mature beauty. If anything, I'm the one who's sorry for sullying your reputation. Evangeline blushed slightly. It had nothing to do with her feelings for Diane, but rather, she wasn't used to the idea of any man living together with her. But, unfortunately, even if they both wanted to renege on their deal, it wasn't possible due to their contract. As long as Diane was living in soul-rending peak, this would be his home. Composing herself, Evangeline just sighed. My reputation will be slandered whether you existed or not. There isn't a small number of individuals who believe that I am the mistress of the master of the sect. Diane frowned when he heard this. For obvious reasons, he didn't know about the political landscape of soul-rending peak. For it to have such turmoil even around the vice-master position, could be said that there weren't good things in store for the future. At the very least, being rumored to be my woman is far better than being a mistress of a small-time sect like this one. Diane lightly teased, trying to lighten the mood. Evangeline giggled lightly, causing waves to bounce across her soft ravine. Little boy, I'm thousands of years old. You shouldn't be so eager to tease an old lady like me. Diane smiled. You pretend as though your age makes you any less alluring. Hearing these words, Evangeline's opal eyes glistened with happiness. She had heard many compliments in her life, but it was often accompanied with a thick and disgusting lust that prevented her from appreciating them. However, although she could tell that Diane had a desire to warm her bed, she also saw a purity in his eyes that told her that he would never cross such a line without her permission. There were very few things a woman wanted more than a man who took her words and feelings seriously. You're quite free with your words, Evangeline said knowingly. Didn't you say that your wives would be unhappy? Diane lightly coughed, averting his eyes. It seemed that it was much more difficult to trick a seasoned woman than the younger ones he was used to. The shame of the matter was that he walked right into the trap too. After all, didn't he scold Asina just earlier for asking for the same treatment he gave his wives? His voice wasn't exactly concealed back then. Evangeline's smile deepened, seemingly enjoying Diane's awkward situations. She had a feeling that this sort of thing didn't happen to him often, so she felt quite good being one of the few to witness this scene. Of course, she also knew that Diane was playing a game of retreating and advancing with her. Allowing her to win a few exchanges of words would help their relationship deepen. Despite knowing this, though, Evangeline only appreciated Diane more. How many youths in his position would be willing to take such a loss? If anything, they'd be scrambling to prove their wittiness. Diane accepted the cup of tea Evangeline passed to him. He knew next to nothing about such things, but what he did know a lot about was alchemy. He immediately recognized the herbs Evangeline used based on their leaves and smell. To use thousand-year-old calming wisp petals for a small guest like me, Diane lightly breathed in the scent of the tea, enjoying the relaxing effect it had on his muscles. I'm flattered. Evangeline was shocked to hear Diane's words. You understand the Tao of tea? There was a faint excitement in her voice, for good reason too. Those who understood tea-making were rarer than even cultivation geniuses were. Diane shook his head. I only know a few things about herbs, but I'm more interested in knowing how you procured such a rare spiritual herb in this quadrant. Evangeline smiled. Is that your subtle way of asking about my origins?
This old lady has some secrets to keep. If you want to know about them, shouldn't you share some of your own first? What would you like to know? This kind of response surprised Evangeline. She didn't expect Diane to be so straightforward. Okay, I'll see how sincere you are then. What are you doing here? Diane shrugged. I'm not here for anything in particular. I just had some free time and came for some experience. Oh? I'm surprised. It doesn't seem like you're lying. Of course, I'm telling the truth. I wouldn't dare to lie to you. You must know how dangerous it is for someone surnamed Jafari to come here. Yet you really have no other purpose? It's either you're a very good liar, or you gave up your intelligence for that handsome face. Diane burst into a fit of laughter. I guess I'm not very intelligent. However, this is the perfect environment for me to train in. I could slowly consolidate my cultivation in a safe space like everyone else, or I can give myself a bit of pressure. It's pretty clear what will help me out more in the long run. I see. Does this mean you'll tell me why you're here now? What if this is just my home quadrant? Why can't I be here? Evangeline responded with a bit of a teasing tone. If this really was her home, Diane's question would be silly. Of course someone with her talent would come here if that was the case. Something is telling me your origins aren't so simple. Call it intuition. A little mystery would do you good. Evangeline's smile truly had a way of lighting up the room. Coupled with her almost blinding golden hair, and she looked as though she was a goddess that just descended from the heavens. Diane felt lucky to be able to speak with her so casually, but he didn't understand why this lofty beauty was so familiar with him. Could it really just be because she was a good-natured person? I'll let the soul-rending peak goddess keep her secrets then. Diane graciously took a step back, but he still took the opportunity to do a little give and take. Do you mind if I ask you a question? Depends on what the question is. Why did you stop me from killing her? I'm not that magnanimous. Evangeline was startled. She could sense that Diane wasn't messing around. Had she not stopped him, he would have killed Lilith without any qualms. However, could she really blame him? With her cultivation, how could she not see through the despicable means Lilith was using? This also confirmed something else for Lilith. Had Diane had a true purpose here, would he really risk it just for the sake of short-sighted revenge? The fact he was willing to kill Lilith meant that he truly didn't have some higher purpose here. But this also confused Evangeline at the same time. She had heard Diane promise to save the poor girl with soul talent. Why did he hold back then but not with Lilith? Truth be told, it wasn't anything so complicated. Diane didn't save the young lady because he knew it wasn't just her life on the line. He had a sneaking suspicion that there were many in her situation, so saving her alone would be short-sighted. However, that opportunity to kill Lilith was definitely his best. He knew that she was powerful, so attacking her while her soul was being torn apart would have been far easier. In the future, not only would she be on guard against his power, she herself would also be more powerful. Even if he ended up being chased by the entire 98th quadrant because of it, Diane was confident in his ability to hide and gather clues. Of course, this would be much harder without the status of a core disciple, but it would be worth it. In the end, though, Evangeline couldn't see through Diane. It was rare for people to care like he did, but it was even rarer for people who did care to know when to set aside their morality to fight for themselves. This latter issue was the problem Evangeline herself faced. However, for the sake of not becoming the same woman she was in her past, she chose to endure even when she shouldn't. Evangeline sighed. She truly envied Diane's demeanor. Since you're a member of the Jafari family, you should know a little bit about the underworking of this quadrant. Quite simply put, the clans of those young women you saw today are responsible for the state our 98th quadrant is in, but it's also the reason the current situation is sustained. As for why those clans chose to send their youths here, I have no idea. What I do know is that they don't plan on staying here for long. I'm sure you're clever enough to understand what that means. Diane pondered for only a moment before grasping the crux of the situation. For one, Lilith took over the position of key wielder. Obviously, this meant that what the younger generation was doing here was already clear and didn't need to be explained further. What was odd was the fact they would still be here instead of directly heading to the epistemic tower.
Why risk being found out by experts from other quadrants? Obviously, they had some loose ends to tie here before they left, and whatever those loose ends were, was related to exactly what Diane wanted to accomplish here. Seems like you understand. Evangeline continued. Just don't do anything stupid. And don't waste my precious tea. Standing up, Evangeline tidied the wrinkles in her golden dress before swaying her hips to walk into the distance. Oh! Evangeline's voice came from afar. Don't think of taking advantage of this old lady, or else I'll cut it off. Diane silently chuckled to himself. He wasn't thinking of crossing those boundaries with this mature beauty, but the fact she said it like this made it feel like she was inviting him to do so. Lightly sipping the refreshing cup of tea, Diane lazily reclined. Over the past few months, he hadn't done much else than study the finer points of his array alchemy and whatever little information he had on runic vein theory. He didn't cultivate at all, not because he couldn't do so, but rather because something inside of him was telling him that it wasn't appropriate to do so. It was a truly odd feeling. Ever since he completed the second trial, Diane had felt a fit of cognitive dissonance that was truly irritating him. Maybe the weirdest part was that his Tao heart was still incomparably firm. The disconnect he was feeling had nothing to do with what path he should take, but rather a hodgepodge of intents pulling him in different directions. That was what was confusing Diane. His path was the same, to reach the pinnacle of everything. However, his mind kept confusing exactly how that journey should be undertaken. Was the path to absolute domination reliant on understanding of the laws of the universe? In that case, Diane should focus his mind, heart and soul on array alchemy, magic and runic vein theory. However, what if that was the wrong path? What if his path was focusing on his combat prowess? If that was the case, his entire focus should be on mastering techniques and improving his energy and body cultivation. And what if that path was wrong too? What if his purpose in this life was to reveal the secrets of the soul? What if he was birthed with the soul kernel for a reason and the time he wasted on anything not soul-related was another day the cosmos was left in the dark? To this day, Diane still didn't understand why he was the one to break the seal placed on his people. By all rights, a mere mortal shouldn't have had any impact whatsoever on a seal placed down by a transcendent being. And although the entity pretended to not care about this, and it was quite true that it had little effect on his plans, Diane couldn't help but believe he, too, was confused. In the end, Diane believed that following the path of soul cultivation probably had the most support in terms of which path he should take. However, something was still telling him that the answer wasn't so simple. Of course, Diane had also thought about simply following all of these paths. After all, with his intelligence, he didn't doubt that he, with the lifespan he had gained from his cultivation, in addition to the extra lifespan Luna had given him without his knowledge, would be able to have great achievements in them all. The problem was that he couldn't help but lament that, what if? Diane's father had always been a person who placed discipline above all else. When he made a decision, he stuck to it. In fact, if Diane's father knew he had multiple wives, he would probably get scolded to death. And maybe for good reason, too. If it was his father making the decision, he would likely insist on choosing a single path. After all, with Diane's potential, just what kind of result would there be if he truly focused on a single thing? However, Diane wasn't his father. Just like how he followed his gut when it came to his wives, he felt that choosing a single path might not correct for him. Diane hadn't been in the martial world for long, but he did understand that this kind of indecision when it came to cultivation was bad. Even if he was firmly set of the idea of standing atop the world, if he chose wrong like Paishaniva did, the results could be disastrous. So, Diane decided to consolidate his knowledge and cultivation instead. His body had reached the celestial realm far too quickly, and he could tell it still needed time to adapt. Luckily, he had spent 10 years in the third trial, which helped tremendously with his consolidation, but the reason he still needed more time was mostly because of the influx of primordial energy. Although Diane's body had been tempered with primordial energy, it was still lacking compared to someone born and raised in the era, for obvious reasons. Because of this, Diane wanted to first allow his body to reach that level before he continued to cultivate. In this way, his foundation would be incomparably solid. There was something else as well. Dian wanted to wait for his energy cultivation to unseal so he could retemper his meridians with this primordial energy as well. He had a hunch that this would help his body and meridians fuse better, allowing him to jump over the hurdle placed before him by the fact these meridians weren't originally his own. Dian sighed. He had so many things he wanted to do, but in the end, more time than he was willing to give was necessary for them all. Old Lizard, I think it's about time you tell me what's going on. This really isn't something you should look into. The Dragon King's ancient voice sounded in Dian's mind. I try to give you techniques even the best quadrants would start wars over, yet you ignore them for the sake of saving people you don't even know. Truly wasting heaven's treasures. The Dragon King wasn't exaggerating even a little bit. Two of the techniques he mentioned to Dian, one of which was a dual cultivation technique, and the other of which was a sovereign path technique used for mastering and strengthening wills, were both legendary techniques that surpassed the divine level. According to the memories of Dian's master, there were 2 levels surpassing the divine level, each of which was separated into 4 levels just like the previous stages. Thus, in addition to common, earth, heaven, and divine techniques, there were also mystic, ancestral, and origin techniques. Normally, these top-level techniques would have next to nothing to do with Dian. This was because without the proper power level, using them was impossible, while using common to divine level techniques didn't have such restrictions. That said, the usability of such techniques wasn't that straightforward. This was because cultivation-type techniques could obviously be used without restriction. This restriction is mostly for attack and defense-based techniques, as well as movement-type techniques. To put it simply, even a person with no cultivation whatsoever could use an origin-level cultivation technique. However, if the same individual tried to use an origin-level attack technique, they would enter cultivation deviation and die. Without the strength of a transcendent, using ancestral and origin-level techniques was nothing more than a pipe dream. It would result in near instantaneous death. In addition, without the strength of a high-level Dao formation expert, using a mystic-level technique would lead to death in just the same way. In fact, maybe on half-step transcendence could truly use them without consequences. Luckily, the Dragon King understood this, and as such, both techniques he gave Dian were cultivation-type techniques. One improved the soul, body, and energy, while the other improved will comprehension. What level are those techniques that you have to advertise them so fiercely? The Dragon King snorted. They're techniques my true body found on the transcendent plane. What level do you think they are? Even those bastards up there want to kill me for them, and you dare to turn your nose up. Dian's eyes lit up. Ancestral level technique? Peak ancestral level technique. You should know that even most transcendents are forced into having to stick with divine level techniques. Only the luckier ones might have mystic techniques. It took me millions of years before I found these. Unfortunately, I don't have suitable women to dual cultivate with, so only the latter technique is helpful. The will's technique is still useful to you? Of course it is. Did you think that a Dao was the highest level there were? Transcendents can master laws, and the best among us can form our own origin source. Origin source. Dian mumbled under his breath. I had to completely restart my comprehension in order to use the technique, and it nearly crumbled my Dao heart, but now it's much firmer. It was worth it? Now I'll live for much longer. How could it not be worth it? Dian nodded inwardly when he heard this. Transcendents didn't have a set lifespan, or rather, their lifespan was contingent on the strength of their Dao hearts. Considering this technique threatened to destroy your Dao heart at every turn, it obviously tempered at the same time. It was no wonder the Dragon King would be chased for such a technique. A method capable of extending your life and make you more powerful. Who wouldn't want it? No wonder why your main body is so mad at me. He's constantly running away from beings that could kill me with a single thought, yet I can leisurely enjoy his hard labor without consequences. You should probably avoid transcending if you can. Either that or you should get rid of me. If you transcend while still taking me as a weapon, my main body would be able to find you with ease because we're connected. Depends, Dian said thoughtfully. How willing is your main body to offend my 2 grand teachers? You mean that old man and the first white mother? They're in the middle of a massive war. How could they have time to protect you? I see.
This isn't something that concerns me now, I guess. The only chance you have is if you somehow master laws to a decent degree before transcending. Transcendents don't have cultivation levels after reaching that plane. Everything is contingent on comprehension. Really? Dian was intrigued. The world of transcendence wasn't something a person of his stature should be learning about, yet here he was. Well, that's not entirely true. It's just that cultivation techniques with the capability to train the bodies and energies of transcendence are all of the origin level, and they've long since all been lost. Supposedly, anyway. Dian raised an eyebrow at this. Supposedly? What's that mean? To be very honest, I have no idea what the level your current cultivation technique is at. Inner world, sanctuary isn't the name of a technique I've heard of, even on the transcendent plane. However, a technique capable of circumventing quadrant-level suppression shocks even me. Shocks even you, HM. Before, I didn't bring this up because the technique had a very hard cap. The size of your inner world and the wills it can manifest are directly proportional to your strength. However, because the land your inner world was imitating was from these modern times, there was a limit to its growth. There would have come a point where your inner world could no longer sustain stronger wills or house any more energy because the strength of its structure was too weak. It would have been just enough to cross you over into the transcendent level, but no further. In fact, even lower-level laws would have caused your inner world to crumble. However, Dian's eyes widened. Primordial energy. Exactly. Your world completely broke down and reconstructed itself with the strength of ancient lands. Now, I can't see the cap in its potential. Also, theoretically, this can also be done with the energy on the transcendent plane as well. If you broke down your inner world again, and infused it with the origin and immortal energy of the transcendent plane, just what kind of result would there be? I really have to thank the energy core then. Yes. The reason I didn't think of this possibility before was precisely because I never thought you would gain the energy core. It's been missing for millions of years, to the point where many speak of the 32 heavenly treasures instead of the 33. You truly have some dog shit luck. Dian smiled. He did think he was pretty lucky as well. But he couldn't escape the feeling that this was all very convenient. However, he pushed that thought aside for now. He didn't like wasting energy on things he didn't have enough information on, especially when he couldn't gain more information. Instead, he was quite content to think about what the result would be if he truly infused the energy of the transcendent plane into his inner world. After all, the reason transcendents were forced to ascend was because their presence in the lower realm would cause it to crumble. Only the upper realm could withstand their existence. So, obviously, constructing an inner world with such energy would have very clear benefits. That said, it was for this very reason that the existence of the entity was so confusing. That's enough about the future. Tell me about what's going on here. You're really set on knowing this? You know, the only reason I'm constantly warning you is because of the laws I'm bound under, right? If it was my true will, I would have tricked you into death a long time ago. Yeah. By the time I transcend, I promise you that I won't be afraid to face up to your true body. If you anger me enough, I might even dissect your corpse for the sake of understanding runic vein theory a bit more. The Dragon King snorted. What Dian didn't know was that somewhere in the transcendent plane, a monstrous black-scaled dragon, spanning hundreds of kilometers in length, was roaring with a might that would shatter entire quadrants. Clearly, Dian's words angered him beyond belief. The first thing you should know is that underestimating this quadrant will lead to your death. They're not ranked 98th because of their lack of potential. In fact, in terms of birthing talents, they're not too far behind your home universe. It's just that their backstory is even more tragic than your own. While your talent was stolen away by a transcendent, their talents were rounded up and taken away. The geniuses you see here aren't the true geniuses of this quadrant at all. Dian's smile disappeared. Before his master's soul strand disappeared, she had told Dian the story of their universe and how many experts had coveted them because of not just the energy density, but also their potential to birth talents. Of course, that was all then taken away by the entity. Although his universe could still birth great talents, its ability to do so was heavily crippled.
Just the thought of this was shocking considering just how many god-level talents were still being birthed in their quadrant. It was even to the point where they were still comparable to the topmost quadrants. Imagining what their talent level would be like had their energies not been stolen away. It was truly mind-boggling. But now, the Dragon King was telling Diane they weren't alone in their plight. You can consider yourselves lucky compared to them. Although your talent was sealed away, you still got the opportunity to live normal lives. In fact, you created branches of thought never before seen in the martial world. Things like physics and chemistry always existed, but they were never so properly explained nor understood. I can also tell that having that knowledge also helps you with your cultivation and comprehension. However, those of this universe were truly pitiful. The reason you have yet to understand the special nature of this universe is precisely because your soul is sealed away. You don't have the ability to sense just why the suppression is so heavy here. The energy needed to soul cultivate is similar, but different to that used by the conventional path. The hallmark of a good soul cultivation technique is its ability to efficiently convert conventional path energies to a usable form for the soul. However, that doesn't mean that readily usable forms of this energy don't exist. In fact, this quadrant, as a whole, is completely flooded with such energy. While conventional path energies are scarce, soul path energies are even denser than what is seen in the peak-most quadrants. What? This explanation made sense, but it confused Diane beyond belief. In this kind of environment, how could the soul path lose to the energy path? That's obvious. The soul path has never been able to effectively translate their soul strength into battle prowess. I have no doubt that soon after your soul unseals, it will advance by leaps and bounds into the Tao levels. But I also have no doubt that even then, you would be no match for true Tao formation experts. If you tried to fight, you'd die without leaving a corpse behind. I don't believe it's so simple. Diane's frown deepened. Maybe in one-on-one combat, a soul cultivator would be looked down upon, but in war, I dare to say that no one is more effective than a soul cultivator. Everything from pills for recovery, to weapons for fighting efficiency, to formations for battles of attrition, soul cultivators are unmatched in all of these aspects. You're too naive. Not every soul cultivator is lucky enough to be gifted the Tao of array alchemy like you were, and even if they were, the formations you're talking about were things you learned from the second trial world, no? Haven't you noticed that large-scale formations are rare in this day and age? It's a lost art. Something like using the feng shui of your surroundings to construct and power large-scale formations is a feat that only the most ancient clans can do. And even they can only maintain the formations they had from long ago, having lost the ability to construct new ones. Also, don't you find it odd that this quadrant is being controlled by others behind the scenes? Obviously, this wasn't a fair war. Are you trying to say that this has something to do with the ban on array alchemy? That's very likely the case. Such an accumulation of soul talent would definitely be a threat. Even with the general consensus being that formation theory and alchemy should be kept separate, it was only a matter of time before someone became curious enough to test it. Obviously, there's no such ban on array alchemy in the transcendent world because those who've lived for millions of years aren't so easily manipulated. Instead, there was just immediate all-out war between the chaos and balanced paths. Alright, but if this quadrant was once known for its soul talent, how did everyone somehow forget that? It's not that they forgot. Everyone with enough power either learns of it or remembers it. It's just that they receive benefits from the current situation in this quadrant. There was a time where this quadrant was ranked into the top 20. It wasn't any higher because ranks were mostly fought for through combat, and for obvious reasons, a soul-based quadrant was weak in that aspect. However, after the energy path won, they no longer had the talent to sustain their ranking and continuously fell into disgrace. The vicious cycle continued because those with exceptional soul talent were taken away, while only those who willingly crippled themselves or didn't have soul talent were able to continue living a normal life. Diane didn't like where this was going. He understood why the Dragon King and Zabia would think he would go and do something stupid now. Although having cultivation talent didn't necessarily mean that you would have good soul talent, having good soul talent almost guaranteed having good cultivation talent. Diane was an exception only because his energy and body cultivation talent were sealed away, If not for that, how could his cultivation talent have been so poor before? Dian didn't doubt that his original set of meridians were at least of the 3rd grade, if not better. The soul was capable of helping comprehension to varying degrees. Obviously, someone with high levels of comprehension would also have high cultivation talent, and even in the cases where this talent was lacking, comprehension abilities could make up for it. A person with high soul talent but a poor meridian grade could cultivate with the effectiveness of someone 2 to even 3 grades above them. Meaning that girl that was taken away for her soul talent, even though she only had 5th grade meridians, could cultivate with the effectiveness of a person with 3rd grade meridians at the very least. This was the benefit of soul talent. So, if all those with soul talent were being taken away, that meant that all the true talents were either gone or were forced to cripple themselves at an early age. On top of that, without the resources of a high-ranked quadrant, nor the benefit of using those soul-talented individuals as alchemists, there was no method of repairing those crippled souls here. In fact, the level of pill needed to heal someone with an injured soul was unfathomable, and the requirements increased depending on the talent level of the soul. If it wasn't for Amphory, Dian's soul would still be unrepairable. Even though Zabia's soul was healed with a master-level pill, Dian's soul was so far and away more talented that even a comet-level pill, even by the standards of his grand teacher, wouldn't be enough. Stop beating around the bush, old lizard. What is happening here? There are very few mystic-level techniques in this plane, but one among them was a core teaching of the former soul-rending peak of this quadrant. That sect was nothing like what's it's become today. It once had the ability to hold its head high even among the best sects in existence. However, that mystic technique was very evil. So, although it increased the prestige of the sect, it was banned from being put into practice and only acted as reference for cultivation due to its profundity. This technique allows one to integrate the soul of another, making all of their experiences your own and even allowing you to absorb their soul cultivation to increase yours. The limitation of this technique was that those with weak soul talent wouldn't survive the process, thus making what you could gain from their soul very limited. As you might have guessed by now, those with soul talent aren't killed. Instead, they're brought to soul market where they're groomed. Most focus on learning a single technique for years, practicing it over and over again until perfection. Then, once they've reached their full potential, they're then ranked according to the usefulness of their soul. Sometimes they're auctioned. Sometimes they're bought outright. But in the end, the result is the same. Their souls are devoured for the knowledge it holds, and they become human vegetables. Without purpose, without will, and barely with life. Their bodies are then refined down into pills to be consumed to benefit from their energy and body cultivation, thus leaving behind no loose ends. Dian almost couldn't stop himself from completely destroying Evangeline's courtyard. How was this a way to treat people? They were more like livestock than human beings. Remember, don't go doing anything stupid. I told you not to underestimate this quadrant. Why do you think the soul market has lasted this long? Why do you think this quadrant is still so weak even while taking advantage of such a high-level technique? Dian took a deep breath. Probably because other, more powerful quadrants are taking their share of the pie. At least you're not entirely stupid. There is a council of high-ranking elders from various quadrants that control the soul market. However, what I didn't expect was that those devil path cultivators were behind the scenes this entire time. You mean the council doesn't know? Of course not. How could they be willing to allow their enemies to benefit from their hard work? Even when I was an elder of that sect, I had no idea. Wait, how do the devil sects benefit if it's the council that heads everything? Remember that singular Tao formation expert you've heard mentioned a couple times since being here? Dian nodded. According to what I've heard, in the past few tens of thousands of years, this 98th quadrant had only produced a single expert of that level. In all likelihood, that was a lie. This quadrant might not even have a single Tao formation expert. The reality is that the quadrants involved in this soul market scheme aren't almighty powers. None of the top 10 quadrants are involved. It's actually being kept a secret from them. However, this information of mine is outdated. It's likely that in the time I've been gone, those quadrants that did participate were able to use this evil plan to improve their rankings. They weren't top 10 back then, but maybe they are now. Hearing this, Diane couldn't help but begin to worry. Just how many lives had they given up to reap such rewards? A single universe could already contain trillions of people, let alone the 100 of them that made up a quadrant. With so many people to pick and choose from, Diane didn't doubt that there would be millions of adequate talents born every year. Diane's jaws clenched before giving the Dragon King information on the current ranking of quadrants. Luckily, he was able to sigh in relief because it didn't seem like any of the top 4 quadrants were involved. That said, this was information dated by several thousand years. The circumstances could have changed by now. After collecting his thoughts and burying his anger, Diane began to reflect on his next course of action. So, in all likelihood, this Tao formation expert was an image created by the Devil Path cultivators. Yes, because at the time the quadrants that participated were fairly weak, they wouldn't be able to take a Tao formation expert lightly even if they had some of their own. In addition, we were taking advantage of their quadrant and their mystic level technique for the sake of fairness. It was obvious that this Tao formation expert would receive a bit more benefits. At that point, Diane suddenly understood many things. The Devil Path cultivators first instigated a war of soul versus energy path, thus greatly weakening this once highly ranked quadrant. After they accomplished this, they took advantage of this opportunity to reel in a few of the weaker quadrants with promises of making them much stronger. By doing this, the Devil Path cultivators were able to create a solid footing in the conventional path quadrants, while also fostering themselves a group of allies that they were forever bound to. Even though the martial world didn't work on morality and principles, it did work on benefits. If the information about the soul market ever came out, these quadrants would give their enemies the moral high ground to wage war. For the sake of benefits, their enemies would multiply before their quadrants were divided up amongst those white knights. As for why the Devil Path cultivators still hid their identity even knowing their allied quadrants were in the same boat as them, that was obvious as well. Because they were of the Devil Path, something so evil would be easily blamed on them. If those quadrants claimed they had no idea where the souls were coming from, and pretended truly believed that they came from already deceased martial warriors, the punishments would be much lighter, while the Devil Path cultivators would become the public enemy. In the end, the mystic technique had long since fallen in their hands, and for their own reasons, they were slowly manipulating things behind the scenes, reaping in benefits and building up their own network of strength. It seems that I'll have to go check out this soul market, the Dragon King sighed, already having known that Diane would do this. Even though those quadrants would never risk sending their Tao formation experts here for the sake of having room to take a step back if they were caught, that didn't mean that Diane would be able to deal with them easily. Considering the leap of quality those quadrants underwent, their top experts were far and away better than the Celestials Diane had dealt with in the past. Just as Diane was lost in thought, a small servant girl came. "Excuse me, young Master Jafari," she spoke in a small voice. "Lady Violet is here to see you." Diane was shocked by these words. Wasn't Violet just a core disciple? Even if core disciples had high status, it couldn't possibly be enough to stroll into the courtyard of the Vice Master. Could it? Could it be that Evangeline was so blatantly disrespected, even by disciples? Or was it that Violet's identity wasn't so simple? Now that Diane thought about it, he had assumed that Violet would be among the 2 core disciples he would spar with. However, he turned out to be wrong, which meant at the very least, Violet was ranked higher than those 2 bottom-ranked core disciples. Seeing Diane's confusion, the little girl quickly continued. "I'm sorry, young Master Jafari. She is the headmaster's daughter. My status is far too small to refuse her." Hearing this, Diane was enlightened. No wonder why she could stroll around the courtyards of high-ranking elders so easily. She was actually of such high birth. Diane didn't know much about the headmaster, but he did know that he had managed to reach his position despite not being a member of the 2 main families. His achievements were truly commendable. Diane stood, patting the head of the little servant girl who couldn't have been more than 11 or 12 years old. "There's no need to be so polite to me, just call me Diane." "What's your name?" "Our Rose." The little girl stuttered. She wasn't used to interacting with people and normally dealt with Evangeline alone. It could be said that her life was very good now despite it having started off so terribly. "That's a beautiful name, little Rose.
I have a little sister who's just as adorable as you are, although she's probably grown a lot since I last saw her. There was a hint of sadness in Diane's voice. He really did miss little Lila and Zaire. Little Rose's large brown eyes looked up at Diane and blinked before a smile crossed her small face. You have a little sister? Suddenly, another voice called out, causing Diane to frown slightly. Apparently Violet hadn't felt like waiting and directly entered. The more time that passed, the more Diane was angered by his sealed soul. Since when had people been able to sneak up on him like this? Hearing Violet come in, little Rose scurried away to attend to her own matters. From Diane's perception, he could tell that her cultivation was even better than those fools who had practiced for decades. It made him even more certain that Evangeline's origins weren't so simple. To be 11 years old, yet already on the brink of the essence gathering stage, was a cultivation speed that rivaled the top 40 or so quadrants, and was clearly far better than what this 98th quadrant could live up to. Of course, it still wasn't comparable to the speed of top-most geniuses. After all, Diane's own little brother reached the essence gathering stage at a very young age. However, there were very few people who could provide more resources than Diane. So, he was very impressed by this little Rose girl. The oddest part about it all was that it was the Dragon King that told Diane this. If it wasn't for that, she would have looked like an ordinary little girl. Evangeline truly had some great methods. Recomposing himself, Diane responded. To what do I owe the pleasure, Lady Violet? Violet didn't seem to notice that Diane ignored her question. Instead, she leisurely took Evangeline's vacated spot and poured herself a cup of tea. Diane calmly sat across from her, looking off into the distance as though he didn't care whether or not she answered. I would like you to join my faction. For a talent on your level, of course I would personally make a trip. Faction? Indeed. We have factions for various reasons. Not all of these reasons are restricted to the sect either. For example, fighting for resources in the epistemic tower is a major reason they exist as well. As much as we hope to be a cohesive whole when we enter, that just isn't the case. Because our ranking is low to begin with, many have lost hope. It's a vicious cycle. It begins with us having too few resources to go around, which leads to us fighting over them, which results in factions, which then leads back to us having too few resources to go around. The most unfortunate part is that we don't have a single expert that's managed to climb to the celestial floors, so we're stuck with the poor resources of the saint floors. Violet sighed. In order to make it to the celestial floors, the very first and most basic requirement was to become a celestial within 1,000 years. This was because the age cap of the saint floors was exactly that. This requirement alone was already an impossible task for this 98th quadrant. It already took most of them about 200 years to even make it near the peak of the essence gathering stage. Even their best talents would struggle to sense saint energy because of their damaged souls, causing them to delay their breakthrough into sainthood. In the end, it was considered lucky to break into sainthood by 500 years old here. To then, with that pace, think of becoming a celestial before 1,000 years was nothing more than a fool's dream. Factions. Huh. Diane spoke slowly, truly pondering. Following someone else wasn't his style, however he didn't come here to be in the spotlight. After he had done his part in becoming a core disciple, it would be better if he laid low. Although he didn't care to offend the daughter of the headmaster, or even the headmaster himself, there was no reason for him to purposefully make things hard for himself. So, although his first instinct was to reject, he didn't do so immediately. After all, thinking about how Violet was the headmaster's daughter, and how she was a high-ranked core disciple, she might very well know about the soul market. Yes, Violet said with a sweet smile. In recent times, we've managed to birth a few geniuses. Also, I'm not scared to tell you this secret. We will soon have a method to increase our ability to sense saint energy, and when the time comes, celestial energy. Of course, these resources are based on contributions made to the faction. Those who contribute the most will, of course, be rewarded more. With your resources and power, it shouldn't be a problem for you, right? Diane smiled knowingly, understanding what Violet was referring to. Although his power was appealing, what was even more appealing was the Jade Queen Bee honey that was on his person. However,
Violet's smile disappeared as she suddenly became serious. As much as I want you to join our faction, you must be more careful with your words in the future. I understand that the history of Quadrant might not be very clean, but you must learn to hold your tongue. If the cathedral decides to take action against you for so blatantly provoking them, even my father wouldn't be able to protect you. Of course, Diane knew what Violet was referring to. He hadn't tried to hide his voice at all when he swore to save that girl from her fate. He didn't even know what her name was, yet he did so anyway. Seeing Diane's calm expression, Violet couldn't help but firmly continue. You should understand at least a little of what's going on. But just know that even the Keeds and Jafari family are mostly kept in the dark. I promise you that if you think you know the whole situation, you do not. The powers at work here are bigger than you can imagine. I'm saying this for your own good. If you want to play hero, you need to be thousands of times more powerful than you are now. Seeing Violet speaking so seriously, and especially considering what she said, Diane was even more certain that she, or at least her father, knew a lot about what was going on. In fact, when he heard her speak about how they have a chance to improve their younger generation, Diane suddenly thought of something. Did Violet's confidence in helping her faction members sense higher levels of energy have anything to do with the soul market? The Devil Path cultivators came here to tie up loose ends before heading to the epistemic tower. In all likelihood, that loose end was the soul market. Diane wasn't entirely sure what they wanted to do with the soul market. It could be that they were going to shut its operation down, or maybe they would be taking its profits for themselves after so many years of staying in the background. What they needed those profits for, Diane didn't know entirely, but what he did know was that there was a massive Sapientia auction occurring soon. An event of that level only took place very rarely. Sometimes once every 1,000 years, sometimes once every 10,000 years. It was all dependent on how long it would take to accumulate the necessary amount of treasures. According to Diane's knowledge, the auction was announced, and although the date wasn't set yet, it wouldn't be much more than 10 years before it took place. Because of the exclusivity of the auction, only kings and above could take part. Every ticket was highly sought after, and many battles would be fought in the days leading up to the fateful day. In addition, there would be transmission arrays stationed on all floors to protect everyone. By projecting an image of the participants, one could avoid being there in person and thus have an added layer of protection. All in all, this was an event that not many would want to miss. Diane didn't believe that it was a coincidence that mere months after the announcement of this highly anticipated auction that the Devil Path cultivators would just coincidentally appear. As for why they didn't send the elder generation, that was obvious. The only way to enter the tower is by starting from the beginning, and to start from the beginning, one needed to be less than 1,000 years old. That said, a 1,000-year-old character with the talent of Lilith was definitely a scary individual, likely a high-level celestial, if not already a Tao formation expert. Thinking to this point, Diane became more cautious. If the Devil Path cultivators had such a person with them now, he might definitely be in trouble. According to the martial world, the mark of a true genius was to enter the celestial realm before 100, and the Tao formation world before 1,000. Of course, only a handful of people had such talent. However, Diane wouldn't bet against the Devil Path having at least one of these individuals. After all, Lilith was only 21 yet already about to break into the celestial realm. Of course, Diane also understood that comprehending a new energy wasn't so simple. This was especially so for Devil Path cultivators who had their comprehension hindered. In addition, the age of 100 was taking into account time spent in the trial world, something Devil Path cultivators obviously didn't have to worry about until now. This Lilith will probably enter the God trial first. Plus, since they allowed her to become the key wielder, she's likely the most talented person they have. This is getting more complex. Diane took a deep breath before smiling. I don't mind joining, but I have a few conditions. Violet happily listened to Diane's conditions. Seeing that he only asked for freedom and insisted to only act when there was a mission of importance, she readily accepted. In terms of the power of her faction, Violet believed that Diane's power was only second to her own, so of course she would treat him well. Now, whether Violet was truly stronger than Diane or not was another matter entirely. After dealing with those matters,
Violet handed Diane a badge that would give him access and authority within their faction's courtyard before leaving with a sweet smile on her face. At that moment, a deep chuckle resounded in Diane's ears. Seems like that little girl can't wait to pounce on you. She's quite a bold little lady. Diane shook his head, not responding. Violet was a beauty, but her personality was poisonous and sly. He didn't get a good vibe from her at all. As much as Diane's bloodline wanted him to choose bedmates purely on appearances, his true feelings would never allow such a thing. If he did such a thing with a woman he had no feelings for, he would feel like he was betraying his wives as well as cheapening himself. Thinking to this point, Diane's mind couldn't help but drift to Jade. He thought about her every so often, and even though she hadn't taken over his dreams or lived in his nightmares, she still had a good bit of real estate in his mind. Jade was the only woman he had ever crossed the line with that he wasn't entirely sure of his feelings for. Even though they had never dual cultivated, the things they had done together would more than constitute intimacy. Diane told himself that he had only done those things to continue fooling Jade into thinking he hadn't seen through her. But that was just an excuse. When Diane met Jade, he was hit with the same wave of comfort he felt when he first saw Madeline and Ree. Of course, it was funny saying that he felt comfort seeing Ree now, considering she had tried to kill him first. But it was the truth. Yet, Diane had forcefully cut those emotions away from himself. After learning about all the horrible things Jade had done just for the sake of gaining his favor, he felt incomparably disgusted. However, at the same time, it proved just how lost Jade had become. She wanted so badly to never lose Diane, so badly to make him forget about Madeline and Ree, that she was willing to force him to undergo the worst kinds of pain just so he would be forced to rely on her. Diane often found himself making excuses for her. It was the fault of her technique, or she didn't kill the children, at least, but he knew deep inside that this could never erase the things she had done. No matter what excuses he made, Miss Everdeen would never come back. She'd forever lay in the crystal coffin. In fact, for all he knew, in the time she's been gone, Jade had committed many more atrocious acts. Although Diane didn't know what the Dayu had to give up in order to get Jade to cooperate with them, Diane knew that with Jade's intelligence, she wouldn't ask for anything short-sighted. In all likelihood, she was somewhere out there living a pampered life. Shaking his head, Diane sighed. In the end, he hadn't even been able to face her. He had to rely on Ree to fight her for him because he couldn't bring himself to do it. He had never had trouble doling out punishment to even beautiful women if they deserved it, but for some reason he couldn't do the same with Jade. PFT, are you even a man? The Dragon King's disdain-filled voice sounded off in Diane's ears again. Diane only shrugged. Considering the nature of dragons, the Dragon King had probably dual cultivated with more women than he could even remember. Old lizard, how about you go find some transcendent females to spread your seed to instead of worrying about me? Diane winced as a mind-shattering roar almost made his mind vibrate into nothingness. However, he still chuckled. He knew good and well this was a sore spot of the old lizard. When he reminded Diane about his dual cultivation technique, he had let it slip that he couldn't find any suitable partners on the transcendent plane. Clearly coercing women of that level was much harder than what the Dragon King was used to. Hearing Diane's laughter only made the Dragon King angrier. However, that didn't bother Diane too much. Forget this. Don't you think it's odd that someone of Violet's stature came to the unseen peak? I came here under the assumption that whatever secret there was would be on planet Cathedral. But maybe it's actually on planet unseen. The Dragon King snorted, clearly still upset. It's been too long and I never personally went to the soul market. With my level of cultivation, what would I need a bullshit soul market for? I have the experience of too many lives to go to such a place. So, if you want to rely on me to find out where it is, I'll have to disappoint you. Diane frowned, he had guessed as much. After all, the soul market was all about learning cultivation techniques without the effort or decades of work. Although there was the human pill option, the Dragon King wouldn't need that either. I'll start with Planet Cathedral. If I don't find any leads here, then I'll have to head back to Planet Unseen. While Diane was slowly piecing together the happenings in the 98th quadrant, the flaming lily sex battle was just about to begin. At this moment,
Madeline stood at the edge of a flying ship, hovering outside of two massive pillars etched with intricate arrays. These pillars were, of course, the very same pillars seen across all 100 quadrants and acted as the connecting gates to the campaign inner worlds. Currently, Madeline was waiting patiently for the arrival of a few individuals. During a gate's maintenance period, those who wanted to travel from the epistemic tower to the universes could still do so. It was just that they would be teleported directly to the outside of these two pillars instead of directly outside the tower. Luckily, the gate housing the epistemic tower shared a connection between both the Flaming Lily sect and the Golden Crow sect. Therefore, Madeline didn't need to risk entering the Golden Crow universes to receive these guests. Currently, Madeline was very relaxed, a far cry from the anxious and nervous atmosphere of her fellow female sect members. Everything from her long, flowing red mage robes to her matching violet hair and eyes made her look like an otherworldly being. Although Madeline hadn't been in their sect for long, or rather, not long compared to martial world terms, she had ingratiated herself well. Since this was a saint gate and the help they were about to receive came from her husband, Madeline was unilaterally decided upon as leader. The sect matriarch had even promised Madeline that should this endeavor be a success, she would be granted position as a core disciple and have the chance to fight for their one remaining legatee position. If this were to happen, Madeline would be the first ever in the history of the Flaming Lily sect to become a core disciple without having first stepped into the upper celestial ranks. And maybe the most beautiful thing about it all was that there wasn't the same jealousy and envy there would be in another sect. The Flaming Lily sect was truly a sisterhood, and they took this culture very seriously. Junior sister, could it be that your husband isn't coming? Are you tricking us to make it a surprise? The girls of the sect were disappointed when Madeline broke this news to them. They had been looking forward to meeting the famous Diane Sacharo, but all of their dreams had been crushed. Madeline smiled lightly. I'm sorry. Diane is currently doing something very important, but it might not be too long before you meet him. With his personality, staying low-key isn't really his style. Of course, they all understood this. After everyone saw that the fog around the current 51st quadrant wasn't dissipating, they assumed that Diane had still yet to step out of the tower. When the members of the Flaming Lily sect realized this, they all began to tease Madeline for having a husband so much younger than herself. For reasons they already discussed, if Diane was still in the tower, he was likely still an essence gatherer and therefore likely very young as well. Unfortunately for Madeline, she could only smile bitterly at these jokes and fully embrace her big sister teaching little brother role, or else she would expose Diane. Luckily, the assumed age gap wasn't too large. Many speculated Diane probably entered the tower around 14 to 16 years old, which would explain him not having entered the Saint Realms yet, which meant that by now he would be around 27 to 29 or so years old. Madeline had just turned 34 not too long ago, which let them know that she probably married Diane when she was around 20 or 21. Such a thing wasn't too rare in the martial world and often happened even when the gender roles were flipped. So, aside from a bit of teasing, no one looked down on Madeline. Don't worry, though, Madeline continued with a knowing smile. This little husband of mine is quite a genius and bred an army of his own from a young age. Those who you're about to see are his demon generals. Almost as though they heard a cue from Madeline, the two pillars began to shine a bright light before the waters they stood in started to lightly tremble. In the next moment, thousands of bright lights flashed out from a swirling portal of colors. The first moment that those of the Flaming Lily sect saw these warriors was met with skepticism. From what they could see, most of these supposed helpers were only of the lower essence gathering level. Even the best among them had only reached the middle essence gathering level. Maybe what was the most odd was that this was just a feeling they got from years of experience. Something about the cultivation of these warriors was too odd to accurately gauge. They could only make vague estimates. However, this moment didn't wait long. In the next instant, they felt their throats constrict as a heavy weight landed on their chests. The 3,000 demon generals stood with an imposing and devilish aura, their white hair whipping violently in the wind. They each wore majestic and robust black armor, every one of them carrying an assortment of weapons they were most familiar with. With a single look, one could see that the material of this armor was not normal.
nor were the cultivations of these demon generals so simple. The moment they saw Madeline standing calmly at the edge of the hovering flying ship, they immediately kneeled in the skies, crossing their right arms across their chests. The voices of 3,000 demons boomed through the skies. "We humbly greet Mistress Sicharo." The inner disciples chosen to fight this battle for the Flaming Lily sect were completely blown away by the presence of the demon generals. With a single glance, one could tell that the vast majority of them were kings. And the 30 vice heads at the very front, they were all emperors. All of these women were the best of the best. To be able to become an inner disciple of an emperor god sect stationed in the 4th-ranked universe, one could imagine that any one of them was a world-shattering talent. On top of that, they were all otherworldly beauties capable of stealing the hearts of anyone who laid their eyes upon them. Yet, even with all of their experience, they had never witnessed such a thing. In other quadrants, the status of a king title was monstrous, let alone an emperor. Even in the face of their key wielder, geniuses of such status would never kneel. Any one of them could lead a generation on their own. Even among all 100 quadrants, 10,000, and the quite literally quintillions of people and various beasts in the world, the number of kings didn't surpass a few dozen thousand and the number of emperors didn't surpass a few hundred. It was suffice to say that those with this level of status were rare beyond belief. And yet, there were 3,000 of them right here, completely ignoring their own potential and prestige to kneel not to their leader, but their leader's wife. At this moment, everyone understood just what kind of prestige Diane held. To raise such subordinates, even to the point that they were respectful to even your wife, this was no normal leader. At first, everyone thought that it might be just because of fear. Maybe it wasn't Diane they were afraid of, but rather whatever power it was from the celestial deer quadrant that raised him. However, when they say demon generals like Thaddeus, River, and Ronica swarm Madeline with happy smiles, even hugging her and chatting like old friends, they completely threw those ideas away. For better or for worse, they were a family. Diane didn't rule them with an iron fist, yet they still respected him enough to kneel. It was at that point that even the elders and vice leaders of the Flaming Lily sect, floating a distance away, redoubled their desire to meet this Diane Sicharo. They, themselves, were beauties in their own right, although many of them had begun to show signs of aging and mostly looked like middle-aged women. That only gave them an attractive and mature air that was similar to a well-ripened fruit. "I can't see through these children at all." An elder finally spoke her mind. "Their white hair doesn't seem natural. It's likely that they all went through something traumatizing. Do you think there's a possibility that the Celestial Deer Quadrant used some underhanded means to garner their loyalty?" "I don't think so. There aren't any odd fluctuations in their souls. They all seem to be acting naturally." Although the Flaming Lily sect didn't have a single half-step transcendent, they had a good number of high-level Tao formation experts. With elders of this level, to not be able to completely see through a few juniors was truly surprising, but that didn't stop their senses from being sharp. They could still see quite a few things. Even if this is a Saint Gate, aren't they a little too weak to help much of anything? We have tens of thousands of outer disciples, and nearly 1,000 inner disciples. What difference can they make? An elder asked worriedly. One might wonder why such an important gate was a Saint Gate, however, that would be backwards thinking. It's because that this gate was so important that it was a Saint Gate. In the general martial world, even Celestials, to a certain extent, were considered as members of the younger generation. The reason why they'd leave such an important gate to be managed by the younger generation was manifold. For one, it was almost a silent treaty. By leaving it in the hands of the younger warriors, it was symbolically acquiescing to the fact that they wouldn't fight to conquer the gate. The second reason, however, was more complex. The foundation of a sect was its younger generation. The stronger this foundation was, the brighter its future. Therefore, if one sect's younger generation far outdid the others, they would naturally become more powerful over time. If this occurred, it would only make sense for the sect with the brighter future to thus command more land. Everyone agreed with this. However, this isn't what happened in this case. The Golden Crow sect, along with Fiery Lotus sect and the Flame Rebirth sect, colluded with one another to quickly hit this gate during the last campaign. At that time, not only had their best geniuses been away, The disciples they had left to casually gain experience were forced to withstand the geniuses of 3 emperor god sects. If it wasn't for Madeline and a few other inner disciples quickly making their way back to defend the last tower, they would have completely lost control of the gate entirely. This, clearly, completely disrespected the spirit of what these gates represented for the sects. However, since there was no written agreement, the Flaming Lily sect could only swallow their anger and plan for the worst. If their sect fell from the emperor ranks because of this, it would spell disaster for their whole foundation. I don't think we should underestimate these demon generals. Although their cultivations are a little lacking, the fluctuations in the energies of heaven and earth around them make it clear that their comprehension levels are very high. Their bodies are incredibly robust, and some of them have even crossed in the 7th intent level. The elders widened their eyes in shock. The one who had just spoken was the vice matriarch, and her cultivation was definitely the most profound of them all. If she's such a thing, she must be correct. However, what was shocking was the fact the 7th intent level, also known as one with law, was something only Celestials should have the ability to comprehend. How could Essence Gathering Juniors reach such a level? We'll just leave this up to fate. It's our own good karma that we've taken in such an outstanding disciple with an equally as outstanding husband. We can only leave it up to them. Since we've already decided to place our trust in the hands of the youths, there's no need to focus on these matters any longer. What we need to do is understand why the Golden Crow sect would make such a move at this time. Can't be forgotten that our quadrant is the birthplace of flames. It's likely that after so many years, the Golden Crow old fogies have finally found some clues about the Golden Flame. Within a well-furnished mansion, 15 young geniuses were gathered. However, the mood in the air was stifling as endless killing intent and darkness threatened to destroy the entire courtyard. Who did this? A skinny, but tall and handsome young man asked with a darkened expression. Roll, who still had tears in her eyes, kneeled beside Asina's bed, holding on to her delicate hand. Every so often she would take a moist towel to wipe the sweat off of her smooth chocolate skin, but the worry in her brows never disappeared. Just beside Asina lay Lilith, but Roll completely ignored her as though the white-haired beauty had next to nothing to do with her. Aside from Asina, Roll and Lilith, the Devil Path Quadrants had sent 12 other geniuses from their 5 superpowers, each having sent 3 of their own. So, when those of the Dark Elven clans saw Asina's sorry state, their anger boiled to new heights. Asina was their princess. How could they allow such a slap to the face? If their emperor found out about this, living through his punishment would be a gift already. As for Nightmare Palace, their anger was even fiercer. They were so powerful that they were even capable of lording over the vicious Devil Path Quadrants. How could they allow such a thing to happen to their own princess? The worst part was that Lilith's injury was even worse than Asina's, which completely baffled them. From Roll's words, Asina had had her manifestation shattered and almost suffered damage to her divine sense. None of them could understand what level of presence it would take to do something like that to someone with a soul as powerful as Asina's. The problem was that the only person who would know the truth was Asina, because Lilith's treasure had been used to hide particular fluctuations of energy. If not, they might have alerted their enemies to the fact they were here. However, now that added layer of protection was acting as a double-edged sword because they knew next to nothing about their enemy except for the fact he had prowess capable of defeating Asina without even making use of his wills or energy cultivation. Even if Asina woke up right now, she might not be able to give them an accurate accounting because she had been forced to retract her divine sense the moment she sensed the threat of Diane's presence. If you want to know who did this, how about you look at your cold-hearted witch of a fiancé? Roll replied with disdain. They could all clearly feel the anger Roll felt toward Lilith at this point. Although their quadrants were allied, it was only for the sake of survival. If they didn't band together, the conventional path cultivators would have a much easier time of killing them all. Because of this, they never really acted as a cohesive whole, and they disdained Nightmare Palace pretending to be their decided-upon leader. Couple this with Lilith's arrogant and aloof personality, and it was a recipe for disaster. Of course, this usually didn't matter because Lilith had the talent necessary to suppress them all. Although she wasn't the most powerful among them, her potential was enough to scare them all.
In addition, they all knew that the only reason why some of them were stronger was because she was purposefully suppressing her cultivation. If not, she would have stepped into the celestial realm as much as a year ago already. Hearing Roll's words, the tall young man's brows furrowed even further. If it was a normal individual who talked to him like this, he would have burnt them to dust before their words even fully formed. But Roll was the favorite granddaughter of the patriarch of the Eclipse sect. If anything happened to her, that crazy old man wouldn't care about their plans and directly come here to seek judgment. Taking a deep breath, he smoothed the lines of rage on his face. Little sister Roll, I understand you don't like my fiancé very much, but this is very important. Please put your anger aside for the moment for the sake of the greater good. What senior injured our two princesses? Senior? Roll scoffed. It's because of that arrogance that you all will fail sooner rather than later. It was a member of the younger generation that did this to them. Maybe if your nightmare palace was a little more aware of itself, this wouldn't happen. The young man almost didn't think he heard correctly. Although he had been asking Roll what happened, he already had many assumptions of his own. Despite this being a weak quadrant, Lilith and Asina were still saints. Aside from himself, in fact, all of them were mere saints. So, it only made sense for him to jump to the conclusion that some celestial-ranked elder had done this to the two princesses for some reason or another. However, this was completely out of his expectations. This feeling made him feel very uncomfortable. He was the prince of the Fulgur Black clan, one of the 5 supreme powers of their quadrants, Soxak Fulgur. Because of his talent, and for the sake of building better relationship with Nightmare Palace, he had been betrothed to Lilith at a very early age on the caveat that he marries into their family. Although it was a bit demeaning for a man to do such a thing, he still readily agreed. However, despite all the success in his life, he had rarely faced adversity, let alone a member of the younger generation that could make him feel any pressure besides maybe the 14 in this room together with him. Yet, he met another in this backwater quadrant. Before they even stepped foot into the epistemic tower? How the hell was he supposed to feel? Seeing Soxak's surprise, Roll snorted adorably. He was only 32 years old, and he didn't use any wills or energy cultivation to defeat them. In fact, Asina speculated that he had very high attainments in formation theory, yet he didn't use his soul at all. 32 years old? A member of the Fulgur clan snorted with disdain. To them, there was no glory in defeating Lilith and Asina if you were so old. You idiots are still at it. Roll raged. This isn't our home. The rules here are different. He's 32 years old, yet his presence is so powerful. Don't you understand what that means? The young man who spoke earlier felt like there was a fly caught in his throat. That was right. If he was 32 and had such a high level of presence, that meant that he had already completed his trials. Considering his power, the trial level he completed shouldn't be low either. According to the title testing stone, he had potential surpassing a duke. But the stone shattered before it could accurately assess him. I suspect that he's lying about the fact he's a duke for one reason or another. Even if I couldn't feel his presence, Asina's soul had already evolved into the celestial realm and her manifestation cultivation wasn't that far behind either. Yet he shattered one and nearly shattered the other. That's not something a mere duke could do. Roll continued, clearly exasperated. Our elders told us that the first thing we should have done when coming here was to get protective treasures for safeguarding against presence. But you all disdained the idea of doing so because you're too stubborn and arrogant. Now we've suffered not one, but 2 losses because of it. We have no pills good enough to repair Lilith's soul because it's too powerful. We also don't have any pills to heal Asina because her body is also too strong. It'll take months for both of them to recover. In fact, because of the nature of Lilith's injury, it could take her years to fully recover. We might even be forced to use the funds we would have used on that treasure to heal her instead, delaying their trials even further and affecting their trial results. All of this could have been avoided. Being reprimanded by a cute 17-year-old girl made them all feel uncomfortable. But her words were true. Their elders had warned them of the dangers of presence. Among all the young masters of the conventional path,
Many of the more talented ones who received the grace of their sects and clans were protected against the presence of others. This was because the difference between those with and without presence was far too great. There was a reason that it was the hallmark of the rulers of the martial world. Having such protective treasures would allow them to not be so wary of members of the younger generation, and would also stop those with more powerful presences to so easily beat those who hadn't fostered it properly yet. It wasn't that devil path cultivators didn't have presence, because they did. The problem was that they didn't have a targeted training method for it like the epistemic tower trials. In addition, they were very young. There was a reason why conventional path young geniuses were much older than them. It was because it took time to cultivate things like presence and perception. Even the eldest among them, Xianxia, had only turned 20 just recently, almost a decade younger than Diane. The room fell into silence. Maybe they really had been too cocky. They had all been so excited to show the young geniuses of the conventional path their prowess, but now they had suffered to a no-name youngster from a mere 98th quadrant. Many of them began to feel their Tao hearts being eaten at. They were too young to suffer such a mental blow. If the 98th quadrant dealt with them so easily, what about the 90th? The 50th? The 10th? The 1st? Seeing that this was happening, Roll's eyes flashed with a bit of panic. She didn't mean to cause such a thing. If the confidence of a cultivator was destroyed at such a young age, they might never recover. It was at this point that Lilith's delicate and pale pink lips twitched. If you want to regain your confidence, listen to me and enter soul-rending peak like we were meant to from the beginning. Roll was surprised that Lilith woke up, but she was even more surprised by her words. This didn't seem like her normal response to such a situation. In her experience, Lilith would have definitely called them all cowards. But this sounded like encouragement? She couldn't believe what she was hearing. Which young genius didn't want to be encouraged by such a beauty? Maybe if they could be the one to defeat this Diane, they would gain Lilith's favor. Although Xianxia was her fiancé, the Devil Path cultivators decided things based on strength. And with Lilith's personality, they had never seen her show any affection toward him at all. Suddenly, the young men swelled with fighting spirit. The young women that came with them could only roll their eyes. Most women didn't find their pride in their battle prowess anyway, so they were the least affected to begin with. However, that didn't mean Lilith's words didn't fuel them as well. They were eager to test themselves in this new world. Seeing this change, Xianxia was maybe the only one who was dissatisfied. This was the first time he had seen Lilith take a step back. But it actually wasn't for him. They had been betrothed for more than a decade already. Yet the words he exchanged with her weren't any more than she exchanged with anyone else. It was no wonder why he was so dissatisfied. In Xianxia's mind, Lilith was a woman that everyone wanted. Therefore, it was only natural that she should be his. At the end of the day, even if she inherited Nightmare Palace, it would be him who was truly in charge as her husband. Who would dare disrespect the only man Lilith allowed to touch her? Of course his status would be high. He had already begun to dream about the day he would rule over 2 of the 5 superpowers. When that time came, he would be the most powerful man in their devil quadrants. Then, he would begin to slowly conquer their worlds, before going on to those of the conventional path. Of course, he knew that Nightmare Palace saw him as a chess piece to control the Fulgur clan. He wasn't stupid. But, since he knew that, how could he be manipulated so easily? Nightmare Palace didn't have any suitable male heirs, and even if they did, none would surpass Lilith. In this case, he was the most suitable candidate. After all of those old fogies died, it would be his turn to rule. He had full confidence that he would have Lilith begging and groveling at his feet like a woman should, as long as he had enough time. All of this would be even easier if he could find the appropriate treasures to supplement his black lightning in these conventional quadrants. At that point, he would be matchless in the world. Seeing all of this happening around him was like watching his dreams crumble apart. He sometimes hated Lilith almost as much as Roll and Asina did. You still haven't told us the name of this person. Xianxia was still a controlled individual. After living in the Nightmare Palace environment for so long, he had learned to be shrewd. Diane Jafari, Lilith said slowly. However, she still felt the need to remind them about something. Remember, you can't act outrageously. He has become a core disciple of soul-rending peak. Not only is killing him not so easily, he took away the Imperium Dome treasure, so you can't even use your full power without risk of exposing yourselves. Don't repeat my mistakes. Lilith was forced to keep her words vague because many of those who came with them didn't know the truth about Soul Market. If those like Roll knew about it, they would likely break down in tears before throwing a fit. However, his words were more so pointed at Soxak, so the warning was clear. What? Those around were incomparably shocked. They had been wondering how Lilith got injured, but now they suddenly understood. This Dian had shattered her connection with the Imperium Dome. It was at this moment that they no longer doubted Asina about this Dian having his attainments in soul cultivation. It was either that or he had a treasure capable of doing it for him. However, such a treasure, capable of breaking the connection between a person with a soul as powerful Lilith and a supreme treasure, simply didn't exist. This also explained the extent of Lilith's injuries. If it had been a lesser treasure, this level of damage would have never happened. The binding requirements of a supreme-level treasure far outranked that of any lesser treasure. Maybe if the treasure was lower ranked, Lilith would have only felt a small bit of pain before recovering. However, this was completely different. Hearing that their supreme treasure had been taken, those of Nightmare Palace felt like going out to fight it out with this Dian right now. But could any one of them say they were capable of defeating someone who put Lilith in such a bind? At this point, they could only rely on Soxak. Aside from Lilith, the Nightmare Palace had only sent 2 others, both of whom were little boys aged only about 12 or 13. They were actually both Lilith's half-blood brothers. In any case, they weren't in any position to fight for their sister right now because they had only just stepped into the Saint Realm. You can all do whatever you want to do, Lilith said weakly. However, leave this Dian to me. If you want to compete with him, I'll allow it. But if any one of you kills him, you'll be my enemy. Lilith's weak voice suddenly gained a strength that made them all shiver. Suddenly, all their dreams of gaining her favor vanished into thin air. You can all go now. Roll. I can only say that I'm sorry about Asina. Use the Holy Arc piece on her. At this point, Lilith had already said many things that were completely out of character. But this was maybe the most shocking of all. No one had expected that Lilith would take out such an item. According to her normal actions, she wouldn't even use it on herself. Roll's large brown eyes widened before glistening in thanks. Her adorable bob-cut hair bounced as she accepted the holy item before taking Asina's unconscious body away. Thank you. With that, Lilith closed her eyes as everyone dispersed, sighing lightly. Suddenly sensing something, her brows furrowed. Why are you still here? Soxak was clearly unsatisfied with Lilith's response. He was her fiancé. Was it a crime to spend time with her? To be in her room? Even if he wanted to bed her right now, there shouldn't be any resistance from her. What was the point in delaying? However, he didn't say any of this. He had long since learned that the most satisfying part of conquering a woman was her willingness and consent. Lilith's heart would be his sooner or later. It only made sense that it took time to crack such an amazing woman. You know very well that we could heal both you and Asina almost immediately, Soxak started. Although Lilith frowned, she didn't say anything. As long as you absorb the soul of a soul slave with comparable soul strength to your own, or even if it's just a few who have weaker souls than you, the result would be the same. Also, 1 or 2 refined body slaves would be enough to heal Asina in a couple days. If you don't want the young ones to know, that's fine. Just let me handle it. Lilith knew just how important timing was to their plans. If she wasted a few years healing her soul, she might not be able to complete the god trials before the auction. In that case, she would be forced to undertake a lower-level trial just to gain the proper credentials to take part in the auction. Of course, she had thought of the possibility of allowing one of the others to simply take part in the quadrant for her, but there were 2 problems with that. For one, only those high-ranking members of Nightmare Palace knew exactly what she needed from the auction. Even Soxak didn't know because it had to do with a massive secret much too important to divulge. Secondly, there was no guarantee that any one of them would finish on time either.
It had to be known that the auction would be in a little over a decade, maybe a decade and a half at the most. Finishing a high-level trial at such a pace was something only the top most geniuses could do. Usually, it took dozens of years, if not centuries. Knowing all of this, Lilith only sealed her eyes tighter before nodding. Having gained Lilith's approval, Xianxia smiled. I know that you're a strong woman, Lilith. I don't want to encroach on that. But leaning on your husband a bit isn't a bad thing. I hope in the future you'll allow me to protect you too. Without waiting for Lilith's response, Xianxia left, leaving an odd light in her eyes and an inexplicable quake in her heart. After the Dragon King finished raging at Diane's teasing, he finally managed to recollect his thoughts. Why do you want to start with Planet Cathedral? You spent a lot of time here before you went to Planet Unseen. Diane stood, tidying up the pots of tea he had just finished drinking before heading toward his own room to replace his tattered clothing. Back then, I didn't have the status of a core disciple, so I had to be very covert. The only reason why I went to Planet Unseen in the first place instead of directly going to the assessment was just an extra precaution in case they had a method of telling I wasn't a citizen of Planet Cathedral. The rules of soul-rending peak seemed to be giving and kind-hearted, with the hopes of the general population in mind, but in reality it was still very oppressive. The only commoners allowed to participate had to be citizens of Planet Cathedral. Of course, you were allowed to join the other 5 sects of the universe if you resided on their planets. But this wasn't Diane's home universe. There were hundreds, if not thousands of other inhabited Earths in this universe. Yet none of the people living there got a chance because of the heavy regulations on travel. This was even worse after one considered that there were a whole 99 other universes in the quadrant no one even thought of. Of course, Diane didn't know that Verver was from one of those 99 other universes, or else he would be very curious as to how Verver escaped the vetting processes, or even how he got to this planet in the first place. That aside, Diane had many things in mind. Since he had come here to gather information covertly, he hadn't gone to any high-profile places. He steered clear of the cathedral entirely. He didn't go to any of their larger stores either. On top of that, there were many places even within soul-rending peak itself that were worth checking out. With his status as a core disciple, it would be much easier. Diane quickly stripped, washing his body of the day's wear and tear before donning his new core disciple robes, assuming that Rose had laid them out for him. After strapping the badge Violet gave him loosely from his hip, he flashed out of the courtyard. Soul-rending peak was organized almost identically to Unseen Peak. Oddly enough, it wasn't grander or larger by any stretch, as though both sects could superimpose with one another without anyone being any wiser. Diane casually noted before continuing on his way to leave the sect. Soon, he found himself in a pavilion identical to the one he used to make an example of Unseen Peak's punishment faction. However, this pavilion wasn't for the inner sect, but was rather for the core disciples. It was a bit odd having such a large space for what amounted to only 13 people with his addition, but this was the truth of the matter. It was likely that in the past, the core disciple ranks were much more robust and thus could make full use of this space. But, in the modern setting of the current 98th quadrant, there were simply too few geniuses capable of passing the rigorous testing. If Diane had to find one thing that he respected about this evil quadrant, it was that they never laxed their requirements for becoming a core disciple. Of course, one should likely also recognize that the supposed current core disciples of the sect would rank at the very bottom should this have been the era where soul-rending peak was at its prime, but they were core disciples nonetheless. That said, this had nothing to do with how staunch the 98th quadrant was. Because of the reality of heaven's energies related to fate and faith it could provide, once a sect was established according to a certain code, changing that code would shatter the foundation the sect or clan was built upon. Diane silently nodded to himself when he thought to this point. If you could so casually change the fundamental realities of a sect or clan, after enough time passed, would that sect or clan really be the very same one that was established? In that case, would it still deserve to monopolize the faith its ancestors fought for? In the end, this was a major reason for the conservatism of the martial world. Simply put, those old fogies that ruled the world didn't dare to change the rules of their ancestors, thus leading to a cycle of the most powerful also being the most close-minded, for fear that they would lose the protection their ancestors built.
If soul-rending peak decided to ignore all of this and push forward with its own set of rules, then the suppression that Diane was feeling for having entered this quadrant would have lost much of its effectiveness, thus destroying a layer of protection this quadrant has for itself. Of course, this left one question. Likely the most fundamental rule left behind by the ancestors of soul-rending peak was that their mystic-level technique should never be used as intended, but instead only be used as reference for comprehending and creating other techniques. So, why was this suppression still here if soul-rending peak clearly ignored this most core of teachings? Just as Diane was pondering this, he passed by the two pillars, his brows peaking with interest as something caught his attention. It was no surprise that along with identical layouts for their sects, the 6 peaks also had identical rulebooks. When Diane first read this rule book, he had, of course, taken an account of everything. Although these two pillars were in the core disciple pavilion, they contained the very same information as the pillars in both the inner and outer sect pavilions. One was a ranking of disciples, while the other was colloquially known as the Pillar of Shame. Obviously, the first was a matter of glory, while the second recounted the names of the vilest villains in the history of not just soul-rending peak, but all of the peaks. What had caught Diane's attention was that, on the current core disciple rankings, there were well more than 13 names, unlike what he expected. In fact, there were 28. Unlike the Pillar of Shame, the disciple rankings only applied to those currently in the sect or currently of that ranking, which meant that the number that appeared accurately represented the number of core disciples. Before, Diane had thought that Lilith had completely made up the fact that Asina was a core disciple, but there was her name right there. He really didn't think that the Devil Path cultivators would go so far to ingratiate themselves with soul-rending peak. What did they gain out of it? If it was before he spoke to the Dragon King, he might have found this odd. However, now that he had a better understanding of this quadrant, he actually had a good idea. Asina, although it was next to nothing against his presence, actually had a very powerful soul. And, even though Diane couldn't sense Lilith's because his own was sealed and she didn't release it, he was sure that she had a powerful soul as well. Following this line of logic, was it really so shocking that the former greatest soul path quadrant would still have something that powerful soul cultivators could want? Not to mention the mystic rank techniques, even the sect itself likely had inner workings that would be useful. Although soul cultivation was banned, for the same reason soul-rending peak didn't dare to casually change its rules, it didn't dare to destroy the infrastructure that once held up the sect either. Diane had a conjecture that maybe the reason they had so few core disciples was because the trial required soul talent to complete perfectly. Considering Diane's soul was currently sealed, he didn't think he would do too well on the trial, but he was sure that he was at least good enough to pass. Soon, Diane had walked out of the core sect, through inner sect, and eventually left the outer sect to glide into the forest that separated the sect from the cathedral city. I felt a pair of eyes on me ever since I left Evangeline's courtyard. Many people had looked to Diane in awe, simply for the robes he wore. However, he kept getting an odd feeling. The problem was that he couldn't tell if he was being paranoid or not because his senses were incredibly dulled. Although he had his perception, since it was a martial art and thus relied on his body, if he couldn't physically see what he was dealing with, or at least be pointed in the direction of an illusion, its effectiveness would be nearly non-existent. Diane suspected that if it hadn't been for the beast blood he received from his martial uncle and master, he wouldn't have even sensed that something was amiss. This frustrated him, and for good reason. However, there was nothing he could do about his soul being sealed. Plus, given the fact his inner world had become far more difficult to build due to the primordial energy, he had lost his semi-accurate gauge on when the technique would have run its course. For now, he could only rely on the Dragon King to sense things for him, but beasts, aside from a rare few, were never adept at sensory-type aspects of cultivation because of their weak soul talent. Not to mention the fact that since he couldn't withstand the strain, the Dragon King's weapon was forced to keep countless seals on itself, even further worsening his ability to help out. Diane frowned. I have to get rid of this person before I use my mask, or else it'll cause issues later on. Clara had crafted Diane quite a few array plates for the sake of emergencies, but he really didn't want to use a teleportation array for this meager situation. It just wasn't worth it. Not everyone was able to so easily draw arrays when compared to Diane. Plus, Diane had learned long ago that the spatial energies in his home universe were very weak because their lifeblood was being sucked away by the entity at the center of the Earth. This meant that teleportation was many times harder in other universes and the requirements for the array plates were many times more stringent. Knowing this, Diane realized that teleportation arrays were much more valuable than he had once treated them. This wasn't even mentioning the fact that Clara had specifically constructed them so they could ignore the spatial sealing abilities of even Celestials. All in all, the price wasn't worth the result. Diane sighed. It seems I'll have to show off a bit then. Dense fog slowly pooled at Diane's mouth as he pushed his body to the second act of Demon Emperor's will. In the next instant, black wings burst forth from his back, a tsunami of wind threatening to destroy the whole of the forest around him. The bones in his legs cracked as a crater tens of meters blew apart beneath him. Then, he disappeared. What Diane didn't see was that the moment he flashed forward with his highest speed, circulating his celestial movement technique to the best of his abilities, the trees that were threatening to fall apart and the ground he had just destroyed began to slowly grow back. In just a few minutes, it was as though he was never there. The moment Diane accelerated to his top speed, he felt as though those pair of eyes had left him. He soon reached the outskirts of Cathedral City. Taking his broad sword off of his back, he placed it into his ring, knowing that if he kept it, wearing a mask wouldn't have any purpose considering how famous his blade had become. Afterward, he allowed the mask to appear on his face. The instant it appeared, it was as though Diane's presence was completely erased from the world. Someone would only be able to spot him if they had their eyes on him. If they dared to probe with their divine sense, they would suffer the backlash of tribulation lightning within the mask. Diane took out an aurora stone, grimacing as he slowly channeled the violent flames into his body. Slowly but surely, a change-form array formed before covering his silver-gold mask. Since Diane had appeared with this particular mask already, it wouldn't do him any good to appear with it in that same form. He didn't want his identity as Ree's husband to be connected to his identity as Diane Jafari. Not yet anyway. Soon afterward, the mask changed from its silver-gold appearance to a dark black mask. Ugh! Diane nearly collapsed to the ground, sweating profusely. I pushed myself too hard to think I'd struggle so much with a mere Grandmaster-level array. Diane knew that he had no choice, though. If he settled for a lesser array, those soul experts from the Devil Quadrants would see through it. Then they might begin to wonder why he would hide the appearance of his mask, and that would have obvious terrible repercussions, namely putting Ree in danger. Wiping the sweat off his brow, Diane looked around to find a massive rock. After changing the Dragon King into a long knife, he cut a small cave into it before locking himself in to recuperate. He didn't want to use Clara's pills to heal the damage to his legs, so he could only slowly circulate his runic flame. The problem was that his attainments in runic vein theory were shallow, to say the least. So, it took him a lot of time and he needed to be very careful. The more Diane dealt with situations like this, the more and more he missed his soul. Back in the core sect of Soul-Rending Peak, the largest core disciple mansion was receiving a guest. Senior Sister Violet. A young man with a pale appearance and reserved disposition bowed respectfully. However, the surprising part wasn't his respect, but rather the fact he showed such respect despite wearing core disciple robes. What are you doing here? You know that I don't like to be disturbed. Violet was currently observing the water flow of her courtyard spring. What was interesting was that this mansion, and in particular this spring, was meant to be reserved for the top core disciple. But Violet wasn't ranked number 1. She was ranked number 6. Understanding this, it was truly odd that she'd live in this particular courtyard. That aside, to a layman, it looked like this petite, brown-haired beauty was just dipping her feet in the water and relaxing. It was only those who understood the specialty of this spring that knew that Violet was actually cultivating. We lost him, the pale young man said slowly. Lost him? Violet's brow furrowed. How is that possible? Did you not send Bonnie like I asked you? Hearing these words, the pale young man was incomparably aggrieved. He had not only followed Violet's words, he had gone above and beyond. However, this leader of his wouldn't care about that, she only cared about the results, and the result was his failure. As for Bonnie, although she was only an inner disciple, that wasn't because of her lack of strength. In the future, she would definitely be an outer sect elder at the minimum, with her most likely peak being an inner sect elder. One has to remember that becoming a core disciple isn't just about power. It's also about talent and passing the trial. There were many inner disciples with cultivation that far surpassed that of core disciples, and Bonnie was one of them. Not only that, she was also adept at movement and stealth techniques. The idea of her losing track of a 32-year-old made next to no sense. Seeing that the pale young man didn't answer, Violet's frown could only deepen. She knew that that meant he had followed all of her orders to the letter. Did he notice he was being followed? Bonnie would at least know this, right? According to Bonnie, he didn't notice her presence, or else she would have sensed him lock onto her. From her accounts, he just seemed to have accelerated his speed for no particular reason. It could just be that he was following the sect's no-flying rules, so he had no qualms after he stepped outside of the sect. Violet nodded. This made sense. It was logical to increase your speed after stepping out of the sect. This was also a breath of relief because this meant Diane was likely not on guard against her. But it was troubling that he had so much speed. In Violet's eyes, they had only seen the tip of the iceberg that was Diane. The fact that he revealed so much of his strength just now likely meant he didn't know he was being watched. There's something else you should know, senior sister. What is it? The other reason Bonnie lost track of him was because there were no energy fluctuations with his increase in speed. You mean? He didn't use his energy cultivation, nor his wills, to lose Bonnie. He's much more powerful than any of us knew. It's almost too shocking to believe that he's only 32. Hearing this, Violet's eyes brightened with a mix of emotions ranging from lust, the will to conquer, and apprehension. This Diane was almost too big a bite for her to eat. At the moment, Diane was slowly healing his bone. He had no idea just how many benefits his inability to use major parts of his cultivation was to him at the moment. At least for now, Violet didn't know that Diane was aware that he had been being watched, which one would think was a good thing. Old Lizard, do you think there's a connection between my Devour technique and the mystic-ranked core teaching of soul-rending peak? Obviously, Diane hadn't used Devour in a long time because it was a soul-type technique. In addition, he rarely got the opportunity to use it because just like other soul techniques, it was incredibly dangerous to put into action and could cause severe backlash. All of this said, the technique was very useful to him. It was hard to ignore the similarities between Devour and this mysterious mystic-ranked technique. For one, they were both soul-based techniques. Secondly, they both involved absorbing the soul of its victims. And, finally, in one way or another, they both involved the memories of the owner of the soul being absorbed. As far as Diane could remember, he had only used the absorb memory ability of Devour once, during his first campaign, however it did exist. It was just that he preferred to use Devour to replenish his soul strength. As for this mystic rank technique, it could allow other to instantly learn anything the originator of the soul knew to the same level of proficiency. Drawing connections between the two was inevitable. The odd thing is that I don't see anything in my master's memories that categorize Devour as an evil technique. If I knew that it was, I wouldn't use it so liberally. There was another connection that couldn't be ignored. This 98th quadrant was formerly the strongest soul path quadrant in existence. While Celestial Deer Quadrant, Diane's home, although yes, it was the former first-ranked quadrant, it also had very high attainments in the soul as well. The reason why it was this quadrant known as the highest ranked of the soul path, and not the quadrant from Diane's master's era, was because the Celestial Deer Quadrant was about much more than just the soul. Plus, it was also the quadrant that was the ancestral grounds of otherworldly body cultivators such as the Demon Sage and the Ragnar and Pakal ancestors. This didn't even mention the elves who had high attainments with their bodies as well. It could be said that this quadrant was the only true members of the soul path. This was not only because it was the only path they once followed, but also because of the type of energy that hung in its air. Energy Diane couldn't sense because his soul was still sealed, and energy the Dragon King wasn't qualified to sense because his soul talent was too poor. It's not impossible, the Dragon King finally answered.
This quadrant and the celestial deer sect had very good relations, for obvious reasons. In fact, no one truly dared to set their sights them until after the celestial deer sect was destroyed. It's not out of the realm of possibility to believe that the elders of Soul-Rending Peak might have given over their technique to the elders of the celestial deer sect for research purposes. Diane frowned. Don't you think that's important information you should have told me before? Do I have to poke and prod information out of you? I assumed you knew. You have your master's memories, don't you? My master sealed a portion of her memories for my safety. Although I have ownership of the seal now, and can undo those restraints at will, I obviously can't use my soul right now, so how could I check those sealed memories? Well, it's because your mind is protected by that treasure that I can't see through it despite being linked to you. Don't expect me to understand all of your intentions, humph. Diane rolled his eyes. Was this really an ancestor dragon who had lived for millions of years, or was he an angsty teen? Shouldn't it be beneath him to squabble with Diane like this? This is good information to have, though. Another layer to the mystery. If my master thought that knowing information about this quadrant would be detrimental to me, there's a reason for that I should figure out slowly. After about half a day passed, Diane felt that he had reached his peak condition again. Truth be told, he didn't need to spend so much time healing since a few fractures in his legs wouldn't hinder him too much. Plus, he had a lot of experience fighting with this exact injury, especially during his second, third, and fourth trials. However, he was currently in enemy territory. He wanted to be at his peak just in case anything untoward happened. Diane left the rock he hid in, taking mine to seal the entrance once again to make it look as though he was never there. Then he left the area, quickly finding a dirt road from his off-road position that led directly to the city. Soon, Diane found himself approaching massive city gates. Having taken off his mask long ago, he strolled past the guards with an amiable smile on his face. After greeting them politely, he strolled in. The guards didn't bother to vet Diane. After seeing his core disciple robes, their expressions were filled with awe and worship. How could they dare to follow the strict laws of Cathedral City now? What were rules in the face of power? Diane casually walked into Cathedral City, training his eyes on the massive Renaissance era-like church that loomed over everything. The city itself was very reminiscent of what Diane imagined a European town of the 1800s to look like, except for the fact that it was definitely much cleaner than a genuine city from that era would be, and it smelt much better too. The aura of this town dripped with conservatism. The smiles of its people seemed faked and forced. Their interactions were boxy and unnatural. Even the children seemed to be walking on eggshells. Maybe the oddest part about it all was that these people seemed to think that this was just how people should act. It seemed that people didn't visit this quadrant very often, so they simply had no idea how the outside world worked, and not many dared to enter the tower due to their poor ranking. It was only a fact of life that badly ranked quadrants would be bullied. Maybe the only reason no one bothered to conquer territories of the 98th corner was because the resources given to that sort of ranking were much too poor to care about. Of course, Diane understood the other reason for this. The only people who would visit this quadrant would likely be those looking to profit from Soul Market. Individuals like this wouldn't be so keen to interact with the locals. Diane did notice that the only true emotion these locals seemed capable of displaying was reverence. He noticed this every time he saw one of them glance at his robes. They probably won't reprimand me for breaking the city's rules. I wonder if it'll be the same if I go to the cathedral. The cathedral itself was a place of worship, so much of it was open to public. As such, Diane could stroll into it whenever he wanted. However, he didn't want to do this just yet. Diane's plan for hiding his identity wasn't what it seemed like on the surface. Because there were so few core disciples, it would be quite easy to narrow the list of individuals to only a handful. So, Diane didn't wear this mask for the expressed purpose of hiding his identity forever. Rather, he just wanted to make use of the benefit of the doubt until it was too late for his enemies to do much else about it. So, the first thing Diane did before anything else wasn't to head to the places he wanted to investigate, but rather, he went to the teleportation stations and used them. Just like before, he subtly manipulated the location symbols to send him to the outskirts of Cathedral City. This time, he let his altered mask appear on his face before he appeared before the guards, and also removed the symbol of Violet's faction that hung from his hip. When the guards saw a tall man with a black mask approaching, their first reaction was to stop him. But they realized two things. For one, they couldn't sense this man's cultivation at all. Secondly, he was actually wearing soul-rending peak core disciple robes. Despite there being a rule of no masks in the city, the guards didn't dare to be the ones to reprimand such a high-ranking person. They could only hold their breaths and let Diane walk through the gates unhindered. Just like that, Diane had a strong alibi. By the time his enemies began to question it, it would be too late. After completing his little illusion, Diane began to go from store to store. Every time, he was received with open arms and diligently taken care of. Just for the sake of appearances, he also bought a few things here and there. None of them were anything too special and they meant next to nothing to Diane. But he knew that in the eyes of the people here, these were treasures they could only look at but never touch. From start to finish, no one dared to tell Diane to remove his mask, and none dared to report it either. However, his journey was also fruitless. The shop owners weren't of terrible strength. Many of them were saints, with a rare few having stepped into the lower celestial level. This made sense because many of the shops were controlled by the Keats family along with the four up and coming families vying for the hole left behind by the Jafari family. However, their strengths weren't enough to hide anything from Diane's perception. Taking advantage of this, Diane had asked some roundabout questions, the kinds of questions that might lead one to assume he was speaking about Soul Market, but all of the shop owners were genuinely confused. By the end of his inquiries, Diane was sure that Soul Market was far above the pay grade of these shop owners. If he wanted to know more, he would have to go to the cathedral. Old lizard, why are you so useless? You really don't have any idea where this Soul Market could be. My power is sealed because you're too weak, yet you blame it on me? Never forget that it's impossible to transcendent unless your soul also reaches the half-step transcendent level. So don't assume that just because my soul talent is poor compared to humans that I didn't have high achievements in it. Diane sighed. He knew that this was true, but that didn't stop him from being frustrated. There could be people having their souls extracted as they spoke, and there was nothing he could do about it. The worst part was that this soul market was likely protected with a formation that was beyond even his ability to draw. So, in all likelihood, even if the Dragon King was unsealed, it still might be difficult for him to sense it. It seems I have no choice but to directly go to the cathedral. Soon, Diane found himself on the lone path to the cathedral. It actually led to a massive wide set of stairs, more than 100 meters across. As long as Diane followed them to the top, he would be able to enter the church. The cathedral was much busier than Diane had thought it would be. Many families had brought their young children to play around. Some couples even came here on dates. However, everything still dripped with the same unnatural aura. The families seemed to have plastered smiles on their faces, and the young and old couples alike didn't even dare to hold hands. The doors of the church itself were left wide open, leading first to a lobby, before showing another set of main doors that led to an altar and row after row of seats. The ceilings were plastered with ancient glass artwork, while the floors alternated between pristine red carpets and expertly stone-smithied stone flooring. The moment Diane reached the top of the stairs, he was greeted by two nuns who wore much more natural smiles. They were dressed in all white, with their headdresses even hiding their necks. But Diane's eyes couldn't help but brighten when he saw them. These nuns were actually such beauties. He couldn't see their hair color, but their eyes were bright blue and their faces were exquisite. Even their long robes couldn't hide their figures. Maybe the best part was that they were actually twins. Diane felt like he had truly stepped into heaven. It was rare that he saw women as beautiful as his wives. But when he did, the demon sage blood he tried to constantly temper would always roar back to life. Well, that was the case when they didn't try to kill him like Asina and Lilith had. It could be said that Lilith was already as beautiful as his wives, while Asina only had to mature a bit more before reaching that level. Yet, Diane didn't feel like looking at either one of them like that. Being nearly killed had a way dampening the attractiveness of person. The sister nuns didn't seem to mind Diane's gaze, and instead smiled brightly. "Young master, it's rare that we have such esteemed guests come to humble cathedral. Me and my younger sister welcome you. Kid, you're really hopeless without your soul. Can't you see that they're bewitching you? Continue acting as though you've fallen for their tricks, or else they'll assume you have a powerful soul. Even without the Dragon King's input, Dian's presence was too strong to be fooled by illusions for too long. But he continued to act as though he was in a daze, taking advantage of the moment to rake the bodies of the twin sister nuns in front of him. Dian understood the tricks of the cathedral rather quickly. Because of the ban on soul cultivation and the capture or crippling of those with soul talent, something like a bewitching art was easy to use on the entire population. Suddenly, the unnatural smiles and overly smiley personalities made perfect sense. Only the most noble families could escape such a fate. As for the commoners who lived elsewhere on Planet Cathedral, they escaped as well. But if they ever came to Cathedral City and had the soul talent to ignore this bewitching, they would be exposed almost immediately. As long as someone acted out of expectations, there were only two explanations. The first was that they had a treasure capable of blocking illusions, while the second is that they were talented enough to break free of the illusion themselves. Dian understood many things at this moment. Those with outstanding soul talent would cause abnormal signs at their birth. The cathedral would monitor these signs and immediately take away the babies that caused them. On the other side of the equation, there were those with soul talent, but not talented enough to cause these abnormal signs at birth. These stragglers, such as the young girl who was taken away during the soul-rending peak assessments, would be taken away the moment they entered Cathedral City because they wouldn't conform to the cultural norms forced by the church. The only members of this latter group that could escape were children from noble families. Not only would those families have powerful enough means to hide the abnormal signs at the birth of their children, they would also be exempt from having to act the same way the commoners of Cathedral City did. This is 1,000,000 times worse than what Orwell thought it would be. The commoners on the outside of Cathedral City were constantly dreaming of one day entering the greatest city ever, in their eyes, all while they lived in terrible conditions. At the same time, the commoner of Cathedral City were trapped themselves, living as slaves and not even knowing it. The worst part was that the 98th quadrant had the perfect cover. No one wanted to visit them because there was no benefit in doing so. The only people who did visit them were those who knew their secrets already. And, even if others did come to this city, if their presence and perception weren't as powerful as Dian, they wouldn't have even realized that the citizens were acting oddly. It was no wonder why Zabia didn't want to tell him any of this. The Jafari family must have gotten sick and tired of acting as pillars for such a corrupt system and paid a heavy price for it, not even daring to tell the truth to the rest of the world lest the rest of their family be wiped out by the strong powers that backed Soul Market. Despite how he was feeling, Dian buried it deep, looking at the two beauties before him, but only seeing them as conniving snakes. I wonder if you sisters could give me a tour? It's been too long since I've come to the cathedral. I would like to pay my respects. Dian silently followed behind the two beautiful nuns, not trying to hide the fact he was eyeing their swaying hips from beginning to end. There was just something about long and loose robes falling over the epitome of the female figure that was even more alluring to the eye than a scantily clad one. What was odd to Dian, though, was that these nuns were quite flirtatious. They didn't have the air of conservatism Dian thought they would have. It was especially weird considering that they were supposed to be the template of purity, yet the movements of their bodies screamed seduction. Dian's blood roared, almost screaming in his head to teach these two a lesson for tempting a tiger with raw meat. However, there was nothing he could do. "Big brother," the voice of the younger twin sister called out, capable of making the bones of males and females alike melt. "This is our hall of worship. We gather here at dusk every day to pay our respects to our ancestors." This little vixen. Dian slightly clenched his jaw. So seamlessly going from calling me young master to big brother, what exactly are they trying to do? The more time Dian spent with these two sisters, the more confused he became. What was their purpose in seducing him? Could it be that the cathedral wanted to dip their hands into the pie that was soul-rending peak? It did make sense. After all, soul-rending peak couldn't arbitrarily change their rules for fear of losing the protection their ancestors worked for. So, It would be better to control those with power under soul-rending peak than to directly control soul-rending peak itself. This here is a glass work that a celestial adept in the intent of craftsmanship created. Legend has it that she was only a step away from stepping into the world of Daos, but she unfortunately passed away before she could do so. Despite this, we still worship her as our Den Mother. She truly laid the foundation for what our nunnery has become today. Dian followed and silently took note of a few things. Hearing about this intent of craftsmanship, he was intrigued. According to his master's memories, there were many wills and intents not related to combat. For example, when Dian first entered Focus Academy, he made use of these very wills to speed read. This itself showed that wills weren't only created for the sake of growing stronger physically, but could also be incorporated into the mental aspects of cultivation. The kind of will that would be a part of growing a strong mentality that would greatly help with Yu Dao heart. Oftentimes, martial warriors would delve into the arts of painting and writing, things like calligraphy and entertainment, all for the sake of calming their spirit and strengthening their Dao. Craftsmanship was among these mentality Daos. Interestingly enough, the 25th White Mother's memories also contained a theory that posited the possibility of using mentality Daos to cultivate instead of following the conventional path, the devil path, or paths like them that may have been lost to time. There were legends of existences that were mortal, but still managed to live for tens of thousands of years before breaking through and transcending. Of course, these were just legends. The idea of someone completely mortal, leaping over levels of cultivation even the most talented of geniuses found difficult to pass through, and directly transcending seemed ridiculous. But that didn't stop Dian's master from spending a lot of time studying it, as she found these stories quite cathartic comrade to the true brutality of the martial world. What do you think, old lizard? Do those people really exist on the transcendent plane? Do they exist? There was a long pause between Dian's question and the Dragon King's answer before the ancient voice took a deep breath. The simple answer is that I don't know. And the complicated answer? It's not completely outside the realm of possibility. I found evidence of 3 such individuals, but each and every one of them disappeared without a trace. It's impossible to tell whether I was seeing what I wanted to see, or if these individuals truly existed. Dian nodded. He could understand why the Dragon King and any transcendent would be eager to find these mortals. The transcendent plane, more than any other cultivation level before it, heavily relied on one's mentality. Everything from your lifespan to your power all relied on it. Understanding this, of course, a transcendent would want to exchange pointers with such an individual. Maybe only these geniuses had the key to everything. After this, the twin nuns introduced Dian to tens of other ancestors they worshipped. It seemed that the cathedral didn't have a god, per se, but rather they had a collection of individuals who once lived that were lauded and respected enough to land in their hall of worship. In this way, the cathedral didn't peddle a religion, but rather showed a path to enlightenment that conformed to the way these legendary ancestors lived their lives to reach the level of cultivation that they did. Because of a promise of growing stronger, the general population and even the elites began to buy into the teachings of the cathedral, believing that they were all left behind by these ancestors. Using this, the cathedral was able to enforce a lot of rules that ranged from innocent things like amiability with one's neighbors all the way and up to the banning of soul cultivation. Big brother, your voice is so deep and rich. Is that really your real voice? The younger twin sister asked. Dian's eyes flashed with realization. They probably wanted to make sure I had fallen into their spell before they made inquiries about me. It obviously wasn't every day that a core disciple came here, but they want to be clear on my identity before they try to rope me in completely. Of course, this is my real voice. How could I dare to fool you 2 beautiful sisters? I would be angering the heavens if I did something like that. Hearing Dian's response, the 2 sisters smiled sweetly. Dian perception didn't catch any suspicion in their eyes, but Dian was obviously lying. He had changed both his inflections and the tone of his voice. With his attainments in body cultivation, doing something like that was as easy as flipping over his hand. The elder twin sister pouted. But you're hiding your face from us 2 sisters. Can't you show us your handsome face? Dian sighed, shaking his head. I'm afraid that my appearance isn't so good. Normally, when I have to appear in public without my mask on, I use a few disguising techniques to hide my terrible birthmark, but it's much easier to just cover it with a mask. I actually came here today to try to get over this heart devil of mine. It's much too shameful for a martial warrior like me to be so caught up in what he looks like. I wanted to learn from our esteemed ancestors so I could cleanse this shadow over my heart so my future cultivation would be smoother. A slight look of pity crossed the eyes of the twin sisters that surprised Diane. This was the first genuine emotion he had seen from these two sisters, and it further proved that he believed what he had said. Diane had come up with this story randomly, but it still perfectly explained a lot of things from the reason for his mask to the reason for his appearance here. "We all have stories like this," the younger sister said softly, grabbing Diane's large hand between her two delicate ones. "For one reason or another, we need the core teachings of the cathedral to show us the light. Come, we two sisters will show you some more. When you're ready to take off your mask, we'll be here for you." At this moment, the bewitching techniques of the two sisters faltered slightly. It was only for a fraction of a second, a time frame that a normal cultivator would have missed completely, but it was more than long enough for Diane to see what he needed to see to understand the plight of these two sisters. They were just as beautiful as ever. The same delicate oval faces, and the same bright blue eyes. However, stretching from their hidden necks and up the sides of their cheeks, were two fiercely ugly and red scars. They cracked and flaked as though they were decomposing from the inside out, and even went so far as to cover an entire half of their once flawless features. When Diane caught a glimpse of their hands, he realized that the scar was worse than he thought. It didn't just stretch down an entire half of their face, it was an entire half of their bodies. Just as quickly as the glimpse of reality came, was just as quickly as it disappeared, allowing the peak beauty of these two tragic sisters to come back. The eyes of the two sisters showed a slight panic once they realized what happened. If it was a normal cultivator in front of them, they wouldn't have been worried because of how quickly they recovered. But this was a core disciple. What if he saw them for how ugly they truly were? How could they face the world again? However, Diane pretended as though he hadn't seen a thing. He even hid the pity he felt deep within himself so as not to alert the two sisters to anything, instead pretending as though he had been observing another glass work of art. Seeing Diane's appearance, the two sisters breathed a sigh of relief, although their scars seemed much worse than what that descriptive word entailed, and also seemed to be alive. As far as they could tell, they were born this way. The younger sister's scar was on her left, while the elder was on her right. Maybe the most tragic thing was that the scar used to be much smaller. According to those who grew up with them, it had only been a mole when they were a few weeks old, but as the years passed, that mole grew in ferocity, eating away at their appearances more and more every day. The two sisters were already prepared for the day that their entire bodies would be rife with that very same rotten infestation, and there was nothing they could do about it. It was no wonder they felt true pity for Diane. They felt like his story was very similar to their own. At the same time, they respected him even more, because unlike them, he was looking for a way to move forward and accept the way he was born. These two sisters no longer doubted Diane. Maybe it was a bit foolish of them, but their hearts had been completely swayed. Two beautiful sisters. Diane suddenly broke his attention away from the work of art before him. "It's been so long, yet I still don't know your names." Because of Diane's fabricated backstory, the two sisters knew it would be rude to ask for his name after he had already opened up to them, so they simply replied without asking for anything back. "My name is Bella." The younger sister spoke in a bubbly voice completely unlike her former seduction-filled one. "My name is Mia." Just like her younger sister, the Mia's demeanor seemingly changed. Losing her dominatrix-type vibe, her voice became like clear water, filled with a calming sensuality that made her a joy to listen to. Diane inwardly sighed, but continued to follow the two sisters. It was no wonder they questioned if his voice was real, considering they were also changing theirs so completely as well. It didn't take long for Diane to understand that they hid their true personalities for a reason. What that reason was, he didn't know. It could be anything from it being easier to utilize their bewitching technique to simply hiding from the reality of their lives. "Old lizard, you saw, right?" "I did. But I've never seen such a condition." whether it be my true body or all the bodies I've taken over since. None of them know anything about the scars on their bodies. It seems almost alive, like something is eating them from the inside out. In all likelihood, they've been dealing with this for a long time, yet whatever it is that's eating them hasn't finished its job yet. They also seem to be in constant pain, but it isn't to the point where they can't function normally. Do you think this is the work of the cathedral again? The cathedral had done many horrible things. Diane didn't put it past them to experiment on children. These two sisters couldn't have been more than 20 years old. Their cultivation also seemed to be hidden for one reason or another too. It's also possible that they simply have special constitutions. If they had special constitutions, wouldn't they have been taken to soul market by now? Although not every constitution has high soul talent, high-ranking constitutions definitely provide just enough soul talent to be viable for use for that mystic technique. Constitutions provided a boost to all forms of talent. Depending on the ranking of your own, this boost could be small or large. Of course, peak-level soul talents were incredibly rare, but the requirements for soul market weren't so high. In reality, the restriction on the soul talent was only in place so that the soul would be robust enough to survive the transfer from one person to another. For example, Diane's soul talent was so amazing that even after burning his soul, he survived for hours before his soul was eventually sealed away by his cultivation technique. This allowed him to effectively survive something he had no business surviving, until he finally met Amphory, who completely healed his soul. This logic was the very for the mystic rank technique. It was impossible to use effectively unless the victim in question had a strong enough soul. All of this was to say that although the requirements were strict, it wasn't so strict that those with constitutions not specializing in the soul couldn't meet them. Well, aren't they technically in the hands of the cathedral right now? They're using the bewitching technique not only to hide their own appearance, but to also probe you, remember? It's clear that they're not here for sake of giving tours, but rather to make sure that nothing goes awry. Diane sunk into deep thought. He wasn't new to the idea of constitutions hurting their host at all. For example, his own wife, Madeline, would have died to her goddess disposition if he hadn't found the remains of the celestial deer sect, and thus awakened it for her. Of course, Akihiko claimed that he could do this for her as well, but his only plan was to steal her talent away. It wasn't outside the realm of possibilities that these twin sisters could also have such a double-edged constitution. And considering the state of this 98th quadrant, there was no way they could get their hands on the Constitution Awakening pill. The only problem with this was that Diane had never heard of such a constitution. Although he didn't research them as stringently as Clara had, he still had a rough idea about them all. "I haven't heard of this constitution either," the Dragon King continued. "But you're still a little too tender. Haven't you wondered why constitutions are constantly repeated? Why so many people share the same constitutions, even to the point where they've all been documented and understood? There are 33 God constitutions, 33 heaven constitutions, and 33 earth constitutions. This number is almost double if you consider the separation for both genders. Although, not exactly double because there is some overlap between constitutions as some of them are gender neutral. Do you know why this is? I once hypothesized that constitutions existed as a clue left by the laws of the heavens. As though they were telling us that we should take all three core paths of cultivation, the soul, the body, and their energies, seriously. That's part of the truth, the Dragon King said in slight surprise. However, it isn't the heavens who left this clue. It was the powerful members of a generation even older than mine. You mean, constitutions are a more perfect form of the faith seed. Although they are generally less powerful, they also don't have the same drawbacks. It's a lot like how your aurora flames are. Ancient aurora flames are much more powerful, just like faith seeds are. However, if you tried to fuse them with your soul, you do irreparable harm to yourself. In the same way, if you rely too heavily of a faith seed, it will affect your cultivation in the future because your Tao will no longer be your own. In order to use aurora flames, they had to be weakened and made more docile. Following this same logic, constitutions are generally seen as weaker than faith seeds, but they also don't put up the same roadblocks to future cultivation. The reason this is,
is because a group of ancient cultivators gave up their right to transcend to create these constitutions, imprinting their legacy across time. Soon, Dian's tour of the cathedral came to an end. Unfortunately, other than meeting the twin beauties, he didn't get much out of it. Of course, he still found gaining a deeper understanding of this quadrant valuable. The twin sisters seemed genuinely disappointed that Dian was going to leave so soon, but there was nothing they could do. As devoted members of the nunnery, they likely wouldn't be able to leave for the rest of their lives. At the same time, especially as orphans, they felt that they owed the cathedral more than they could give. So, even if the opportunity was presented to them, in all likelihood, these two beauties would choose to stay. "I'll come back to visit often," Dian said with a smile. Although the sisters couldn't see it behind his mask, they could feel his sincerity, and that was enough for them. Watching Dian leave, the two sisters felt the slight pang of loss. "Who do you think he is, big sister?" Bella asked absent-mindedly. "Are we even sure that he's a he?" He or she might have purposely changed their gender, so that they'd be even more difficult to pin who they are. Maybe. There are many more men than women amongst the core disciples. But I asked him about his voice. How could he lie under our suggestion? Mia sighed. Core disciples aren't existences that we can so easily underestimate. With our abilities, we still couldn't see through his cultivation. It's truly baffling. The twin sisters greeted incoming guests before returning to their private conversation. "You're right," Bella muttered. They were among the very few with high soul talent that weren't forced to cripple their souls at birth. As for the reason, they were the people of the cathedral. Of course, they would receive benefits others wouldn't. But, at the same time, this kept them in the dark about many of the happenings of the 98th quadrant, while also making them complicit in many other things. Unfortunately, nothing was so black and white here, but I feel like we can trust him. Our intuition has never been wrong. I heard that an important guest came here earlier today. Suddenly, a voice startled the two silently talking sister. It was particular old and dry, completely void of emotion. "Den mother," the two sisters replied respectfully. Although the master of craftsmanship intent was their very first den mother, this position had obviously been passed down many times. The voice currently sounding in the ears of the two young girls was the current den mother of the nunnery. "Yes, a core disciple came earlier," Mia answered in place of both of them. "A core disciple?" The mind of the den mother immediately flew to one person. Was it Dian Jafari? Hearing this pointed question, the two sisters were a bit surprised. They didn't know much about the happenings of the outer world, but they did know what was told them by their superiors. Among this information was both a picture and description of Dian Jafari. For obvious reasons, the cathedral wanted to keep an eye on him. A major part of the reason the sisters immediately began by bewitching Dian was exactly because of this information. Of course, they were aware that Dian had become a core disciple. Normally, they only used their bewitching arts to hide their scars, but they took it a step further with Dian, attempting to force him into telling the truth. "We cannot confirm this, den mother. He or she was wearing a mask," Bella interjected. "A mask?" A slight rage vibrated along with the den mother's voice. "Absolutely no regard for the rules. How dare you let him do as he please?" The shrill voice was like a thunderclap in the ears of the girls, causing them to immediately pale as a small stream of blood dripped from their cherry lips. "Please rest your anger, den mother," Mia replied quickly. "If we insisted on him or her removing their mask, it wouldn't be in line with the core teachings of our cathedral. It would do more harm than good. It would also prove that, in the case that he was in fact Dian Jafari, that we were on guard against him, which is of no benefit to us." "Humph. Spend more time training your younger sisters as opposed to fantasizing about nonsense. You two diseased sisters don't have much longer to live anyway. You might as well do some good before you go." The den mother snorted, but she knew that Mia was correct. If Dian had remained covert, and they learned of him through their channels of information, they could deal with him quietly. But now that he had so publicly advertised himself, and even became a core disciple of their best sect in such overbearing fashion, it was impossible to deal with him as they pleased.
Plus, even if they exposed him as Diane, it wasn't as though they could act against him right here. The twin sisters were far from strong enough to take on Diane alone. After this exchange, the den mother left the two girls with a cold sweat down their alluring backs. They didn't even dare to be angered. However, it wouldn't be long after this that the cathedral received reports that Diane had in fact entered Cathedral City, but had left through teleportation station many hours before this mysterious masked core disciple ever stepped foot into the cathedral. For reasons even they didn't understand, the two sisters breathed a sigh of relief. They didn't like the idea of the person they so closely identified with also wanting to destroy the place they called home. It was too conflicting. Diane silently smiled to himself, as though he already knew that his ploy had worked. After leaving the cathedral, he lazily left the city. After another sleight of hand, a few concealment arrays, and some flashing lights, Diane reappeared as though he had just come back from a journey before strolling out of the city. It wasn't long before Diane made it back to soul-rending peak territory. In order to keep up appearances, he sped through the forest, but didn't go so far as to injure himself again. Wait, am I imagining things? Diane was currently standing in the very same spot he had lost his pursuer in. By all rights, there should have been a massive crater along with multiple destroyed trees, yet here everything was completely unscathed. Anyone else might not have noticed this or maybe even ignored it, assuming that they had misremembered the particular location. However, Diane had absolute confidence in his memory. This had to be the place. Old lizard, what's going on here? I don't know either. Diane's brows furrowed. But before he could think any further, the sounds of rustling leaves and snapping branches caught his attention. Up in the air, standing on a particularly sturdy branch, was a pale and skinny young man. Junior brother Jafari, senior sister sent me here to wait for your arrival. Oh? What's going on? It looks like we'll have to enter the epistemic tower soon. The core disciple trials are coming up soon, but it seems the elders were inspired by your feelings toward taking risks and improvement. Diane raised an eyebrow. Remembering how he spoke about risking your life in the tower was better than wallowing in the mediocrity of this 98th quadrant. It was either someone actually decided to heed his advice, or this was another half-baked scheme. Maybe it was even a mix of the two. The timing is actually quite good for us. The pale young continued with a faint excitement on his face. This is also around the time that the Valley of Geniuses is open. If luck shines down upon us, we could ascend the heavens in a single step. Hearing these words, Diane's eyes brightened. He remembered the old man telling him that his master had a statue on the Saint Floors in this Valley of Geniuses. Apparently, the demon sage had one as well, but his was found of a higher floor. This was too surprising since the demon sage had many more achievements than his master did. For all intents and purposes, he was a transcendent, or he would have been had he not been schemed against by so many enemies. This is good, Diane said with a faint smile. What do you need me to do? Nothing much. Senior sister just wants us to enter as a faction. The Valley of Geniuses is obviously an area of attraction, and since we're from such a lowly quadrant, we'd be excessively bullied if we were alone. The good news is that those who were truly strong would travel alone. This is mostly for protection against those 74th quadrant bastards. Diane nodded. I'll follow you then. Maybe if I enter the tower I'll be able to find some time to see Clara and Ree. It's only been about 2 months, but I already missed them. The pale young man nodded. He was pleasantly surprised by Diane's attitude. From what he had heard about the assessments, this was an overly arrogant young man. Of course, he thought of the possibility that he was the type to only be arrogant against the weak, but according to the stories, he even dared to defy their vice master, considering that only a fool would categorize him as such. You can call me Senior Brother Cowdrey. The pale young man said this in passing, but Diane took a strong mental note of it because the Cowdrey family was among the 4 up-and-coming families. Within the courtyard bought out by the Devil Path cultivators, Lilith was still healing. Her inner turmoil caused by the past couple days was weighing heavily on her. At the same time, she was feeling emotions she never felt before, nor did she think she would ever feel. How many times had she heard Soxac say sweet words to her? Yet every time they went in through one ear and left through the other. But now it was constantly replaying in her mind. All her life, Lilith had never needed much help. Despite being born in Nightmare Palace, she was only one among hundreds, even thousands of children her father had had. That was not to mention the countless grand and grand-grandchildren. The fact her father followed the devil path, yet was already an expert that could stand at the top of the world, proved that he had already lived hundreds of thousands of years. Of course his lineage was too long to take note of completely. The fact she could rise to her position, especially as a woman, was a product of her relying on herself entirely. However, it could be said that Diane was the very first person to force her into a loss. The very first person to make her feel any vulnerability. And now, she could almost feel her heart aching for something to lean on, and she absolutely hated it. Just as Lilith was brooding over her will to cut Diane limb from limb, Xianxia knocked lightly on her door. "Come in," Lilith said softly. Currently, she sat in meditation, trying to calm the state of her heart. If she let this feeling get out of control, then it would definitely affect her Tao heart. Although she was feeling the impulse to lean on someone, she was also feeling a strong repulsion to it as well. Having two drastically different mentalities would be terrible for her future. Xianxia walked in with a smile on his handsome face. "How are you feeling?" Lilith felt her heart flutter again, but she quickly calmed with a deep breath. "I'm progressing slowly." Hearing the slight tenderness in Lilith's voice made Xianxia's eyes open in surprise. Even though he tried to quickly hide it so as not to embarrass Lilith with her cultivation, she had already caught the slight change in his expression, causing her delicate, ice-carved cheeks to redden. Xianxia tactfully decided not to mention the oddity in Lilith's actions, leaving both of them room to take a step back. "Here." Xianxia recovered something from his spatial ring. Seeing the orb of light and the blood-red pill, Lilith felt a shiver go down her spine. However, she still took them, placing the pair into her own spatial ring. "Try to get better as soon as you can. An elder of the sect came by earlier today. Apparently we're going on a trip to the tower to gain experience. The Valley of Geniuses is opening soon, so we should go try our luck." Lilith's brow furrowed. "We still have many things to do here. It's best if we leave those tedious things to the supervisors we've long since stationed here. This isn't an opportunity we should miss, and it's also a good opportunity to make our presence known." "That won't be possible. If we reveal ourselves as Devil Path cultivators before matters are concluded, everything we've worked for would be meaningless. There is still one massive shipment we have to oversee. Then we can gut the funds and destroy all of the evidence before those conventional path leeches have time to see that something is wrong. We can't do anything to jeopardize that." Xianxia smiled. "With our power, as long as we're not suppressed, would we really need to use our Devil Path energies to make a statement?" This was true. As Devil Path cultivators, they were suppressed even more than Diane was, easily by 70 or even 80%. Although they wouldn't be able to use their true strength so as not to be exposed, it would still be a net positive for them. Lilith sighed. "As much as I want to, if we went now, people would begin asking questions about just where a mere 98th quadrant got disciples as powerful as us. If that makes people more interested in the happenings here, it could be trouble." "We'll do it as you say then." Xianxia took a step back, agreeing with Lilith. In truth, this was the longest he had ever sustained a conversation with this little beauty. According to the usual Lilith he knew, if she disagreed with him, she would simply say no without explanation. Lilith couldn't bring herself to make eye contact with Xianxia, so she only meekly nodded and saw him out. It was only after he left that it began to dawn on her what was happening. "I can't be falling for him, right?" Diane and Wes, his senior brother, soon made their way into Violet's massive courtyard. "The more time I spend around this Violet girl, the more odd it is. She's ranked 6th, yet Wes follows her despite being ranked 4th, all while she lives in the first-ranked courtyard. What is going on here?" The moment Diane walked in, following behind Wes, tens of pairs of eyes trained on him, causing him to raise an eyebrow. These individuals were definitely not all core disciples, most were outer, with a large percentage being made up in inner. In total, there were only 4 core disciples, 3 of which included Diane, Wes, and Violet. The reason why Diane was surprised was because although he, as a core disciple, could easily walk between regions, it wasn't allowed for those of lower status to walk into higher-ranked regions. The fact so many non-core disciples were here was definitely in opposition to the rules. "This is our new vice leader?" A voice filled with anger and rage filled the room. Vice leader. For good reason, Diane was shocked by these words. They were clearly aimed toward him, but he didn't remember ever accepting such a position nor even being offered it. When Diane looked over to had been spoken, he realized that it was actually the 4th core disciple of the faction. "Junior brother Navril, behave yourself," Violet spoke in a cold voice. "Yet another member of the up-and-coming families? But, senior sister, I'm not convinced. How can a disciple who hasn't even passed the trial and become a true core disciple become out vice leader?" At first, Luca had wanted to mention the fact Diane was ranked dead last amongst core disciples, but he didn't want to give Violet a reason to be angered. After all, she was ranked below both him and Wes. Did that mean she couldn't be leader? Of course, Diane was only ranked last because he was the last among core disciples to join and hadn't formally challenged anyone. This was because he wasn't a disciple when he defeated Asina, so she didn't lose her placement. That said, he couldn't bother to care about such rankings. Maybe if he was feeling petty enough in the future, he'd do something about it. "Enough!" Violet cut Luca off. "If we want to resist against the Keeds family faction, as well as survive the attacks and tribulations of the Valley of Geniuses, we have to stay together. I don't want any of you getting injured. When we come back, if you're still unsatisfied, then you can challenge junior brother Jafari as you see fit. Let's go. The elders are already waiting for us all at the gates. On the way, I'll explain a few things to you all." Just a few hours later, eager members of Soul-Rending Peak had gathered on a large boat. It seemed that just like Earth and the Flaming Lily sect, the pillars that led to the 98th Quadrant's epistemic tower were also placed in a large body of water. Looking out toward the 2 massive pillars, etched intricately with ancient symbols, Diane stood silently behind Violet while also listening to the seemingly endless words of the elders. Diane found these old men and women significantly less interesting than the beauty that was Evangeline, but a vice master wouldn't come out for such a small matter. In fact, even the highest-ranked elder here was merely an inner sect elder. Diane had expected this. After all, the only reason why Evangeline presided over the assessments to begin with wasn't because her status warranted her participation, but rather because she wanted to make sure that Soul-Rending Peak wasn't thwarting the chances of the commoners. Since those of them present now were already admitted into the sect, there was no need for her to oversee such a thing. All of you need to remember that this is a great opportunity. The Valley of Geniuses can provide you with opportunities even we cannot, but it is also rife with dangers, not just from the statues themselves, but also the members of the younger generation who will fight with you over these opportunities. Every statue represents a great genius of the past, and although there are thousands of them, they can only be activated once per opening of the valley. The issues that you'll all face will come clear when you get there, but the challenge is twofold. The first is to resonate with the statue, while the second is to compete with the others who resonate to claim the ultimate prize. This second step will be the most dangerous. How that does not mean that the first is safe. Those who are capable of noticing competing resonators earlier on might decide to stop their own first step in order to wipe out the competition. As much as we'd love to believe that all of you will receive benefits and return safely, this is simply not realistic. You must all understand that this is the world of cultivation. Your lives will be on the line constantly, but should you grasp the rewards, your future will be endlessly bright. The inner sect elder continued to speak, both encouraging and warning those of the sect. But it wasn't until the end that Diane understood just why Soul-Rending Peak was putting so much effort into this. In the case that any of you are lucky enough to complete your resonation with a statue, do think about the sect and quadrant that raised you all up. Of course, the cathedral and my Soul-Rending Peak will give you proper compensation for your troubles, so there is no reason to worry about that. In the case that you fail, do not let it hamper your progression forward. Take this as a learning experience. After all, the younger generation is the pillar of our futures.
It seemed like the elders were intent on boring Dian out of his mind. Either that or they were trying to make up for hundreds of years of guidance in the span of a couple hours. The whole thing made Dian feel quite disgusted. To be truthful. First of all, if you resonate with the inheritance of statue, how could you hand it over the sect? How could they simultaneously be the pillar of their future, while also crippling themselves for the sake of a bullshit sect? Dian didn't believe for one instant that the elders didn't understand what they were asking. Think about the word resonate for a moment. This wasn't a branding on the skin. This was a branding on the soul. The idea of handing over such a treasure would not only be inconceivably stupid, it would also further cripple a soul that was likely already crippled by this bullshit quadrant. No matter how much the martial world might look down on soul cultivators, that was only in regard to combat prowess. And even then, the soul was helpful for many things, especially comprehension. The soul was a lane that connected the body to the heavens. Without a powerful soul, comprehending wills and higher energies would become almost impossible. These fools wondered why they couldn't ascend past the saint levels, when the reality was right in front of their faces. How could you ascend to the celestial realm when your comprehension was crippled? Even the concept of doing so was asinine. This must be another ploy by Soul Market. I can use this. Other quadrants wouldn't even bother to speak about handing over the inheritance one of their geniuses resonated with. After all, it would require breaking apart a piece of their soul. However, didn't this 98th quadrant have a way to do that already? In fact, it would be easy. A strong enough inheritance might even have the ability to heal the crippled souls of those hidden geniuses here. If that happened, the cathedral would use this as an excuse, labeling them as traitors to the church, all in order to take their souls away to be sold. A sudden realization hit Dian. No matter how good the products of the soul market were in the past, how could they compare to the inheritances of a genius great enough to enter the Valley of Geniuses? The amount of money they could sell such a soul for, it would be astronomical. Dian grit his teeth. These absolute scum. Dian had already decided that he would make this quadrant pay for its greediness. You want to swallow the things I've earned? Good. He would make them understand the meaning of taking a bigger bite than you can handle. At first, Dian assumed that the Devil Path cultivators timed their visit for the opening of the Valley of Geniuses. However, according to the Dragon King, the valley's opening was completely random and would only stay open for half a year at the most. It seemed that all of this was just a happy coincidence for them as well. Dian couldn't get the smug white-haired girl's face out of his mind. He'd give that little girl a good spanking to teach her a lesson. She got off much too lightly. Those around sensed the change in Dian's demeanor and began to feel slightly uncomfortable. But no one dared to say anything as they headed into the swirling teleportation formation. Given the signs around the Valley of Geniuses, it'll open in just a few days' time. Violet started. We should start by visiting Sapientia Corner. The faction doesn't have a lot of funds, but it should be enough to give each of us a couple of healing-type pills that could be the difference between life and death. They had just entered the 98th corner. However, there was a massive dome of fog projected in the distance that hadn't been there when Dian came earlier. He suddenly realized that had he been just a few weeks later, he wouldn't have been able to enter the 98th quadrant at all because it would have been protected. If that happened, he would have never found out about Soul Market and those poor souls would continue to suffer. He could only thank his luck that Lilith didn't take over the role of key wielder until after he had already joined Unseen Peak. Now, he should be able to come and go as he please, even with the fog barrier up. Is that Lady Violet I see? A snide voice sounded off from the surroundings. When the members of the faction looked over, each of them had ugly expressions on their faces. One had to know that according to the rules of the fog barrier, only those of Duke status and higher could allow those not from the 98th quadrant to enter. In the entirety of the 98th quadrant, aside from Kernick Keeds, the former soul-rending peak legatee, there was only a single other Duke. This meant that now, there were only 3 individuals with this power. Kernick, soul-rending peak's second legatee, a man Dian had heard nothing about so far, and Lilith, who had these abilities not because she was a Duke, but because she was the key wielder. The problem was that both legatees had long surpassed 1,000 years old.
and thus lost the right to enter the tower long ago. That meant that there was currently no one here who could allow another in, which also meant that whoever it was that they had ugly expressions for was actually a member of their own quadrant. Senior Brother Keeds, I have no deep relationship with you. It's best you not cross the line. I don't remember giving you the right to call my name so casually. The relatively short Arthurian Keeds was actually the first-ranked core disciple of soul-rending Peak and son to the Keeds family Grand Elder. It was only now that Diane understood a few things. He had been under the impression that Arthurian was already around, if not having long since surpassed 1,000 years old. But, since he was here, clearly that wasn't the case. But, Diane knew that this was likely his last chance to climb to the celestial realm before being barred from entering the tower entirely. Since he was here, he would go all out. Arthurian raised his hands up in mock surrender. I just wanted to say hello, he continued, speaking with a cold smile. We're fellow disciples, we should stick together. We wouldn't want anything untoward happening to such talented individuals. No one missed the fact Arthurian gaze turned toward Diane. After Diane so publicly killed a member of their Keeds family, it would be more of a miracle than anything else if they actually chose to not retaliate. However, seeing his gaze, Diane only lightly smiled. What a joke, even a Sina suppressed to 70% could defeat this fool, let alone Diane who had defeated her. On top of that, they were in the tower now. Diane was completely unleashed. Violet snorted. If you even think about laying a hand on one of my own, I'll embarrass you even worse than I did last time. Hearing these words, Arthurian's features twisted into an assortment of colors. Clearly the fact Violet lived in the first-ranked core courtyard had next to nothing to do with the fact her father was the sect master, but everything to do with her forcibly taking it away from Arthurian. Diane lightly chuckled. Although he wasn't a huge fan of Violet, he did appreciate this part of her personality. She maintained a grip on power while still keeping a low profile. Despite her shortcomings, she had the makings of a leader and was definitely a woman who knew what she wanted. Intriguing indeed. Violet turned, not bothering with Arthurian anymore. Let's go. Watching the faction disappear through the teleportation formation, Arthurian's fists clutched to the point that blood dripped. He knew this was his last chance. If he didn't find a way to break through within 2 years, he'd forever be marred in mediocrity. He wouldn't allow such a thing to happen. It wasn't long before the faction had entered the Xianxia corner. After arriving, they split into their own various group, while Diane, Violet, Wes and Luca headed toward the deeper regions to stock up for the faction as a whole. For obvious reasons, the disciples of soul-rending Peak couldn't afford much here, so the outer and inner disciples were forced to stay on the outskirts and try to find good deals here and there. Violet, however, was the sect master's daughter. Her funds, as well as the funds of those from the Keeds family, couldn't be so easily dismissed. That said, she was also aware that she didn't have the capital to be a spendthrift, so they also had to look for good deals themselves. The Xianxia corner was a hub of activity. Aside from Central City, it was likely the busiest region of the tower. In fact, it was often busier than Central City. The corner itself was rife with alchemists, formation experts, and weapons masters, and that didn't mention the myriad of other useful professions such as runic vein masters. It was essentially a miny reflection of the Xianxia quadrant, the only difference being that the things bought here were regulated and created by apprentices of the Saint Realm. Obviously, not everyone was like Diane and Clara, who had soul strength surpassing their energy and body cultivation. In fact, Clara's wouldn't if she didn't dual cultivate with Diane. It could be said that Diane was the only true soul cultivator who could achieve such a feat on his own. All of this was to say that the products available here weren't top of the line. After all, even the best of geniuses here would only have saint-level souls at the best. However, that didn't mean that they could create Grandmaster-level pills and weapons. Most were still practitioners, with the best being at the master level. The reason for this was simple. The number of years of dedication that it took to ascend the ranks of any secondary profession were long and grueling, not to mention the fact that the trials for being officially recognized were even stricter. The strength of one's soul only represents the upper limit of what someone can accomplish, but doesn't necessarily mean that one can accomplish it. In terms of number of grandmasters,
There were only a maximum of 3 per profession on the Saint floors, and they were all undisputed geniuses. Many of them were already hundreds of years old, with the youngest being dozens of years old at the least. Of course, Dian was quite proud that his wife was among them, so he had no need to worry about affording pills on these floors. Soon, the group of 4 made it to a cul-de-sac of sorts, surrounded by 7 identical towers, each with 3 floors. These towers were reserved for each one of the professions. Formation masters, alchemy master, beast masters, weapons masters, poison master, magic masters, and runic vein masters. The limit of Dian's knowledge on the Sapientia quadrant was what Clara had told him, so he was still quite surprised the poison masters had such high position in the martial world. Usually, even in the human world, those who specialized in poison would be seen as the scourge of society. But here they were, heads held as high as any of the other arrogant geniuses of second professions. It wasn't that Dian looked down on poison masters. After all, if it wasn't for the existence of their Tao, he would have likely died in his second trial. He was just surprised. Maybe poison masters had a use he was ignorant of. All right. Violet suddenly stopped the 4 of them before they entered the alchemy tower, making sure not to get in anyone's way. She was currently a far cry from the overbearing daughter of the sect master. Every action she took was deliberate and filled with caution. Clearly, she didn't want to offend anybody. Before we go in, you all should know that this is no longer our 98th quadrant, she continued in a small voice. Follow me and only speak when you absolutely have to. Cool your heads and think about the bigger picture. Wes and Luca nodded seriously, but Dian only smiled a knowing smile before nodding lightly. There was no need for him to cause unnecessary trouble for Violet. After all, she had yet to truly act against him. Good. The tower is split into 3 floors. However, only dukes and above can enter the second floor. Violet looked at Dian with an expectant gaze. We'll have to rely on you to buy a few pills on that floor. Unfortunately, I'm still a marquis. No problem. Dian nodded. This quick and easy response surprised Luca. He, much like everyone else he disliked Dian for various reasons, assumed that he had made up his status as a duke. In fact, even Violet was currently testing Dian, which was why she hadn't said this any earlier despite them having had a meeting just a couple hours before. Clearly, she didn't want Dian to find an excuse to disappear. Violet smiled sweetly, confirming many things in her heart. All right, we'll start on the first floor and buy a batch of pills there first, then we'll buy a few on the second floor. She couldn't hide the faint excitement in her voice. She had never had the opportunity to step into Duke-exclusive floors. This would be her first time. The moment the 4 of them walked in, they were greeted by a beautiful host who gave them a quick tour of the first floor before allowing them to go off on their own. Dian wasn't too surprised by this good treatment. After all, those who came from truly powerful backgrounds would have next to no need to come to a place like this. They would either rely on their own family alchemists, or go directly to Sapientia Quadrant. Why would the rich and powerful rely on apprentices for their things? As a result, the hosts of these towers were used to dealing with those of lower status, so they didn't have any disdain that one might normally see when members of a mere 98th quadrant walked in. Even if they were members of the 100th quadrant, they would be treated with respect because they were the main clientele of this tower. If they stopped coming because of poor treatment, the Sapientia Quadrant would lose out on a good source of income. Of course, Sapientia Corner was also aware that they were pretty much the only option for this demographic of individuals, so while they were polite, they weren't servile either. Hello? I'd like 1,000 essence condensing pills. Violet brought them to the counter specializing in energy recovering and directly asked to buy 1,000. The young man behind the counter wore azure robes with 3 bronze bands on each one of his sleeves. By the system set by the Sapientia family and the head alchemy guild, this made him a 6th-stage practitioner of alchemy. After nodding lightly, the young man began to arrange the pills into various boxes before handing them over for Violet to store. The process was smooth and without issue. With that completed, they then went to the healing pill counters and bought 1,000 bone-mending pills. The reason why alchemists were so lauded was because of their ability to aid those even beyond their cultivation level. For example, a practitioner, despite only needed the soul level of a meridian formation warrior, is capable of creating pills useful to essence gatherers. Both the essence condensing pills and bone mending pills were examples of this. In fact, depending on purity, they could have minor effects on saints as well. This trend continued with master-level experts as well, with them being capable of creating pills effective for saints and so on and so forth. Therefore, no one dared to lightly disregard an alchemist just because of cultivation level. "All right, we can head to the second floor now," Violet said with a faint excitement. Just as the group of 4 was about to head to the second floor, a large commotion erupted outside that caused them to frown. There weren't many people who dared to cause trouble here, so what could possibly be going on? When Diane looked around, he found it odd that the alchemists and hosts here were actually pretending as though they hadn't heard anything. At first, the 4 of them had planned to ignore it as well, but that was when Violet heard a familiar voice. "That's Verver." Violet frowned deeply. She had gone to Verver, much like Diane, in order to ask him to join. However, he had rejected, stating that he preferred to be alone. Violet hadn't felt the same pull toward forcing him to join as she had with Diane, so she simply let it go. After all, there was no guarantee that Verver would pass the inner disciple trials anyway. But now that he was here and clearly in trouble, it might be an opportunity to get him to join. The problem was that Violet didn't want to start a commotion here, lest she offend someone she wasn't supposed to. Weighing the pros and cons, getting Verver on her side might not be worth the trouble, especially if she couldn't fully control him in the future. However, the next words that they all heard made this something Violet couldn't ignore, even if she wanted to. 98th quadrant trash. "I made it very clear to you that that piece you bought was something I had been eyeing. Hand it over and kneel here for 3 days and 3 nights, or else I'll cripple you where you stand." Diane raised an eyebrow, looking over at Violet. "Do you recognize that voice?" Violet nodded slowly. "He's a duke from the 74th quadrant. I have no doubt that he purposefully made problems for Verver." "I see." Diane turned and walked out of the tower before Violet could stop him. Even Luca's normally fiery personality was doused in water as Wes stood rooted in place. As core disciples, they understood the fear for the 74th quadrant more than the younger disciples did. They had quite literally suffered bullying for centuries at their hands, completely unable to retaliate. The legacies and core teachings of a quadrant 24 ranks above their own was simply too much to overcome. Even worse, among the weaker quadrants that made use of Xianxia Corner, the 74th quadrant was among the strongest. Quadrants ranked higher than 70 rarely came here, and when they did, it wasn't usually to the alchemy tower. It was usually for other more niche things, as they weren't in need of pills from apprentices. For all intents and purposes, this made the 74th quadrant one of the rulers of the Xianxia Corner because very few weak enough to need this space could oppose them. When Diane walked out of the shop, there was already an accumulating crowd. Verver stood at the center of the cul-de-sac, facing the 74th quadrant marquee with all of his escape routes cut off by who Diane assumed were either more of the 74th quadrant lackeys, or those of weaker quadrants looking to curry a favor. "Hey, stop. This is Big Brother Rand's business. If you know what's good for you, you'll stay out of it." One of the lackeys gripped Diane's shoulder firmly, looking to severely injure him. However, he would soon be severely disappointed. Diane's fist blasted to his side, firmly connecting with his rib cage and causing him to keel over and violently belch out volumes of blood. As though nothing had happened, Diane found his way to Verver's side before casually looking over this Rand character's stout figure. "I didn't ask for any help," Verver suddenly said. "I didn't say that you did." Diane responded with a shrug. Good. Rand felt his fury building. Not only did this trash from the 98th quadrant dare to buy something he wanted, another had actually injured one of his men in front of him. "I'll tear you both limb from limb." The crowd had steadily grown to this point. By now, it was clear that those hosts and apprentices of the Seven Towers had no intention of stepping into these affairs. In all likelihood, as long as their stores weren't affected, they wouldn't care at all what happened. "Now that you've gotten your petty pride out of the way, are you going to tell me what happened?" Diane casually glanced at Verver. From the looks of it, no altercations had happened just yet because neither party was injured. In fact, Verver didn't seem very nervous at all. despite facing up against a duke. It had to be said that dukes were almost guaranteed to have presence in some capacity. Even if it didn't completely incapacitate Verver, it would definitely hamper his combat prowess. For Verver to not be afraid, it was either that he was very good at hiding his emotions, or he was still confident. Without his soul, Dian had no way of knowing that Verver had been hiding his cultivation for the longest time. So, he simply took Verver's 10th stage essence gathering prowess at face value. What he didn't know was that the only reason Verver his power was so that it wouldn't be possible to notice that he was suppressed in Cathedral Universe. But, now that he was in the tower without any intentions of ever going back, what would it matter if he showed off his real power? In fact, since he wasn't suppressed here, his worries about exposing himself were moot anyway. I bought a weapon from the flea market before I came here to buy some pills. However, long after I had left, that bastard shopkeeper realized that he sold me a master-level weapon for the price of a practitioner level 1 and felt cheated. Apparently, this shameless bastard also realized the shopkeeper's mistake. It was just that he didn't have enough energy stones on him at the time. Dian chuckled lightly. Such an arrogant duke so far above us trashy members of the 98th Quadrant doesn't have enough money on hand to buy a mere practitioner-level weapon? Isn't that a bit too sad? Despite his stoic personality, Verver's lips couldn't help but curl upward slightly. He had been excited beyond belief when he noticed the mistake of the shopkeeper. After all, in the 98th Quadrant, even their legatees were only given practitioner-level weapons at the most. Even a family like the Keeds family only had one such weapon of that level. However, it was for this very reason that Rand was so angered at his missed opportunity. In their 74th Quadrant, the reality wasn't too different. Even the best quadrants only had a few master-level weapons on hand. To get one so cheaply was something he could only dream of. The problem was that practitioner-level weapons weren't exactly cheap either. Even well-made common-level weapons were worth more money than he could casually bring out. Despite being a duke and being of high status, weapons were simply too valuable. A well-forged weapon or piece of armor could take weeks to forge. Depending on the level, even months or years weren't outside the realm of possibility. At the level that the apprentices were in Sapientia Corner, forging a master-level weapon would take months of time. Maybe the only ones who could do it in days would be those Grandmaster geniuses. It was no wonder that Rand was green with regret. He had run back to his clan at the fastest speeds possible, all for failure. How could he allow such a loss? So, after he came back, he went to the shopkeeper who was more than happy enough to tell him where Verver had gone. Do you really believe that trash like you deserves such a weapon? I won't repeat myself again. Hand me the rod and kneel here for 3 days and nights. If you don't, you'll have to face the consequences. Verver's small smile disappeared, replaced by an incomparably serious expression. Although he wasn't scared, that didn't mean that he thought this would be an easy battle. Although he now had such a good weapon, he wasn't well versed in the art of the bow. In fact, he had never used any weapons before. But, for the sake of such a good weapon, he had no qualms about learning. The problem was that learning in this setting was asking for death. If you handle the lackeys, I can take care of this clown, Dian said offhandedly. But, Dian shrugged. He knew that Verver had a lot of secrets that were probably better kept a secret. It was just that he didn't know what they were. But, a commoner carrying around enough money to buy a practitioner-level weapon? That was enough to raise eyebrows. Don't worry about it. His presence won't affect me, but you haven't taken your trials yet. When the crowd heard Dian's words, their eyes widened slightly with shock. For the presence of a duke to not affect you, wouldn't that mean you had to be a duke as well? Since when did the 98th Quadrant have a duke young enough to enter the tower? What was going on? I won't join your faction because of this, Verver suddenly said, but it was clear that he was still very grateful. With a laugh, Dian took a step forward. You'll have to take that up with our fearless leader. At this moment, Violet, Wes and Luca had just come out of the tower. But, clearly it was too late for them to stop much of anything. What right do you think you have to fight Duke Rand? Eager to prove themselves, the weaklings that surround Rand like swarming flies stepped up one after another, using their larger numbers to fuel their guts. However, before they could reach Dian,
They were blocked by Verver. A moment later, Violet, Wes and Luca also stepped forward, pushing their way into the circle. The crowd seemed to have a tacit agreement, easily backing up and allowing a near 200-meter radius around them. What's going on? Some late stragglers hopped into the mix, whispering to each other to figure out the details. It seems that Duke Rand wants a piece of equipment a disciple of the 98th Quadrant bought, so he came to forcefully take it back. Although the voices of those who explained were filled with pity and disgust, there was nothing they could do. Here, for all intents and purposes, the 74th Quadrant was an overlord. It wasn't the first time they had done something like this. Maybe the only time the 74th Quadrant lowered their head was when those genius apprentices came to challenge one another. During those times, they didn't dare to be blatantly arrogant, lest they offend the wrong person. But right now, there was no such event. Then who is that person facing off against Duke Rand alone? We don't know. He proclaimed that Duke Rand's presence wouldn't affect him, so he's likely a newly minted Duke himself. However, we don't know his name. That massive sword on his back in practitioner-level weapon, if he can show it off so blatantly, maybe he really is strong? The murmurings of the crowd only caused Rand to become angrier. It wasn't that he, himself, couldn't see how much of a bastard he was being, but a master-level weapon was far too greed-inducing. He couldn't give it up, even if people scorned him behind his back. What was even worse was the fact that Diane was casually glancing at the situation around him, checking to make sure that his fellow disciples weren't being overwhelmed by the numbers. The good news was that, in order to keep his find a secret, Rand hadn't told any other more powerful members of the 74th Quadrant, so despite being outnumbered 5-1, they were still barely holding on. This Violet girl still seems to be holding back. I wonder what she's hiding. Suddenly, the sound of a sword unsheathing caused Diane to turn his attention back to Rand. I'll only give you one chance. Take out your weapon now, or else you won't know how you died. A sound that sounded like half a laugh and half a scoff escaped from Diane's lips. Against you? I don't need my weapon. Surprising those around, Rand didn't get angry. Instead, he sneered, brandishing his double-edged sword with two hands. He crouched forward, pushing his sword forward. His body seemed to disappear, as though the tip of his sword was the only thing left on his person, as though it was the only thing left in this world. Diane nodded slightly. Not bad. He could tell that Rand's attainments in sword will weren't shallow, but he had yet to break into the intent level. Some wills were simply harder to break through in compared to others, and the sword was especially difficult. In fact, weapon-type wills in general were extremely difficult to progress despite not being supreme laws. It was for this reason that despite his overwhelming talent in all weapons, Diane's weapons master supreme law was still at the first will level. Of course, that was also because Diane had comprehended it with his life on the line and his soul was sealed soon afterward. However, that was only one way to look at it. The other way to look at it was that despite Diane's overwhelming comprehension abilities, despite the fact he could learn death will to the intent level in just a few months, despite the fact his comprehension was vastly improved while his soul was burning, and despite the fact he was fighting with his life on the line, he still couldn't push past the level of a first will. Just imagine that a person with the soul strength nearing a half-step transcendent couldn't progress in a will even when given a few hours. What a joke! Any Dao formation expert right now could randomly pick up a will they had never studied in their lives and learn it to the peak of the will level in moments. That was the level their comprehension reached. That was the exact position Diane was in. Although he had burned his soul to reach that level, it had still been there. Yet, none of that mattered in the face of the supreme law of weapons. Humph! Rand snorted, not allowing Diane's bland compliment affect him. Knight's honor. First / Scorpion's sting. A blinding flash of light erupted from Rand as his sword chi coalesced in pulses, growing into a massive sphere, then condensing into a sword tip, then repeating. A moment later, his foot violently slammed into the ground, propelling him forward as speeds an essence gatherer couldn't match up to. It was clear he had earned his Duke title by grasping it in his own hands. Die! Rand's presence erupted, bearing down with ferocious vigor. Those who felt it almost couldn't control the impulse to kneel, yet they weren't the ones feeling the full brunt of it. Clang. Chi. Rand never got the chance to reach Diane's unmoving form. Before he could, a celestial beauty appeared out of nowhere, forcefully pinching the tip of his sword and snapping. "How dare you fight here?" The cul-de-sac fell into absolute silence. Not only was the voice of this beauty far too sweet, none of them had ever seen a woman so beautiful. However, what shook them to their absolute core was that this beauty wore silver robes with 12 total golden bands on them. This otherworldly beauty was actually a 12th stage grandmaster. "Do you think this is your 74th quadrant?" "This," Rand stuttered, unable to overlap the fairy-like beauty with the rage in her sky-blue eyes. "This what?" The beauty pressed forward. "Are you not aware of the rules of the Sapientia Corner? Do you not understand why the shopkeeper didn't dare to personally seek an explanation from him? Are you too stupid to comprehend? Leave. You and that shopkeeper are banned indefinitely. If I see you here again, don't blame me for being impolite." Rand's face turned ashen white. Banned indefinitely? How would he buy his equipment? The Valley of Geniuses was just about to open too. However, he didn't dare to say anything. This beauty was only a single step from entering the ranks of Comet experts. Yet she was so young. The number of clans willing to worship at her feet were innumerable. What did he, the pitiful duke of a mere 74th quadrant, have to say to such a woman? If he even dared to have any untoward thoughts, she would kill him where he stood, and his clan wouldn't dare to retaliate. Rand clutched his fists, before glaring at Diane hatefully and leaving. From start to finish, Diane was hardly paying attention to him at all. Instead, his eyes were glued to the back view of the beauty in front of him, scanning over her curves again and again. When the beauty turned around and saw Diane's gaze, there was a slight dissatisfaction in her eyes. However, Diane only grinned. "You're quite beautiful, Grandmaster Clara. I've long since heard your esteemed name." When Violet and the disciples of Soul-Rending Peak heard this, along with the crowd, they felt like fainting from anger. This beauty had just gone out of her way to save you. Yet now you want to harass her? Men really were scum. The feeling was even worse for those of the 98th quadrant because they felt like they had just dodged a bullet. Not Diane was putting them right back in the line of fire. Although they all acknowledged that Diane was easily among the most handsome men they had ever seen, that wasn't enough to deserve the attention of a beauty. Clara was an empress, Diane was a duke. The difference between them was too large. Even the women who flipped social norms and built their own harems wouldn't add men too far below their station, or else it would cheapen themselves. Just what was Diane doing? Of course, none of them guessed that Diane was the only man in the world Clara would allow to speak to her like this. Why wouldn't she allow her husband some advantages? However, Clara was still Clara. Taking advantage of the fact that Diane didn't want their identity as husband and wife to be exposed so soon, she smiled evilly. "What did you say?" Diane felt a bad premonition coming. "Grandmaster, please forgive him for not knowing his place." Violet stepped forward and bowed in the place of Diane. Seeing a beauty step up to defend Diane, Clara raised an eyebrow. Despite not being as beautiful as Clara, Violet was definitely a woman who deserved a second and a third look. "And what's your relationship with him?" Hearing these words, Diane broke out into a cold sweat. "Please don't say anything stupid. Please don't say anything stupid." Violet, thinking that she had found a way out for Diane, leaped at it. "He's my boyfriend. He's always been too honest with his words and without sense of propriety. Please forgive him." "Your boyfriend, you say, Clara looked over from Violet to Diane, who was trying to find anywhere but forward to place his eyes. "Yes, please have pity," Violet said, bowing again. "All right, but he still needs to be punished." Clara spoke slowly. "He'll be my assistant for 1 month, whether that be in forging or in combat. Any objections?" Although Violet was feeling gloomy because they really needed Diane's battle power for the coming days, she still nodded. By this point, Diane didn't even dare to speak anymore. When had he become Violet's boyfriend? Now he was Clara's assistant? Cling. Suddenly, a pair of cuffs appeared in Clara's hands and snapped onto Diane's wrists without giving him a chance to retaliate. The speed was so quick that no one noticed until it was too late. At that point, while the men around championed Diane's bravery in flirting with Clara, even while in front of his own woman, they were also feeling pity, because everyone was clear on Clara's fiery personality. Whether or not Diane survived this month was completely up in the air. Diane was then unceremoniously pulled away by Clara, already dreading the coming days. But he still turned back and winked toward Verver and them, trying to say that he'd be all right. Luca's face twisted in disgust. Fucking idiot. Provoking an empress. He was even angrier that Violet had given up her perceived innocence to protect him. Yet he didn't seem grateful at all. Violet only sighed. Diane was a wild one from the very beginning. There really was no controlling him. However, no one noticed the sly smile on her face as she turned back. Let's see you dare to run away from me now. You forced me to see you naked, tainting my innocence. Now you've tainted it once again by forcing me to defend you. The fact you'll be punished is also a good thing. You'll learn that the best woman you can afford to be with in this life is me. You'll learn that you were lucky to not be killed this time around. In Violet's own world, she couldn't imagine a world where anyone who called themselves a man would dare to taint the innocence of a maiden twice, and still not take responsibility. It wasn't long before Clara had dragged Diane to the weapons master tower, ignoring the odd gazes they received, and up to the top floor. Her prestige here was so great that none of them dared to stop her. After reaching the third floor, Clara stepped onto a formation that brought them to the off-limits fourth floor, a place reserved for apprentices, then directly went to the sixth floor, a place reserved for grandmasters. As soon as Clara stepped onto that floor, those there sensed it. There were only 3 total individuals with the rights to come here, so it was obvious that one of them coming here was a rare occurrence. However, when the other 2 learned that it was Clara dragging along what looked like a slave with her, they ignored it. They had once pursued Clara as well, but she had sliced them apart with her words one too many times, so they could only let it be. With that, Clara dragged Diane into her personal forgery, slamming the doors shut and activating all of its arrays before glaring at Diane. Boyfriend, Diane coughed lightly. I have no idea what she was talking about. You expect me to believe that women just go around claiming boyfriends because they feel like it? What did you do to her? Nothing. Diane felt aggrieved. I was taking a dip in a stream and she peeped on me. I'm innocent. Humph. Clara rolled her eyes. Of course, she could tell that Diane wasn't lying. Their souls were connected after all. Are you going to undo these, my beautiful wife? You can't do this to your husband. Clara waved her hand, unlocking to the 2 restraints. See, isn't it better like this? Diane wrapped a strong arm around Clara's waist, pulling her in tightly. These robes suit you. Clara seemed to lose her strength, collapsing into Diane's arms. Did you find any clues about Soul Market? It was no surprise that Clara knew about Soul Market already, after all. Diane spoke to his wives quite often with the use of her invention. The problem was that they were cut off from Madeline now since the gates didn't have any reception towers for Clara to make use of. Not much, Diane responded with a frown. But if I manage to resonate with a statue from the Valley of Geniuses, they might lose patience and forcibly take me away. They actually want to do something like that? Clara's voice quivered with anger. You can't use yourself for bait like that, it's too dangerous. For all we know, there are far more powerful individuals hidden within the cathedral. Diane sighed. I have no choice. I have a feeling that Soul Market will be closing down soon. If I don't save them before that happens, what do you think they'll do with ones they haven't used yet? It's no good. Fine. But if things start going badly, you need to run with the best of your abilities. It isn't your job to save everyone. Lightly stroking Clara's cheek, Diane bent slightly to kiss her cherry lips. A slight and bone-numbing moan escaped from Clara just as her small and soft tongue intertwined with Diane's. The husband and wife pair stood flush against each other, as though even a single centimeter of space was too much, completely losing themselves in pleasure. It wasn't until Diane snapped out of it, realizing there was no suitable place to take Clara right here, and now that he calmed himself and pulled away, vowing that he'd take this little vixen another time. Come,
Show me how much your weapons forging has improved. Diane said with a slight teasing tone. Clara snorted adorably. You might have me beat informations, but you've fallen behind me in alchemy, and you'll never be my equal in weapons forging. You can't just sit down and read your little books to understand weapons forging. Diane laughed. But Clara was right. Diane's comprehension abilities were so fierce that he could do what many only dreamed of. Simply by reading and inwardly comprehending, he could execute the things others needed years of practice to produce. However, this was an exceptionally difficult trend to continue with alchemy, and even more so for weapons forging. Simply put, if Diane didn't practice, he would soon lose his ability to progress his secondary professions along with his soul strength. I'll show you the armor I created for the demon generals. They're still prototypes right now, but that's all I had time for. Creating 3,000 sets of armor, especially in such high quality, in only 13 years. Clearly you were trying to kill me. Although Clara said this, she had much less than 13 years. More than half of that time was spent in her trial worlds, while at least 2 were spent preparing the internet for mass usage. Diane really had put too much pressure on his little wife. But, at least now, the demon generals were well protected for their reveal to the world. Those Golden Crow sect bastards would suffer a lot for sure. Because of this, Diane didn't hold back in showering his wife with praise, listening attentively as she walked him through all of her decisions and the difficulties she had faced. It was a refreshing time for the both of them. I just remembered something, Diane suddenly said hours later. I ran into a pair of twins that were truly too pitiful. I'm not entirely sure, but I think it might be a constitution sickness of some sort. While you were researching constitutions to pick your own, did you come across anything that might help them? Of course, Diane was referring to Bella and Mia, the 2 sister nuns. If he could get them on his side, this whole soul market ordeal would go much smoother. Clara frowned as she listened to Diane's description of the twins. Even though she hadn't been there, she too couldn't help but feel pity. Before she had begun to cultivate her soul, her looks were within the parameters of a mortal. Although she could be considered to be among the top percentage of female mortals, she still fell short when compared to Madeline and Ree. It wasn't until after she stepped onto the path of cultivation and began to cleanse her impurities with the universe's energies that she managed to catch up to her 2 sister wives, and not until she awakened her constitutions that she firmly became their equal. This was all to say that even a woman as unworried about the thoughts of others as Clara was deeply concerned over her appearance. Not for the sake of herself or for the outside world, but she always wanted to look her best for Diane because she loved him. With this being true, how could she not feel pity for 2 women who had their appearances compromised like this? Although the twins had use of their bewitching techniques, just how useful could such a thing be? They were only able to use it so easily in the 98th quadrant because everyone either had poor soul talent or had crippled their soul talent. What if they stepped into the outside world? Even if they became powerful enough, so powerful that their bewitching techniques worked on any and everyone, when the day came that they fell in love and chose the individual they would meld their souls with, no matter how powerful they were, they wouldn't be able to hide anything from that individual. The same way Clara could tell whether or not Diane was telling the truth and see his true self, whoever their Tao partners were would be able to do the same. Of course, it was possible to have sex without taking this soul-melding step. Only true partners for life would trust each other to take this final leap of faith together. It was for this very reason that Diane called Clara, Ree, Madeline, and Amphrey his wives despite not having given them a ceremony or ring. Why would they need such things if they had taken a step much more meaningful than that? However, it was because this step was so important that anyone you chose not to take this step with couldn't be considered your true partner in life. It was an inescapable of fate. They were truly too pitiful.